Chapter 194. Chapter 194. The Woman in White. You want to leave? None of you will be able to leave today. The Golden Wolf Killer roared and gave chase. Below him, the two Silver Wolf Killers quickly followed behind. In just a dozen breaths, he had covered a few hundred meters and arrived at a forest of purple bamboo. At this point, the young woman stopped. Xianxia, let's go. The other party is a martial grandmaster. Even if we work together, we're no match for him. Lu Ming exclaimed softly. I'm not Xianxia. Suddenly, the young lady cast a glance at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming was stunned. Not Xianxia? How was that possible? He looked exactly like Xianxia. How could he not be? What was this girl up to this time? Wait a minute. That's not right. This woman is different from Xianxia. Lu Ming took a closer look. Indeed, although this woman looked exactly the same as Xianxia, there were still some differences. First of all, this woman should be older than Xianxia by a year or two. Xianxia looked younger than Lu Ming, while this woman was about the same age as Lu Ming. Also, the temperament was completely different. Xianxia was like a little devil. This woman, on the other hand, had a calm expression, like a fairy who was above the common populace. How can there be two people so similar in this world? Lu Ming secretly sighed. Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The Golden Wolf Killer flew to the sky above the purple bamboo forest. Behind him, two Silver Wolf Killers also rushed over. Ha! It turns out that she's such a beautiful lady. Good. It's a good time to kill this Lu Ming kid and have a good time. The Golden Wolf Killer's eyes lit up when he saw the young woman's face, and then revealed a burning light. He secretly exclaimed that he was really lucky to be able to meet such a peerless beauty when he was chasing after Lu Ming. This trip was not a waste. You're looking for death. The Golden Wolf Killer's words made the young woman's eyes flash with cold, killing intent. Her originally cold face became even colder. Demon slaughtering array rise. Suddenly, the young woman shouted and formed a seal with her hands. Runes appeared out of thin air and flew into the purple bamboo forest. Buzz! In the purple bamboo forest, there was a soft cry. Then, rays of white light shot into the sky. The white light gathered in the air and formed a white sword chi. As the sword chi moved, a shocking killing intent filled the air. Inscription formation. So you set up an inscription formation here. But so what if there is an inscription formation? You're just a Grandmaster realm martial artist. What can you do to me? The Golden Wolf Killer sneered. Demon slaying formation. Slay the demons. The young woman shouted and waved her hands. In the air, three white sword chi danced and made a terrible whistling sound, heading towards the Golden Wolf Killer. Demon slaughtering array? Let's see who you can kill. Break! The Golden Wolf Killer swung his sword, and three bright sword chi shot toward the white sword chi. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded, but did not break the young woman's inscription formation as the Golden Wolf Killer had expected. The sword chi collided and disappeared together. How can he be so strong? The Golden Wolf Killer was shocked. However, the young woman waved her hand again, and the white light in the purple bamboo forest grew brighter. In an instant, more than 10 white sword chi condensed in the air. Not good. You guys quickly retreat. The Golden Wolf Killer's face changed, and he shouted at the two Silver Wolf Killers. It's too late. The young woman's voice seemed to be emotionless and cold. As the voice fell, the white sword chi in air also crossed the void. Two shrieks were heard as the two 7th-grade Great Martial Master Silver Wolf assassins were pierced by the sword chi and died in the forest. At the same time, more sword chi rushed towards the Golden Wolf Killer. Detestable! The Golden Wolf Killer roared in anger. With a flash of blood-red light, a giant black wolf appeared. There were 8 blood-red chakras on the huge wolf's body. This was the second bloodline awakening of the Golden Wolf Killer. The second bloodline was a level 8 ordinary bloodline. With the eruption of his bloodline, the Golden Wolf Killer's combat strength increased greatly, and he slashed out 12 times in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, sword chi crisscrossed. Streaks of black sword chi and white sword chi clashed, and terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. Demon slaughtering array, God slaying. Go! The young woman shouted. Dazzling white light spread out from her body, making her look extremely holy. In the purple bamboo forest, the inscription formation was even more powerful. The sword chi seemed to appear endlessly, bombarding the golden wolf killer. Suddenly, there was a scream. Blood splattered everywhere as one of the golden wolf killer's arms was cut off. The golden wolf killer howled and became one with his sword. He turned into a bright sword light and shot up into the sky, out of the attack range of the inscription formation. Damn it, I'll remember today's great enmity. The two of you will face the endless pursuit of my shadow wolf pavilion. The golden wolf killer roared, filled with endless killing intent. Then, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. What a pity! The young woman sighed softly, as if it was a pity that she couldn't make him stay. However, Lu Ming was extremely shocked. This woman's methods were truly astonishing. He had actually used an inscription formation to cut off one of the golden wolf killer's arms. Although the golden wolf killer's cultivation was at the first level of the martial ancestor realm. However, this woman's cultivation was only at the 6th grade great master realm. The gap between a martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster was huge and difficult to cross. What a terrifying formation. Who is this woman? Lu Ming pondered secretly. All right, the other party has already left. You should leave too. The young woman looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was still cold, like an unapproachable fairy. May I know why you saved me? Lu Ming said. He was a little curious. He had never met this woman before, so why did she spend so much effort to save him and even fight with a martial arts grandmaster? He didn't think that he had such great charm, and from the young woman's expression, it didn't seem to be because of his charm. Whoa! At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. No, that wasn't lightning. It was a leopard, a lightning leopard. Lightning leopard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that when he had just joined the mystical sword sect, he had let go of a lightning leopard cub and obtained a little lightning leopard blood during the assessment. Although the lightning leopard in front of him wasn't a cub, it was still very young and similar to the lightning leopard cub from before. Whoa! When the lightning leopard appeared, it glared at Lu Ming and barked a few times. Then, it moved closer to Lu Ming and rubbed its head against his thigh. You, are you the one from back then? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Whoa! The lightning leopard nodded. It really was the lightning leopard cub from back then. What coincidence! If you hadn't saved little Shan once, would I have saved you this time? The young woman's voice sounded. Chapter 195. Chapter 195, Cultivating in the Mountains. The young woman's voice was very cold as she continued. If it wasn't for little Shan recognizing you just now, I wouldn't have saved you. This is good. You saved little Shan once, and I saved you once. We don't owe each other anything. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman was too arrogant and cold. At the same time, Lu Ming understood that the reason why she had saved him was that the lightning leopard had discovered him. No matter what, this time, it's you who saved me. Lu Ming is grateful. I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, the young woman called out. What's the matter, miss? Lu Ming turned around. I heard you call me Xianxia. You're his friend, right? The young woman asked. Friend. Lu Ming could not help but recall his relationship with Xianxia. When Xianxia saw him, he would be considered lucky if he didn't attack him. How could he be a friend? Lu Ming shook his head. I've only met Xianxia once. We can't be considered friends. I don't care if you're a friend or not. The next time you see her, help me tell her not to keep thinking about surpassing me, because that's just a waste of time. It's impossible, the young woman said. Her voice was filled with confidence and a sense of superiority. At the sight of this expression, Lu Ming did not know why, but he felt uncomfortable. May I know your relationship with Xianxia? If I see her, I'll definitely tell her. Lu Ming said calmly, his voice turning cold. I'm Xianxia, her sister, the young woman said. As expected, no wonder they look exactly the same. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, apart from their looks, the two sisters were very different in other aspects. All right, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion will definitely send more people to this place. I'm leaving, so you should leave too, Xianxia said indifferently. Young lady, why don't you go first? I'll leave in a while. Lu Ming said. Do as you please, Xianxia said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at the two Excalibur wolf killers' bodies. She turned around and left, her white dress fluttering like a fairy from the nine heavens. Is something left behind by a 7th grade great martial master not worth mentioning in her eyes? But I'm not going to miss this. Lu Ming walked toward the two Excalibur wolf killers' corpses. He devoured the blood essence of the two and took off their storage rings. With a swift movement, Lu Ming left the place and headed deep into the forest. In a mountain forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. Lu Ming walked for more than 100 miles. Then, with a thought, he entered the supreme shrine and began to refine the blood essence. Not long after, the two 7th grade Grandmasters' blood meridians were refined by Lu Ming. His cultivation had also reached the middle stage of the 7th grade Grandmaster realm. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming began to organize the storage rings that he had obtained from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins. There were a total of 8. In the end, he received more than 60 million taels of Excalibur. Excalibur was only a small number. The most important thing was the spiritual crystals. After sorting them out, there were more than 23,000 pieces. In addition to the previous ones, Lu Ming had nearly 40,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. Other than Excalibur and spirit crystals, the rest were miscellaneous items that were not of much help to Lu Ming. Is this a disguise? Suddenly, Lu Ming found a disguise among the clothes and other miscellaneous items. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion was an assassin organization, and they often had to disguise themselves to assassinate people. It was normal for them to have a disguise on them. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the disguise was of very good quality. It should be made from the skin of a demon beast. Lu Ming put on his disguise. There was no feeling at all as if he was not wearing it, because it was very light. I wonder how the effect is. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming walked out of the Supreme Shrine and found a pool in the forest. He shone his light on the pool and saw a dark-skinned, cold-looking young man in his 20s. What an amazing disguise. He's a completely different person. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the disguise was tightly stuck to his face. He could not tell that he was wearing a disguise. Then, change it again. With a single thought, Lu Ming's body crackled and his bone armor wriggled. In the end, Lu Ming's height actually increased by a little and his figure became a little ballier. This was something that could only be done when Lu Ming's physical body had reached complete 2nd grade. It could cause slight changes to his physical body. Although the change was not huge, with the help of the disguise, Lu Ming seemed to have completely changed into a different person. Even his closest people would not be able to recognize him. Good. This way, I won't have to worry about the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's pursuit. Moreover, no one will recognize me if I go to the imperial capital. It'll be more convenient for me to investigate my father's matter. Lu Ming pondered. Next, Lu Ming continued to head deep into the mountains. According to his previous plan, he would cultivate while heading to the imperial capital. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had 3 main directions. One was the comprehension of the force of fire, the other was the soaring steps, and the last was the ancient shield art. Roar! 7 days later, a Class 6 lever 3 demonic beast covered in scales was pierced through the throat by Lu Ming's spear. It fell to the ground with a roar. His spirit-devouring bloodline activated and devoured the demonic beast's blood essence. At the same time, the demonic pill appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming used all the blood essence to increase the level of his blood vessels, while the demonic core was used to increase his cultivation. Just like that, he hunted demonic beasts as he made his way to the imperial capital. A month later, a gale sparrow flapped its wings in the air and fled frantically. Behind it, Lu Ming stepped on the void and followed closely behind it like lightning. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's body seemed to be weightless as he floated in the air. After flying for a few hundred meters, Lu Ming's figure slowly descended. After landing, Lu Ming stepped on the tip of a big tree, and his body shot up into the sky like an arrow, chasing after the gale sparrow. The gale sparrow was so frightened that it screeched and flew around desperately. However, no matter what it did, it could not get rid of Lu Ming. Ha ha! Lu Ming laughed heartily. After flying for a few miles, he landed on the peak of a mountain and sat down cross-legged. After more than a month of hard work, Lu Ming's midair steps had reached the peak of the 5th level. He was only a step away from the 6th level. Just now, when he was chasing the gale sparrow, he suddenly had an epiphany. The wind is invisible, but it is everywhere. Wind, light, and agile, erratic yet swift as lightning. Lu Ming closed his eyes and started to comprehend quietly. The principle of airwalk was to use the genuine qi in one's body to resonate with the wind and air to achieve the purpose of riding the wind for a short time. Lu Ming smiled as he felt the breeze from the top of the mountain. A green breeze surrounded his body, spinning slowly. Lu Ming's body was as light as a feather, as if he would be blown away by the wind at any time. After an unknown amount of time, Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. There was a cliff in front of him, but Lu Ming seemed to be walking on the ground. He walked forward step by step. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. The Wind and the Capital of the Burning Sun Kingdom. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and walked in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. I finally reached the 6th level of the soaring steps, martial arts and human as one. There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming was only a 4th grade great martial master and had only become a great martial master not long ago. Yet he had already cultivated a black grade high level martial arts technique to the state of being one with martial arts. If this news were spread, many people's jaws would drop. It seems that I'm indeed a peerless genius. Lu Ming laughed smugly. In the past, he had the sound of chanting, which allowed him to cultivate his martial arts techniques at a rapid speed. However, the sound of chanting had disappeared. Lu Ming only fought with him every day, and his cultivation speed did not slow down. It was clear that Lu Ming's own talent was extremely shocking. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming took one step at a time. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, crossing the void. In the blink of an eye, he was a few hundred meters away. However, there was no sign of him falling. Lu Ming continued to walk in the air. There was a faint feeling of lightness and uncertainty about his body. Wind force? Is this the wind force? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Previously, when he had comprehended and broken through the sky steps, he had taken advantage of the situation and comprehended a little bit of wind force. Although it was only a superficial one, Lu Ming was already ecstatic. Normal people only had the right to comprehend it at the martial ancestor realm. However, Lu Ming's fire force had already reached the initial success stage, and he had even comprehended the second kind of energy, wind force. In the future, when wind and fire were combined, the power would definitely be even more shocking. He circulated the force of the wind and combined it with the soaring steps, causing the power of the soaring steps to reach an astonishing level. Lu Ming stepped on the air and walked for a full 2 kilometers before he slowly landed. Originally, even if he had cultivated his sky steps to the 6th level, it would be considered good if he could walk 1,000 meters in the air. Gah! All of a sudden, a screech came from below. Then a golden goshawk soared up. With a flap of its wings, golden feathers shot toward Lu Ming like golden divine swords. a Class 7 Level 3 demonic beast, the golden feathered goshawk. Finally, I've encountered a decent demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The next moment, two ancient shields appeared in front of Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The golden feathers hit the shield, making a sound of metal hitting metal and sparks flying in the air. However, the shield in front of Lu Ming did not move. Kill! Wind and fire! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The spear carried a scorching aura. At the same time, with the help of the momentum of the wind helped the fire, causing Lu Ming's long spear to completely turn into a flaming long spear. The spear broke through all obstacles and pierced into the golden feathered goshawk's chest. The violent energy instantly tore the golden feather goshawk's internal organs apart. The golden feather goshawk let out a sharp cry and stopped breathing. He had killed a Class 7 Level 3 demonic beast with one spear strike. The power of the combination of wind and fire is actually so shocking. Lu Ming's face was filled with surprise. Right now, wind force was only at the beginning, and he had only comprehended a tiny bit of it. It could be imagined that if his comprehension of wind force became more and more profound when combined with fire force, the power displayed would definitely be greater. However, wind and fire are supposed to complement each other, which is why they could be combined so easily. If they were two opposing forces, it would not be so easy to combine them. Lu Ming was very clear. Moreover, this was only a preliminary combination. They were only supporting each other and not a true fusion. Now, I finally have some ability to protect myself when facing a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the past, when he faced a martial arts grandmaster, he would not be able to escape even if he used all his strength. However, Lu Ming had more confidence now. Lu Ming continued to cultivate as he made his way to the imperial capital. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Hence, he spent another half a month before he arrived at the imperial capital. In front of them, a huge object appeared. It was boundless and stretched across the world as if it had existed since ancient times. When he walked in, he realized that it was even bigger. The Black City Wall was 100 meters tall and extended into the sky. He couldn't even see how long the city wall was. It seemed to be endless. It was said that the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom was 100 miles long in the east, west, south, and north. It was extremely majestic. On the city wall stood rows of soldiers in armor. Every soldier exuded a powerful aura. The capital of the Burning Sun Empire was the largest city in the empire. It was the core of the imperial family's power. It was said that 800 years ago, the Burning Sun royal family was the most powerful force in the Sun Empire. All the major sects had to bow down to the royal family. At that time, the Burning Sun royal family ruled the world. The Burning Sun Empire ruled over 10,000 cities, and their strength was at its peak. Unfortunately, the Burning Sun Empire's royal family had internal strife and endless wars. Later on, their strength weakened and the sect rose. Especially the 10 Direction Sword School, they had taken control of the royal family, and their strength had increased to a terrifying level. The Burning Sun royal family would not be able to make a comeback. Right now, the people of the Blazing Sun Empire only cared about the 5 great sections. The influence of the imperial family was already very weak. Lu Ming walked along the main road and entered the imperial capital. The streets of the imperial capital were extremely wide, and even if 10 carriages were to travel side by side, it would not be a problem. On both sides of the street, there were shops, elixir stores, weapon refining pavilions, and so on. It was not something that Fiery Wind City could compare to. Even Profound Sword City could not compare to it. The streets were bustling with people. Lu Ming looked around curiously as he walked forward. The capital of the Burning Sun Kingdom is so big. How should I investigate my father's news? Lu Ming pondered. For a moment, he had no clue at all. Hua Qi said that he's in the imperial capital, so perhaps he's someone from the imperial capital. If I can find him and ask him about the specific situation in the imperial capital and the division of power, it'll be of great help to my next operation. However, what made Lu Ming dumbfounded was that he had no idea how to find Hua Qi. Forget it. There's a lot of information in the restaurant. Let's go to the restaurant first. We'll find out more information while we eat. Lu Ming was planning to look for a restaurant when the streets were in chaos. Not good. Hua Jie is here to walk his war beast again. What? Hurry up and run. On the streets, the crowd was in chaos. The crowd ran away, all of them with fear on their faces. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening beast's roar was heard. Then, at the end of the street, a huge creature was running towards them. It was a demonic beast, 3 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long. Its body was covered in fiery red scales, and it was running wildly on the street with a murderous aura. First class, 3rd level, armor-breaking beast. Lu Ming recognized the demonic beast's origin and level at one glance. Haha, charge! Hurry up and charge! Behind the armor-breaking beasts, there was a group of people on horses, shouting loudly. As the armor-breaking beast ran, the pedestrians on the street retreated at the sight of it. Even some experts of the Grandmaster realm and above had their expressions change and quickly retreated to the side. Mother, where are you? Ling is scared. Suddenly, in the middle of the street, a little girl's cry rang out. Chapter 197. Chapter 197. Chapter 197, Releasing Beasts to Eat People. In the middle of the street, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old with pigtails was crying with a stick of candied haws in her hand. The armor-breaking beast was charging at the little girl. Linger, who will save my Ling? Not far away, a woman screamed in fear and ran towards the little girl. However, she was obviously not a martial artist, so there was no time at all. None of the other martial artists in the surroundings made a move. The eyes of those martial artists were filled with fear. Roar. The armor-breaking beast clearly saw the little girl. With a roar and a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes, it ran toward the little girl. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the little girl. The armor-breaking beast opened its mouth and bit the little girl. Its huge mouth was big enough to swallow a little girl. Behind them, the people on the horses laughed. Armor breaker, enjoy it. A young man in a gold-threaded robe shouted excitedly. At this moment, the little girl had already forgotten to cry. She was just staring blankly at him. Clearly, she was shocked. Linga, the woman let out a shrill cry. Lu Ming frowned. They actually released beasts to eat people on the streets. Was this still the imperial city? Just as the armor-breaking beast was about to bite the little girl, Lu Ming moved. His figure swayed slightly, and he appeared beside the little girl. He reached out to hold the little girl and drifted backward. Roar. Seeing that the fat meat in its mouth had been snatched away, the armor-breaking beast roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming with a murderous look in its eyes. Get lost! Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted loudly. A fiendish aura that was stronger than the armor-breaking beast's burst out. The armor-breaking beast roared with fear in its eyes. Like a frightened puppy, it ran away. Who's there? You dare to stop this young master's war beast from eating? You're courting death. A furious roar rang out. Ta, ta, ta. 7 or 8 war horses galloped over. The person in the lead was the young man in the gold-threaded robe. The young man's face was slightly pale. His eyes were malicious as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. Roar. The armor-splitting beast stood in front of the golden-robed young man. It seemed to have grown bolder and growled at Lu Ming. Little sister, are you all right? Lu Ming did not even look at the other party. Instead, he smiled at the little girl in his arms. I'm fine, Linger is fine. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said obediently. At this moment, the woman had already run over. To Lu Ming's surprise, the woman did not look at the little girl immediately. Instead, she knelt down in front of the golden-robed young man and shouted, Little prince, I beg you to let Linger go. Ling is only 5 years old. Bitch, go to the side and die. Beside the golden-robed young man, a thin-faced young man shouted coldly. He pulled out the soft whip in his hand and whipped the woman's body. Immediately, a bloody mark appeared on the woman's body, and blood oozed out, dyeing her clothes red. "Mother!" the little girl shouted. However, the woman ignored him and struggled to get up. She continued to kowtow to the young man in the golden robe and shouted, "Little prince, I beg you, please do a good deed and let Linger go." Thump, thump, thump. The woman's forehead hit the ground. Her forehead was broken and blood flowed out. What's the use of kowtowing? That little girl is dead for sure. That's right. How can the food that the Wuxia war beast has its eyes on be settled by kowtowing? It's a pity for that young man. He probably just arrived at the imperial capital, but he actually interfered in this matter. I'm afraid his end will be miserable. He can only blame his bad luck. Whispers came from the surroundings. His voice was very soft, as he was afraid that Wuxia would hear him. However, what was Lu Ming's cultivation level? He still heard every single word. But he just smiled. The woman continued to kowtow. On the war horse, the golden-robed young man, Wuxia, furrowed his brows. His narrow eyes were filled with killing intent. "I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me?" The thin-faced young man's face revealed a ferocious expression as he whipped the woman again. Lu Ming frowned. He reached out and grabbed the soft whip. "Brat, how dare you interfere when I didn't look for you? Now, kneel down and slap yourself 100 times. Put down this little girl obediently and get lost." The thin-faced young man pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, and he looked at the thin-faced young man coldly. "Kid, why aren't you letting go? All right, since that's the case, you'll also become food for my young master's war beast." The thin-faced young man pulled on the soft whip, but found that it didn't move at all, so he immediately shouted again. "Do you usually feed your war beast with humans?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "So what if I am? These lowlifes are just like ants. To be able to become the food of my young master's war beast, it's their good fortune that they've cultivated for several lifetimes." The thin-faced young man shouted arrogantly. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and kill this kid. Can't you see that Armor Breaker is hungry?" At this moment, Wuxia said indifferently. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. The thin-faced young man's expression changed drastically. He looked at Lu Ming ferociously and shouted, "Brat, then I'll send you on your way." With that, he leaped off his war horse and pounced at Lu Ming like an eagle. His momentum was not weak. First grade Great Martial Master Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This thin-faced young man was not even 30 years old, but his cultivation was already at the first grade Great Martial Master Realm. However, in front of Lu Ming, it was not enough. He flicked the soft whip in his hand, and a powerful true qi burst out and rushed along the soft whip. The thin-faced young man was still holding the soft whip in one hand. He suddenly felt a surge of power from the soft whip. This power rushed into his palm and almost caused it to explode. A terrifying wound appeared. He also let go of the soft whip. Buzz! Lu Ming swung the soft whip like a snake. It rolled out and wrapped around the thin-faced young man's neck. Then, with a swing, the thin-faced young man fell to the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. With just one move, the thin-faced first-grade Great Martial Master Realm young man was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Gasps could be heard all around. So powerful. He settled it in one move. What's so amazing about it? He dared to beat up Wuxia's men. He's finished. It seems that this young man is indeed here for the first time. You're right. Wuxia will never let him go. At this moment, the thin-faced young man let out an ear-piercing scream. "Oh, really? Since that's the case, I'll feed you to the demonic beasts." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He flicked the soft whip in his hand, and the thin-faced young man's body flew towards the armor-breaking beast. At the same time, the blood on the thin-faced young man's hand also splashed into the armor-breaking beast's mouth. Stimulated by the blood qi, the armor-breaking beast let out a roar and the bloodthirsty light in its eyes became even stronger. Roar! With a roar, it opened its bloody mouth and bit at the thin-faced young man. No, no, don't. The thin-faced young man was so scared that his soul almost flew away as he frantically shouted, "Linger, don't look." Lu Ming blocked the little girl's eyes. Pucci! The armor-breaking beast bit off one of the thin-faced young man's arms. Chapter 198. Chapter 198. Chapter 198, An Eye for an Eye. Ah! The thin-faced young man let out a shrill scream. Roar! The armor-breaking beast roared, and its bloodthirsty light became even more intense. Armor breaker, stop! Wuxia roared on his warhorse. However, the armor-breaking beast had bitten off one of its arms. The stimulation of its blood made it go berserk. It ignored Wuxia's words and continued to pounce on the thin-faced young man. Ah, help! Help! The thin-faced young man screamed and wanted to escape, but he was wrapped by the soft whip and could not escape at all. Lu Ming pulled the soft whip, and the thin-faced young man flew toward him. The armor-breaking beast roared and continued to pounce. Lu Ming put the little girl down and took a step forward, pressing his palm on the armor-breaking beast's head. Boom! The armor-breaking beast's huge body was pressed down on the ground by Lu Ming, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The armor-breaking beast roared and struggled, but it was to no avail. The thin-faced young man shouted. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. There was some doubt in his eyes. He did not know why Lu Ming wanted to save him. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to save you. I just want you to feel what it's like to be eaten by a demonic beast. Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice void of any emotion. No, don't. Please let me go. The thin-faced young man screamed. Let you go? No. To be able to become the food of your family's young master's demonic beast, it's a blessing that you've cultivated for several lifetimes. I must fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This sentence was what the thin-faced young man had said just now. No, no, I'm just talking nonsense. Just take it as a fart and let it go. The thin-faced young man said in a trembling voice. Enough! On his warhorse, Wuxia's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Brat, this farce ends here. 3 breaths, in 3 breaths, destroy your own cultivation and kowtow to me 18 times. Then, I'll let today's matter rest. His words surprised the people around him. Wuxia was willing to let Lu Ming go. This was a rare occurrence. It seemed that Wuxia was a little afraid of Lu Ming. Wuxia sat on his warhorse and looked down at Lu Ming. In his opinion, he was already doing Lu Ming a great favor by offering such a condition. However, Lu Ming did not seem to appreciate it. All of you, get out of my sight now, and I'll let this go, Lu Ming shouted. This made the surrounding people dumbfounded. Tell Wuxia to get lost? It seemed that he really knew nothing about Wuxia's identity. At the side, the woman held Ling tightly and shivered as if she was extremely afraid. Wuxia was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he laughed and said, Tell me to get lost? Ha ha, good. Now, you have lost your only chance to live. Kill him. Yes. Behind Wuxia, 6 figures jumped off their war horses. The 6 middle-aged men's eyes were bright, and as they rose, their auras exploded. They were all great martial masters. The weakest of them was at the 2nd grade Great Martial Master Realm, while the strongest had reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master Realm. 3 2nd grade Great Martial Masters and 3 3rd grade Great Martial Masters joined forces, and their might was astonishing. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. However, Lu Ming only glanced at them indifferently and then waved his palm. On his palm, there was a flash of spirit. Lu Ming had already incorporated the force of the wind into it, making his palm move at an unbelievable speed. Pa pa pa. The crowd only heard 6 slaps and then saw the 6 burly men flying back at a speed faster than their pounce. They fell heavily on the ground like 6 broken gunny sacks. Everyone saw that the left side of each of the 6 burly men's face was swollen, and a palm print could be clearly seen. Gu. The sound of cold gasps rang out. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they looked on in shock. A single slap had sent 6 great experts flying. They were all 2nd or 3rd grade, great martial masters. Lu Ming looked to be in his 20s, but he was so terrifying. Where did this young expert come from? It was too shocking. The thin-faced young man was stunned, and his eyes were filled with despair. Even the armor-breaking beast was shocked. The bloodlust in its eyes receded and was replaced by fear as it kept retreating. Wuxia was also stunned. After a while, he finally reacted and shouted angrily, "Little bastard, you still dare to fight back? You're dead. I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the demonic beasts. They all want my life, and I can't even fight back." Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were cold as he walked toward Wuxia. It was ridiculous. He really did not know what Wuxia was thinking. Did he think that he was born nobler than others, that he could insult others and take their lives at will, and others could not fight back and just wait for him to take them away? It was laughable. What do you want to do? Wuxia's face was extremely gloomy. The murderous intent in his eyes was so strong that it could not be dispersed. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. What do you want? Don't you like to feed other people's lives to those animals of yours? I really want to know, when you become that beast's food, what kind of expression will you have? Lu Ming walked toward Wuxia step by step and smiled faintly. You dare? Do you know who I am? If you dare to do this, I'll exterminate your entire family. Wuxia shouted. Who are you? It's none of my business. Lu Ming replied indifferently. So you don't know who I am? Let me tell you, I'm the son of the Heavenly King. Don't you know that my father is the Heavenly King? If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, you can still live. Wuxia continued to shout, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. It turned out that Lu Ming did not know his identity. Now that he had revealed his identity, he believed that Lu Ming would be scared to death. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He did not even bat an eye. It seemed that the Heavenly King's name had no effect on Lu Ming. Wuxia's expression changed. It was extremely ugly, and he was flustered. Gritting his teeth, Wuxia said, All right, just you wait. I will not let you off. Let's go. Leave? Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. He moved and appeared in front of Wuxia. Kid, don't be so ungrateful. I swear, if you dare to touch me today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Wuxia roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then I'll have to try even more. Lu Ming's palm glowed red, and he grabbed at Wuxia. Stop, young man. Let me give you a piece of advice. My young master is not someone you can provoke. The 6 burly men rushed over again, and one of them roared. You don't know your place. Woo-woo-woo. Lu Ming used his finger as a spear and stabbed out. 6 spear lights burst out. Bang, bang. The 6 burly men roared and tried their best to block, but it was useless. They were once again sent flying and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Wuxia's expression changed. Now no one can stop me. Lu Ming clawed at Wuxia. Wuxia bellowed and wanted to resist. However, all his attacks were destroyed in an instant. Lu Ming grabbed his throat. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. Peed his pants in fear. Wuxia struggled madly. However, he was like a little chick in Lu Ming's hands. He could not put up any resistance. Silence. At this moment, the air between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Even after knowing Wuxia's identity, Lu Ming was still so bold that he dared to hold Wuxia's throat. Even the elites of the 5 sects didn't have the guts to do so. This was because this was the imperial capital after all, the imperial family's genius. Let go of the young prince. The 6 burly men rushed over, not caring about their injuries. If you don't want him to die, then go ahead and attack, Lu Ming said. The 6 burly men immediately stopped. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he appeared in front of the armor-breaking beast. Roar! The armor-breaking beast seemed to be very afraid of Lu Ming as it slowly retreated. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a ray of spear light pierced through the scales on the armor-breaking beast's body, causing blood to flow out. Roar! The armor-breaking beast was injured and let out an angry roar. Its eyes were red, and it was filled with a murderous aura. Come on! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sent Wuxia to the mouth of the armor-breaking beast. However, the armor-breaking beast looked at Wuxia hesitantly. It seemed to be afraid of Wuxia. Lu Ming smiled and cut Wuxia's arm with his hand. A stream of blood flew into the armor-breaking beast's mouth. Roar! The armor-breaking beast went crazy after being injured, and now, with blood in its mouth, it opened its mouth and roared. It was filled with bloodlust, and its eyes were filled with greed as it stared at Wuxia. No, don't! Wuxia screamed desperately. He was almost scared out of his wits, and his whole body was trembling. I believe many people have been eaten by your demonic beasts. Now, your armor-breaking beast has eaten you. You deserve it, Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone in the surroundings was extremely shocked as they looked at this scene with their mouths agape. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually wanted the armor-breaking beast to devour Wuxia. There were also many people who were cheering in their hearts. Wuxia had used his status to commit all sorts of evil in the imperial city. It could be said that he had angered the heavens and resented the people, but no one dared to say anything. This was because his father was the heavenly king of suppression. It was known as heaven suppressing, so one could imagine how powerful it was. Most importantly, the heavenly king and the 10-direction sword school had a very close relationship. Roar! The armor-breaking beast roared and pounced forward, biting at Wuxia. Don't! The 6 middle-aged men roared. Wuxia let out an extremely miserable shriek. He was extremely resentful and miserable. After that, a foul stench came out. Wuxia was so scared that he peed his pants. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step back. The armor-breaking beast missed. Wuxia continued to scream. After a while, he realized that everything was fine and stopped. Then, he realized that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Their faces were all red, and they obviously wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. At the same time, a foul smell entered Wuxia's nose. In an instant, his face changed from pale to green, and then to red. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Damn it, Wuxia roared in his heart. A young prince who would let a demonic beast eat others for no reason. It turns out that he only has this much courage. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Today, I've learned something new, ha ha ha. Lu Ming casually threw Wuxia aside. He did not even look at Wuxia and left laughing. In fact, he had no intention of killing Wuxia from the very beginning. The main reason he came to the imperial city was to investigate his father. If he killed Wuxia, the heavenly king would definitely go crazy, and it would be difficult for him to stay in the imperial city. Now, he was only teaching Wuxia a lesson. The enmity he had created was only between Wuxia and the younger generation. The heavenly king was too embarrassed to interfere. At least on the surface, she was embarrassed. Lu Ming was not afraid of the younger generation. Damn it! I swear I'll kill you no matter who you are. Wuxia was roaring in his heart, but he did not dare to voice it out for fear that Lu Ming would come back. Whoever dares to spread the word about what happened today, I will kill his entire family. After Lu Ming had gone far away, Wuxia looked at the crowd around him and shouted angrily. The crowd was disdainful. This Wuxia was really a bully. He peed his pants in front of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming left, he started to show off his might again. However, they were not as bold as Lu Ming and could only nod their heads. Let's go, Wuxia called out and left in a hurry. He needed to find a place to change his pants. Lu Ming did not look for a restaurant in this area. He planned to walk further and find a place to rest. Brother, please wait. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Lu Ming was curious. He stopped and turned around. Behind him, two people were striding toward him. There were two young people and a woman. She was about 18 or 19 years old and was slightly older than Lu Ming. She was very beautiful. There was also a young man around 15 or 16 years old. He looked similar to the woman, with red lips and white teeth. He was very handsome. Lu Ming's eyebrows moved slightly. He did not know these two people. He did not know why they were looking for him. Could they be Hua Jie's men? Are you two looking for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. I'm Ming Zhu, and I admire you for teaching Hua Jie a lesson earlier. That's why I'd like to get to know you. The young woman cupped her fists. My name is Ming Feng. My name is Ming Feng. What's your name, brother? It was so satisfying just now. I wanted to help, but my sister stopped me. The youth called out, appearing very lively. Their eyes were pure, and they had no ill intentions. What they wanted to say was true. I'm Tianyun, Lu Ming muttered to himself. Tianyun was the reverse of Lu Yuntian's name. Since he had changed his appearance, he naturally had to change his name as well. So it's Brother Tian. Brother Tian, you look young, but your cultivation is so profound that it's truly admirable. You're not afraid of Hua Jie at all, and you even attacked him. I'm ashamed of you, Mingzhu said. You're too polite. It was just a small effort just now. It's nothing. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Big Brother Tianyun, you're too humble. I don't have that kind of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have taught that Hua Jie lesson. Ha! He actually peed his pants just now. That was really fun. It will definitely cause a sensation in the imperial capital in the future. Ming Feng laughed loudly. He was really good at pulling strings and directly called him Big Brother Tianyun. Lu Ming did not mind. He just smiled. Brother Tian, this should be your first time coming to the imperial city, right? Mingzhu asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Mingzhu nodded her head, and with an expression that said, as expected, she continued. Brother Tian, even though that Hua Jie is a good-for-nothing rich kid and is not worth mentioning, his father is the Heavenly Suppression King. You must be careful. Heavenly King Zhen? Is he very strong? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, he had not heard of the Heavenly Suppression King before. Strong, of course he's strong. A hint of fear flashed in Mingzhu's eyes, and she said, Heavenly Suppression King is the elder brother of the current emperor. His cultivation is extremely profound, and he is in charge of more than half of the world's military power. He has never been defeated. It is said that his relationship with the 10-Direction Sword School is also extraordinary. Oh, he's really an important person. Lu Ming smiled slightly, showing no fear. Chapter 200. Chapter 200. Chapter 200 General Star Hall. Even if he knew what kind of person the Heavenly King was, he would still do what he had to do. Seeing Lu Ming's calm demeanor, she was secretly impressed. Big Brother Tianyun, are you also here to join the General Star Hall? Ming Feng suddenly asked. General Star's Hall? Lu Ming was stunned and full of doubts. That's right. The General Stars Hall is a place established by the royal family to specially gather all the geniuses in the world. It's the place with the most geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire, aside from the 5 great sects. Ming Feng replied. There's actually such a place. Lu Ming's expression changed. Brother Tian, if you've come to the imperial city to handle some matters, then you'll be leaving very soon. That's fine. But if you plan on staying permanently in the Imperial City, then I'd mind if you join the General Star Hall. The General Stars Hall was built by the previous emperors of the Blazing Sun Empire. It has been used to this day. As long as you join the General Stars Hall, the Heavenly Suppression King and the other elders will have no reason to interfere. At most, only the younger generation will be able to interfere. Mingzhu introduced. Mingzhu then explained what was going on with the General Stars Hall. It was very simple. It was the place where the royal family gathered all the heroes of the world and trained generals. So it was called the General Star Hall. Many people who came out of the General Star Hall would become great generals. Lu Ming was tempted. Joining the General Star Hall might be a good choice. By joining the General Star Hall, he would at least have a temporary place to stay. Moreover, the General Star Hall was considered a very important place in the imperial capital, so he might be able to obtain some important information. I wonder what are the conditions to join the General Star Hall? Lu Ming asked. There's almost no requirement. There's only one condition, and that's talent. As long as you have talent, the General Stars Hall will take you in, no matter what your identity is, where you came from, what your cultivation is, whether you're the son of a king, a minister, or a commoner. Mingzhu said, It's so loose. Lu Ming was shocked and in disbelief. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you, there's a saying that the Burning Sun royal family is not willing to be controlled by the 10 Direction Sword School and wants to cultivate their own power. That's why they built the General Stars Hall, and the conditions are so low. Ming Feng whispered. Oh, Lu Ming was deep in thought. It seemed that the relationship between the 10 Direction Sword School and the royal family was quite delicate. Brother Tian, the General Star Hall will open its doors to recruit a batch of people every month. The day after tomorrow is the day of the monthly recruitment. Brother Tian, you can go and give it a try. Mingzhu said, Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you something. My sister is also a member of the General Star Hall. As for me, I'm going to join the General Star Hall the day after tomorrow. We'll be there together then. Ming Feng shouted. All right, Lu Ming nodded. Then take care, brother Tian. We'll meet the day after tomorrow. Mingzhu cupped her hands and left with Ming Feng. After that, Lu Ming continued to turn around. He turned a few streets before he found a restaurant and checked in. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days passed by peacefully and nothing happened. 2 days later, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant. The General Star Hall was extremely famous in the imperial capital. He only needed to ask around to find out its exact location. Lu Ming headed to the General Stars Hall. The General Star Hall was located in the northernmost part of the imperial capital. There were continuous mountains and numerous halls there, and one could not see the end of them with a glance. The gate of the General Star Hall was very majestic. There were 2 bronze Qilin statues standing on both sides of the gate. At the gate, there were more than a dozen burly men standing straight, exuding a strong and fierce aura. Obviously, they were all experts, and they were all great martial master experts. In front of the door, there was a table, and a white-haired old man was there to register. People came and went at the main entrance. Many of them were senior students of the General Star Hall. Those who joined the General Star Hall were all called students. There were also some who, like Lu Ming, were newcomers who intended to join the General Stars Hall. Big brother Tianyun. Lu Ming had just arrived when he heard a shout. Ming Feng and Mingzhu walked over. Good morning. Lu Ming smiled and greeted him. It seems that not many people have come. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and smiled. The General Stars Hall recruits a batch of people every month, so there aren't many people. On average, there are about 100 people every month. Mingzhu explained. Show me your bloodline. At this moment, a young man came to the front of the old man, and the old man said indifferently. Swish! With a flash of bloody light, a tall brown bear appeared with 3 blood-red chakras. 3rd level blood meridian, sure. What's your name? The old man asked. Feng Wei, the young man said. Then, the old man took out a jade token and wrote a few inscriptions on it. He handed the token to the young man and said, All right, this is your identity jade card. You are now a student of the General Star Hall. The youth revealed a happy expression as he took the jade token and walked into the General Star Hall. Lu Ming was stunned. Isn't this procedure too simple? He asked. It's that simple, Mingzhu said with a smile. Then wouldn't there be disciples from the 5 great sects in the General Star Hall? Lu Ming asked curiously. Yes, of course there are disciples from the 5 major sections. There are quite a few of them. Some of them have come here to join the General Star Hall, some for cultivation, some for experience. However, after joining the General Star Hall, the General Star Hall will still have certain measures. Mingzhu explained. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. One by one, the young men went to register. Lu Ming realized that as long as one's blood meridian was above level 2, they could join the General Stars Hall. "Kid, it's you." Suddenly, a voice filled with killing intent was heard. Lu Ming turned around. The corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a cold smile. It was Wuxia. At this moment, Wuxia had changed into a long silver robe with a jade belt around his waist. He was staring at Lu Ming coldly. Beside him, a few young men followed him and walked over. "Brat, you actually dare to stay in the imperial capital and even think of joining the General Star Hall? Just as well, don't leave today." Wuxia said gloomily. "Haha, isn't this the young prince? What coincidence, eh? You've changed your pants. Why do you still smell?" Lu Ming's nose twitched, and he said with a smile, You're looking for death." Wuxia's face instantly turned red as he shouted with a ferocious look. This was the greatest hatred in his heart. Although he had warned others not to tell anyone about what had happened 2 days ago, there was no such thing as an impervious wall in the world. The news spread very quickly, and in 2 days, it had almost spread throughout the imperial city, becoming the laughingstock of others. Wuxia hated Lu Ming to the core. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to mention this. Someone couldn't help but laugh. So he's the young man from 2 days ago. He actually dared to treat Wuxia like that. I guess Wuxia must hate him to the core. This is going to be interesting. Beside Wuxia is Xianxia. That kid is finished. On the side, some of the senior students of the General Star Hall started to whisper. Chapter 201. Chapter 201, Provocation. "Young Prince, is this the boy?" Beside Wuxia, a tall young man was glaring at Lu Ming. "It's this kid. I can recognize him even if he's turned to dust." Wuxia said through gritted teeth. "Yeah, young Prince, how do you want me to teach him a lesson? Whatever you want him to become, I'll make him become." Xianxia took a few steps forward and looked at Lu Ming teasingly. "Do as you see fit. First, break his arms and legs. As for the rest, do as you wish." Wuxia said in a deep voice. "All right, then I'll beat him up so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him." Xianxia sneered, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Peak 4th grade, Great Martial Master Realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was only a peak 4th grade Great Martial Master, and yet he dared to be so arrogant. "Xianxia, this is the General Star Hall. Don't act rashly." Mingju's expression was grave as she took a step forward. "Io, isn't this the Pearl Beauty? What? You want to help him? But do you think you can stop me? Get lost immediately and don't ask for trouble." Xianxia berated. Mingju's expression changed, becoming extremely unsightly. "What are you so arrogant for? At worst, we'll just have a battle." Mingfeng saw that Mingju was being bullied and immediately shouted. "You're just a kid whose hair hasn't even fully grown yet. You're like an ant, and you want to fight me? I'll cripple you right now." Xianxia laughed coldly and walked towards Mingfeng. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. His eyes were calm, and a powerful aura arose from his body. The aura of a 4th grade Great Martial Master. "So you're a 4th grade Great Martial Master. No wonder you could defeat 6 of the young prince's top experts and be so arrogant. But do you think that you can fight me just because you're a 4th grade Great Martial Master? I'll let you understand how naive you are." Xianxia's eyes flickered as he spoke in a contemptuous manner. "Then you can try," Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom! Their auras clashed, and a gust of wind swept up. "What are you guys doing? You're not allowed to use force at the entrance of the General Star Hall. All of you leave." Suddenly, at the entrance of the General Star Hall, the old man in charge of registration let out an angry roar. An extremely powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire area. Lu Ming's gaze changed. This old man was definitely a martial arts grandmaster. "Elder, this person has a grudge against me. I'll cripple him and leave immediately." Wuxia cupped his fist at the old man. "Young Prince, although you have a noble status, this is the General Star Hall, and the General Star Hall has its own rules. Other than His Majesty, no one can break the rules of the General Star Hall, and you are no exception. The old man cupped his fists slightly, but he had no intention of giving in. You win. Huajia's expression was ugly, but he was helpless. The General Stars Hall's elders were directly under the Emperor. Even if his father, the Heavenly Suppression King, were here, the General Stars Hall's elders might not give him any face. Humph, kid, you're lucky, but your luck will last for 3 days at most. I'll see how you die in 3 days, Huajie said as he looked at Lu Ming coldly. Let's go. After that, Huajie waved his hand and strode into the General Star Hall. Xianxia cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. He sneered and followed Huajie. All right, continue. The old man waved his hand and said. There were not many people in the first place. Very soon, it was Ming Feng's turn. After Ming Feng, it was Lu Ming's turn. Condense your bloodline and let me see. The old man cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Ming. All right, Lu Ming nodded. Then, a sanguine light flashed on his body and his spirit-devouring bloodline was condensed. At the same time, 6 blood-colored chakras shone. 6th level blood meridian. The old man's eyes suddenly burst with intense light, like 2 suns. At the side, Mingzhu, Ming Feng, and some other people also looked at Lu Ming in shock. A 6th level blood meridian, it was actually a 6th level blood meridian. One must know that in the 5 great sects, those with 6th level bloodlines were all considered top geniuses, and there were people at the level of the newcomer king. At most, there would be 1 or 2 in a year, or even none. The old man's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked, which of the 5 great sects are you a disciple of? Lu Ming was stunned. He smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that the level of the blood meridian was too high, and it had aroused the suspicion of the elder. However, he could not control the appearance of the chakra of his bloodline. Otherwise, he could only display 3 chakras in a low-key way. Junior doesn't belong to any of the 5 great sections. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. He wasn't lying. He was indeed a wandering cultivator now. Oh, the old man's eyes flickered, clearly not believing it. What's your name? The old man asked. Tianyun, Lu Ming answered. Then, the old man took out a jade token and carved a few inscriptions on it. There's a test at the martial arts field in 3 days. He passed the jade token to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming took the jade card and nodded. Big brother Tianyun, which room are you staying in? After Lu Ming had registered, Ming Feng came up to him and asked. Lu Ming picked up the jade card and channeled essential qi into it. Some information immediately appeared. Outer hall, number 11232. Lu Ming said. Huh, then let's be together. My outer palace number is 11,231, and my sister is not far from us. She's a number 11186. Ming Feng was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded, but his heart was moved. Every martial artist had their own room. There were more than 10,000 of them. It seemed like there were quite a number of people in the General Star Hall. There were at least 10,000 people. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The General Stars Hall recruited a batch of people every month. Even if there were not many each time, the number of people accumulated over the years was not small. Lu Ming, you have to be careful in 3 days. At this moment, Mingzhu warned with a grave expression. Lu Ming's expression changed. The old man told everyone who joined that there would be a test in the martial arts school field 3 days later. Moreover, Huajie had said that Lu Ming was lucky and only had 3 days. He would see how Lu Ming died 3 days later. He was very curious about this. What's going on with the test in 3 days? Lu Ming asked. Mingzhu pondered for a moment and said, Brother Tian, you should know that the General Stars Hall recruits people without asking about their background or origin. They take in anyone. There must be a mix of good and bad people here. Of course, the General Star Hall will take some measures. Therefore, the students who have just joined the General Star Hall will have a test in 3 days. The test is actually very simple. It'll be a sparring match between the senior students and the new students. On the surface, it's a sparring match, but in reality, It's to test the new students' abilities. If they're disciples of the 5 great sects, then they definitely won't receive any training in the future. Mingzhu explained in detail. So that was how it was. Lu Ming nodded. In that case, 3 days later, Wuxia and the others were planning to tamper with the test. So, Brother Tian, you must be careful in 3 days. By right, the senior students who will participate in the test will be selected by the elders of the General Star Hall. However, with Huajia's abilities, it should not be difficult for him to do something. Mingzhu continued. If they want to come, then let them come. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. Brother Tian, don't be careless. Chun Xiong is a top genius. Although his cultivation is at the peak of the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm, he once had a record of killing a 5th grade Great Martial Master with a single strike. He's extremely powerful, and ordinary martial artists can't compare to him at all. Mingzhu continued. Genius? Wouldn't that be even more interesting? Lu Ming was still smiling faintly. Upon seeing this, Mingzhu did not say much. She led Lu Ming and Ming Feng to the dormitory. Chapter 202. Chapter 202. Chapter 202 3 Palms. The General Star Hall was really huge. It was like a small world inside. There were countless mountains, rivers, and historical sites. In particular, the palaces and pavilions were densely packed and overlapping. The dormitory of the General Star Hall was made up of many pavilions. They were all 7-story pavilions with rooms. Lu Ming's room was on the 3rd floor. There was a metal plate hanging at the door with the number 11,232 written on it. Ming Feng's room was right next to his. After taking out his identity jade plate, Xianxia shone it on the iron plate. As the iron plate glowed, the door opened automatically. Lu Ming walked in. The room was very spacious and elegantly decorated. There was even a bookshelf on one side of the room, which was filled with brand new books. The treatment in the General Stars Hall is much better than in the mystical sword sect. Although the royal family has declined, they are still the orthodox lineage. Their heritage is still there. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Mingzhu and Ming Feng. Brother Tian, you've just joined the General Star Hall. I'll show you around. Mingzhu smiled sweetly. Lu Ming nodded. He wanted to familiarize himself with it. Lu Ming and the Pearl Mountain strolled around the General Star Hall. They chatted as they walked. During this period of time, Lu Ming found out that Mingzhu and Ming Feng were the children of a general in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their father guarded the border and fought wars all year round. As his children, they naturally joined the General Stars Hall and could become generals who guarded an area in the future. The 3 of them chatted as they walked, and their relationship slowly grew closer. After a few hours, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Supreme Shrine. He moved his hand, and a secret manual appeared in his hand. The 3 Palms was one of the 2 Earth-level martial arts techniques that Lu Ming had obtained from the Dongyi tribe's ruins. Previously, he didn't have that much energy to cultivate, but now that he had already cultivated the soaring steps to the highest level, he could finally start cultivating the 3 Palms. Lu Ming opened the secret manual of the 3 Palms and read it in detail. After a long time, Lu Ming closed the secret manual, his face full of surprise. The 3 palm strikes were completely offensive martial arts techniques, and their power exceeded his imagination. 3 palms. In fact, there were only 3 palms in total. The first palm strike was the palm of humanity. The second palm was the Beast-Owl palm. The third palm strike was the Heavenly Path palm strike. According to the introduction, the power of the first palm, the Human Path palm, was already completely equivalent to the power of other Earth-grade martial arts techniques. The power of the second palm had completely exceeded the power of a low Earth-grade martial technique and was infinitely close to a high Earth-grade martial technique. As for the third palm, the Heavenly Path palm, it was said that when cultivated to the highest realm, its power was infinitely close to that of a heaven-rank martial skill. It was infinitely close to a heaven-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Heaven-level martial skills. What kind of concept was that? It was much stronger than Earth-level martial skills, incomparably terrifying. That was a martial skill that only king-level warriors were qualified to cultivate. The reason why the three palms were classified as a low Earth-grade martial arts technique, according to the introduction, was because the third palm, in history, very few people were able to successfully cultivate it. The difficulty was too great. Having it was equivalent to not having it. So the three palm strikes were determined as Earth-grade lower-level martial arts techniques. Only when the first palm had been cultivated to the third level could the second palm be cultivated. However, if he wanted to cultivate the third palm, he didn't know what conditions he would need. It all depended on luck. Lu Ming carefully comprehended it. After reading it, he took out the three palms secret manual and read it in detail. The difficulty of cultivating the three palms was even more difficult than the ancient shield technique. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, there was no progress in the three palm strikes. At this moment, it was time for the new students to take their test. Early in the morning, Mingzhu and Mingfeng found Lu Ming and walked to the martial arts school field with him. The martial arts field was extremely vast. It was said to be the place where the emperor reviewed his troops. One could not see the end of it. On one side of the field, there were more than a dozen fighting rings. At this moment, hundreds of people had already gathered around one of the fighting rings. More than 100 of them were the new students. As for the others, they were all senior students. Some of them were here to watch the show, while others were here to take part in the test. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he saw a few cold eyes staring at him. They were Wuxia, Xianxia, and the others. Beside Wuxia, there were more than 10 young men. They had indeed come. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with them. This kid is so calm now. Wait a moment. Let's see how he dies. That's right. He's lucky to be alive today for daring to offend the young prince, but that's it. The other young men beside Wuxia sneered. Wuxia's lips curled into a cold, killing intent as he said, Xianxia, wait a moment. You just need to be ruthless and put the blame on the Star Hall. I'll take the responsibility. Young prince, don't worry. I know what to do. Xianxia sneered. After that, the number of people slowly increased, and in the end, there were about 500 people. At this moment, a middle-aged elder stepped onto the fighting ring. The test this time is very simple. I'll send out the senior students to fight with the new students. The new students don't have to be afraid, and just use your strength to the fullest. If you can withstand 100 moves from the senior students, the General Star Hall will give you a generous reward. If you can defeat the senior students, you will be able to cultivate for 1 year free in the other 6 cultivation sanctuaries of the General Star Hall, except for the Earth Cave. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, the eyes of many new students began to light up. 7 cultivation sanctuaries? Lu Ming had some doubts. Obviously, he had not heard of it. Brother Tian, the 7 cultivation sanctuaries are unique to the General Star Hall. It's very magical. I'll tell you in detail after the test. Mingzhu said in a low voice. All right, let's begin. The first to come up is Wu Yuan. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin young man stepped onto the fighting ring. Can you go up and test him? The middle-aged elder instructed an older student. Yes, a senior student in a red robe appeared. Without saying much, the battle began. The new student, Wu Yuan, launched a frenzied attack. The battle saber in his hand turned into a rolling saber light, attacking towards Dukan. As for Dukan, he had a smile on his face the entire time. He was unruffled and did not fight back. Instead, he dodged blindly. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that Dukan's cultivation was definitely above that of a martial grandmaster, while Wu Yuan was only a 6th grade master. The difference was too great. If Dukan really made a move, he would be able to take Wu Yuan's life in half a move. However, Dukan did not make a move. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at the sky to his right. In the sky, above a cloud, a few elders were watching the fighting ring with bright eyes. As expected, they're experts observing in the dark. It seems that this General Stars Hall is not simple. It can't be like the rumors outside that the General Stars Hall is used by the royal family to cultivate their own strength in an attempt to fight against the 10 Direction Sword School, right? But it's so obvious. It's impossible that the 10 Direction Sword School doesn't know about it, right? Lu Ming pondered, full of doubts. At this moment, a few old men were carefully observing the competition on the fighting ring. The blade light is rolling. This is the Lone Peak 30 strikes. This Wu Yuan should be from the Lone Peak City. There's no problem. An old man said. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak and his talent is average. Another old man sighed. There's no other way. Most of the talented ones have been recruited by the 5 great sections. Let's wait and see. Another sigh was heard. Chapter 203. Chapter 203. You have a nerve to show off. Soon, 50 to 60 moves had passed on the fighting ring. Let's end this. Dukan lightly shouted. He shot out a punch, and Wu Yuan was directly blasted off the fighting stage. Let's continue. The second round, go away. The middle-aged elder began to announce. One test after another continued. However, the strength of the new students varied. Some of them were only at the warrior realm, and it was impossible for them to last more than 100 moves against the older students. Of course, there are also exceptions. One of them had reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm and defeated an older student, attracting a lot of attention. Soon, it was Ming Feng's turn. However, Ming Feng's cultivation was only at the 6th grade Master realm. For his age, it was already very good, but he was no match for the senior student. The other party had deliberately held back for more than 50 moves and then defeated Ming Feng easily. Next, Tianyun, the middle-aged elder, announced. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he stepped onto the fighting ring. Xianxia, come up and take the test. The middle-aged elder shouted. Xianxia, as expected. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he revealed a cold smile. It's really Xianxia. It can't be such a coincidence. He must have done something. Or he must have been bribed. Mingzhu said in a low voice. Isn't this too despicable? Why don't we just ask Big Brother Tianyun to give up on the test? Ming Feng said. No, if you give up the test, you can't stay in the General Star Hall. Mingzhu said. Then what should we do? Sister, is that Xianxia really that powerful? No matter what, Big Brother Tianyun is still a 4th grade Great Master. Ming Feng said anxiously. Mingzhu sighed. Of course, Xianxia is strong. He can kill an ordinary 5th grade Great Martial Master with a single sword strike. I heard that no less than 3 5th grade Great Martial Masters have died at his hands. That's so powerful, what should we do? Ming Feng was even more anxious. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll just have to see how Tianyun's good fortune will turn out. Mingzhu sighed. Ha ha! On the other side, Xianxia laughed heartily. He stepped onto the fighting ring and stood in front of Lu Ming. Below the fighting stage, Wuxia sneered. Kid, you're Tianyun, right? You've managed to live for 3 more days. Now, accept your fate. Wuxia, you haven't fought for a few days. Are your bones itching again? Or do you want to pee your pants again? Lu Ming glanced at Wuxia and said loudly. His voice spread far and wide. Wuxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was too detestable. He had touched on Wuxia's sore spot. Wuxia's face was flushed red. He stared at Lu Ming with a sense of duty and roared. Little bastard, scream all you want. This is your last chance. I'll let you have a taste of your mouth. After all, you're going to die soon. Lu Ming sneered in response. He could not be bothered to deal with Wuxia, this mad dog. Swish! At this moment, Xianxia unsheathed his long sword. A brilliant, blood-red sword chi shot up into the sky. Tianyun, I once used this sword to kill a 5th grade Great Martial Master with a single strike. It's your honor to die under my sword. Xianxia shouted loudly. His face was filled with pride. You killed a 5th-grade Great Master Realm martial artist with a single sword strike, and you still have the cheek to brag about it? Don't you find it embarrassing? Lu Ming pursed his lips and said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the people around him staggered and almost fell. All of them looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. Breaking the record? In Lu Ming's eyes, a 4th-grade Great Martial Master killing a 5th-grade Great Martial Master with a single slash was actually a broken record and embarrassing. This was a battle of a higher realm, and it was in the Great Martial Master realm. A Great Martial Master who could cross realms and kill an opponent was definitely a top genius. Bragging. He was definitely bragging. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was bragging. Even Ming Zhu and Ming Feng looked at each other in dismay. Go on, go on. I'll let you brag as much as you want as a dying man. Wuxia burst out laughing. However, Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. The battle results that he had been so proud of were actually so pathetic in Lu Ming's eyes. Whether he was bragging or not, in his opinion, this was an insult to him. Tianyun, wait a moment. I hope you can still say it. Xianxia's voice was incomparably cold. He pointed his long sword, and a surge of sword qi gushed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Xianxia shouted, his killing intent soaring into the sky. He became one with the sword and turned into a blood-red sword light, slashing toward Lu Ming. The sword qi whistled as if it could cut the space in half. It was extremely powerful. This was not a test or a spar. He was clearly trying to kill Lu Ming. Not good. The faces of the Pearl Mountain siblings changed drastically. As for Wuxia, he laughed coldly and thought, Brat, it's really a good thing for you to die like this. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's expression was calm. As he looked at the incoming sword light, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't take out a weapon. Instead, he waved his hand. A red light flashed in his hand, and a red spear formed. Lightning. Whoosh. The red spear's radiance flashed. Fast, too fast, so fast that most people didn't even see it clearly. Only the few elders on the clouds had a change in expression. Bang! In the fighting ring, 2 beams of light collided. However, Xianxia's sword radiance was like a layer of bubbles, shattering upon contact. Then, the spear radiance continued and disappeared in a flash. The spear quickly disappeared, and 2 figures stood opposite each other on the fighting ring. Who won? Everyone watched with wide eyes. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out of Xianxia's throat. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling screech. He clutched his throat tightly with both hands. His eyes were wide open like a dead fish as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. I've said it before, your lousy battle record is really embarrassing, Lu Ming said indifferently. You? Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of fear and unwillingness. Then, he fell down and stopped breathing. The surrounding students of the General Star Hall were all dumbfounded. One move. He had actually killed a top-tier genius, Xianxia, in one move. Moreover, Lu Ming did not even use a weapon. He had only condensed a long spear with essential qi, and with a casual attack, he had killed Xianxia. What kind of strength was this? Wasn't he too strong? In front of him, Xianxia simply did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Genius. Peerless genius. Many people were roaring in their hearts. He's so strong. This young man isn't simple. An old man in the clouds said. Could it be a genius from the 5 great sects? It's hard to say. I really hope he's not a disciple of the 5 great sections. Investigate thoroughly. If he's not from the 5 great sects, we must do our best to rope him in. The few elders looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Below the fighting ring, Wuxia was dumbfounded by the scene. After a long while, he finally reacted and roared angrily, Tianyun, you actually killed Xianxia. You actually killed him. You're going to pay with your life. Pay with my life? It's ridiculous. Just now, it was Xianxia himself who shouted that he wanted to kill me. Now that I've killed him, it's completely his own fault. Moreover, Elder didn't say that I can't kill anyone. Lu Ming cast a glance at Wuxia and said disdainfully. Chapter 204. Chapter 204. The 7 Cultivation Sanctuaries. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged elder's face darkened, but he did not say anything. He had indeed been bribed by Wuxia. However, he knew that there were a few powerful figures watching him from the clouds. Hence, he did not dare to go overboard. Wuxia was stunned. He could not refute Lu Ming's words. How about this, Wuxia? I'll give you a chance. All of you, come at me together. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? There was an uproar at the scene. Lu Ming actually wanted the people brought by Wuxia to attack together. This was too arrogant. One should know that the people beside Wuxia were all geniuses. They were the children of many influential figures in the imperial city and were very powerful. Some of them were even stronger than Xianxia. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, how could he be a match for so many experts? This was crazy. This was crazy. What? You want to challenge so many of us? Even Wuxia himself was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and revealed a look of ecstasy on his face. He hurriedly shouted, All right, you said it. Don't go back on your word. At the same time, he laughed in his heart. He was laughing at Lu Ming for courting death. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged elder was a little stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene during a test. For a moment, he did not know whether to agree or not. At this moment, a voice transmission entered his ears, asking him to agree. It was a voice transmission from an elder above the clouds. They wanted to take the opportunity to observe Lu Ming. All right, this battle can proceed, the middle-aged elder announced. Go! Wuxia hurriedly waved his hand, and more than a dozen young men beside him rushed up to the fighting ring. Brat, do you think you could be so arrogant just because you defeated Xianxia? You're really naive. He's actually challenging so many of us at once. He's simply courting death. If I don't beat him up, I'm not a Wong. These young men glared at Lu Ming with hostility and sneered. Lu Ming had challenged so many of them at once. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. It was an insult. They wanted to make Lu Ming regret it. Cut the crap. If you want to make a move, do it now. If you don't, get lost. Lu Ming berated. Damn it. You're looking for death. Kill him. The dozen or so young men let out angry roars, and their bodies emitted a powerful aura. Boom, boom, boom. A blood-red light flashed, and the blood of the dozen youths burst out at the same time. A terrifying attack surged toward Lu Ming like a never-ending tide. Lu Ming was instantly drowned by the colorful brilliance. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Lu Ming was so arrogant. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would fight against more than 10 young geniuses. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Just like before, he didn't even draw his weapon. With a brilliant glow, a spear materialized in his hand. Buzz! The long spear swept out in a very direct and violent way. A full moon appeared on the fighting ring. Bang! Bang! With a loud boom, the attacks of the dozen or so young men were instantly dispersed. The terrifying spear light whizzed out and swept in all directions. Ah! Achoo! Ah! More than a dozen screams sounded out as more than a dozen figures were thrown out of the fighting ring and coughed up blood. It was frozen. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. One move, it was still just one move, and the dozen or so young geniuses that Wuxia had brought with him were all defeated. He loosened his grip gently, as if he was chasing away a dozen flies. What a waste of time. At this moment, Lu Ming pursed his lips and said. Everyone was speechless. They were roaring in their hearts. What do you mean by wasting time? You're the one who's too abnormal. Okay. You can't attack people like this. Wuxia's body trembled. His face was pale, and his lips were trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and said, You coward. He couldn't say a word. Strong, he's too strong. Big brother Tianyun is too strong. Ming Feng muttered to himself, his face filled with excitement. At the side, Mingzhu's beautiful eyes also flickered with extraordinary splendor. Lu Ming's strength had completely exceeded her expectations. Who? Who? Above the clouds, a few old men let out a long breath, their eyes flickering. How is it? Can you tell what their origins are? One of the old men asked. I can't tell. It was just one move, and most of them were swept by absolute power. Very little information was exposed. Furthermore, what he used was most likely a personal martial technique that he had obtained himself. There are no traces of the 5 great sections. Another old man said, This is difficult. Is such a peerless genius really from the 5 great sects? Pay attention. We must pay close attention. If it's someone for the 5 great sects, they're just here to use the sacred land to cultivate. They won't be able to stay for long. If he isn't, I must rope him in. The few elders quickly discussed. Elder, is my test over? Lu Ming asked the middle-aged elder. The knot has ended. The middle-aged elder stuttered. Lu Ming nodded and jumped off the fighting ring. Wuxia glared at Lu Ming resentfully and left with more than 10 young men who were staggering. They were in a sorry state. Wuxia would become a laughingstock once again if he came in a high-profile manner and left with a dejected face. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As long as there were no elders, he did not care about a dandy like Wuxia. Then, the test continued, but there were no outstanding people. Soon, all the tests were over. The middle-aged elder marked the identity jade card of each new student. Haha, I can finally go to the 7 cultivation sanctuaries to cultivate. Ming Feng laughed. Ming Feng, are the 7 cultivation sanctuaries really that good? Lu Ming asked curiously. Good, of course it's good. Big brother Tianyun, do you know why they're a disciple from the 5 great sects who managed to sneak in? He wants to enter the 7 sacred lands of the General Star Hall to cultivate. Ming Feng's eyes lit up. Brother Tian, the 7 cultivation sanctuaries of the General Stars Hall are the most important treasure lands of the royal family. It is said that the 10 Direction Sword School is very coveting them, but the royal family has them in their hands. It can be said that the 7 cultivation sanctuaries are the foundation of the royal family. They can't give them to anyone else. Mingzhu also explained. That's right, big brother Tianyan. You've defeated the senior students this time. Other than the Earth Yuan Cave, you can choose any of the other 6 places and train for free for a year. I'm so envious. Ming Feng shouted. I wonder where the 7 cultivation sanctuaries. Lu Ming asked. I'll say it. The 7 cultivation sanctuaries are Earth Essence Cave, Gongjin Valley, Godwin Valley, No Rest Tower, 10,000 Killing Secret Realm, Foggy Marsh, and Lightning Palace. Ming Feng immediately said. Among them, the most mysterious one is the Earth Yuan Cave. Under the Earth Yuan Cave, there is a rich fire spiritual qi that can be condensed into true qi. In the Earth Yuan Cave, whether it is to improve cultivation or to practice fire attribute martial skills, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The Gongjin Valley is filled with rich golden qi and is the best place to cultivate metal attribute cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. Godwin Valley is filled with strong winds and hurricanes. It is the best goo for the wind attribute. Ming Feng explained the characteristics of the 7 cultivation holy lands one by one. Chapter 205. Chapter 205, Earth Cave. It's so magical. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong interest. There are not many places like this in the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming only knew of a clam cave in the Vermilion Bird Hall. The royal family that had once ruled the Burning Sun Empire was indeed powerful. Big brother Tianyun, which one do you plan on going to first? Ming Feng asked. Earth Yuan Cave. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, Okay, I want to go too. Let's go together. Ming Feng was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Then you two go to the Earth Cave. I'm going to the Foggy Marsh to practice a martial skill, so I won't be going with you. Mingzhu said with a smile. Sister, you should hurry up and go. Ming Feng urged. You brat, you've just arrived at the General Stars Hall. so don't cause any trouble. Ming Zhu glared at Ming Feng, then left. Big brother Tianyun, let's go to the Earth Cave together. Ming Feng shouted, looking extremely excited. Earth Cave, just ask a senior student and he would know the way. The two of them passed through many palaces and came to a mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone wall with a stone door on it. Two middle-aged men were guarding the door. The two middle-aged men were just casually standing there, but they exuded an aura that was as deep as the ocean. What a strong cultivation. He is definitely a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Everyone said that the imperial family had declined, but it seemed that their strength was still not to be underestimated. In the mystical sword sect, a martial arts grandmaster was an expert at the level of a silver-robed elder. Senior, we're here to cultivate in the Earth Cave. Ming Feng walked in front of a burly man and bowed respectfully. Let me take a look at your identity, Jade token, the large man said expressionlessly. Lu Ming and Ming Feng took out their identity Jade cards and handed them to the burly man. The burly man took it and looked at it before nodding. You can go in and exchange for the inscription stones first. Only with the inscription stones can you open the secret training room in the Earth Cave. All right, thank you, Senior. Ming Feng nodded and took out the spiritual crystals. Lu Ming also took out his spirit crystals. On the way here, Ming Feng had already explained the situation in the Earth Cave to Lu Ming in detail. The imperial family had carved out 13 levels of the Earth Cave. There were some secret training rooms on each floor, which were filled with rich fire property spiritual qi. It was very useful for improving cultivation, refining genuine qi, and practicing fire property martial skills. The lower he went, the denser the spiritual qi was, and the better the effect. However, they couldn't let people cultivate for free. Each secret room was engraved with an inscription stone. Only the imperial family's inscription stone could open the secret room and enter it to cultivate. Inscription stones, 30 spiritual crystals for one. Of course, the further down he went, the more rune stones he needed. How many inscription stones do you want to exchange? The middle-aged man asked Ming Feng. One piece is enough. Ming Feng said. On the first level of the Earth Cave, one only needed an inscription stone to open a secret cultivation room and cultivate for a month. Ming Feng took out 30 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man handed Ming Feng a fiery red stone that was engraved with inscriptions. How about you? How many rune stones do you need? The middle-aged man asked. I'll exchange for 100 yuan first. Lu Ming said casually. What? 100 yuan? The two middle-aged men were shocked. Ming Feng also widened his eyes. 100 rune stones would cost 3,000 spiritual crystals, which was equivalent to 30 million taels of Esilavir. How could Lu Ming have so many spiritual crystals at such a young age? Lu Ming smiled. His fingers glowed, and a jade box appeared. There were rows of spiritual crystals neatly stacked inside. Lu Ming took out 3,000 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged, burly man took it and took out 100 inscription stones, handing them to Lu Ming. Go in and cultivate. The two middle-aged men finally smiled. The stone door opened and Lu Ming and Ming Feng walked in. As soon as he entered, he felt a strong fire attribute spiritual qi blowing in his face. After walking forward for about 100 meters, a huge underground cave appeared. The surroundings were well maintained, and it was obvious that it was man-made. Around the cave, there were many secret training rooms. The doors of the secret rooms were all closed, but some of them were shimmering with a faint light, indicating that someone was cultivating inside. If there was no light on the door, it meant that no one was cultivating inside. In the middle was a hole. As he walked in, he saw that there was a spiral stone staircase leading down the cave. This was the first floor, and the second floor was just below. Big brother Tianyun, which level do you plan on going to cultivate? I'll be cultivating here. Ming Feng said with a hint of envy. The world energy here isn't very dense. Let's go down. Lu Ming said. Go down? But my inscription stone. Don't I have it here? I haven't even thanked you for talking so much with me. Let's go down together, my treat. Lu Ming smiled. You're really inviting me? Then I won't be polite. Ming Feng was overjoyed and did not hold back at all. Ming Feng's young heart was true to his nature, and he was not so indirect. He took the lead and headed to the second level. The space on the second floor was no smaller than the first floor. The layout was almost the same as the first level, except that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was richer. Lu Ming could almost feel the scorching spiritual energy of heaven and earth wrapping around his body, continuously as if it was going to drill into his body. The Earth Yuan Cave is indeed worthy of its reputation, and this is the outside of the secret room. If I cultivate in the secret room, my cultivation will probably increase 10 times faster than outside. Besides, it's definitely very useful to cultivate fire attribute martial skills. It's also very useful to comprehend the fire force. I made the right decision to come here today. This is only the second level, but the fire spiritual chi is already so dense. It is said that there are 13 levels in the Earth Cave. I wonder what it will be like if I go further down? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Big brother Tianyun, to open a secret room for cultivation for a month on this floor, you need 3 inscription stones. Ming Feng said. Continue down. Lu Ming smiled and headed to the third level. Ming Feng hurriedly followed. On the third floor, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was even denser. On this floor, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw 5 to 6 young men sitting cross-legged in the middle of the open space. Although the world energy chi in the open space outside was still quite rich, it couldn't be compared to the one inside the secret room. What were these people doing outside? Ming Feng seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed, and he whispered to Lu Ming, I've heard from my sister that some people don't have spiritual crystals to exchange for inscription stones in the Earth Yuan Cave, so they rob other people's secret practicing rooms here. When someone opens a secret room, they'll seize it. Oh, Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that no matter where it was, disputes of interest were inevitable. Chapter 206. Chapter 206. Seizing the secret room. Then, he started to look around. There were more than 20 secret rooms in the surroundings. More than a dozen of them were lit up, and it was obvious that someone was cultivating there. There were 6 rooms that were dim. Lu Ming took a look and walked toward the secret room. The eyes of the 6 young men who were sitting cross-legged in the middle lit up when they saw Lu Ming walking toward a secret chamber. I've never seen this kid before. He's probably a hothead. Could it be that they just arrived? Haha. After waiting for several days, someone finally came to open the secret cultivation room. I'm going to seize it. The 6 young men thought to themselves. Big brother Tianyun. Ming Feng was a little nervous as he followed behind Lu Ming. After all, anyone who dared to occupy someone else's secret cultivation room here was definitely a ruthless person. Lu Ming did not care and took out 9 inscription stones. The secret room on the 3rd floor required 9 inscription stones to open. There were a few pits on the stone door. Lu Ming placed the 9 rune stones into the pit. The stone door immediately flashed with light. Then, there was a clicking sound and the stone door opened. Haha, this secret training room is mine. You're dreaming. I was the first to arrive here. I arrived 7 days ago. This secret chamber is mine. The one that came earlier was already yours? In your dreams. The secret cultivation room is the home of the strong. Get out of here immediately. When the door of the secret room opened, the 6 young men stood up and shouted one after another. They all want to take this secret room for themselves. As for the thoughts of Lu Ming, the party envelevered, they directly ignored them. One of them looked like he had just arrived. Who would care about his thoughts? Buzz. Buzz. The sound of weapons being unsheathed could be heard. The 6 of them actually pulled out their weapons and started to face each other. If you want to fight with me, you're really looking for death. Boom. At this moment, One of the pockmarked young men's aura suddenly burst out. Judging from his aura, he had actually reached the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm. The other 5 young men's faces changed instantly. Lu Matzi, you've actually broken through to the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm? When did that happen? A young man shouted in shock. Ha, unexpected, right? I've already made a breakthrough, so let's see how you can compete with me. Get lost now. I need this secret chamber to consolidate my cultivation. Lu Matzi shouted coldly, and his powerful aura began to wreak havoc in the cave. The other 5 people's expressions were very unsightly, but they didn't dare to refute. Most of them were at the 2nd or 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm, and they were no match for a 4th grade Great Martial Master. Damn it, I've waited for 7 days and finally found a hothead. It seems like I've waited for nothing. A tall young man growled unhappily. He stepped back helplessly and stood to the side. The others were silent for a moment and then retreated. Ha ha! Lu Matzi laughed arrogantly and proudly. He then turned to look at Lu Ming and said, Brat, I want this secret room of yours. Also, hand over all the inscription stones you have and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make things difficult for you. 4th grade Great Martial Master. When Lu Matzi revealed his cultivation, Ming Feng was no longer nervous. He mumbled to himself and looked at Lu Matzi with a strange expression. Lu Ming could easily take care of a group of 3rd and 4th grade Grandmaster geniuses with one move. What was Lu posing to him? Ming Feng had already started to mourn for Lu Matzi. So pitiful. Ming Feng muttered in his heart as he looked at Lu Matzi's arrogant expression. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't you want to think about it? Lu Ming looked at Lu Matzi and said with a faint smile. Nonsense, what's there to consider? Stop wasting my time. Lu Matzi shouted. If that's the case, then fine. Hand over your storage ring and get lost. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? What did you just say? Lu Matzi was stunned and thought he had heard wrong. Hurry up, I don't want to repeat myself. Lu Ming said. Ha ha, brat, you still want my storage ring? I think you're crazy. Let me cure you. Lu Matzi laughed out loud. He took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. Bang! Immediately after, the others heard a loud boom and saw a figure flying backward. He fell heavily on the ground and screamed repeatedly. It was Lu Matzi. The other 5 young men were stunned. Lu Matzi was defeated, and the key was that he was defeated too quickly. They did not even see how Lu Matzi was defeated. Buzz! Lu Ming moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Lu Matzi. He stepped on Lu Matzi's face, causing his face to fall heavily to the ground. Lu Matzi screamed. The other 5 young men felt a chill run down their spines, and their teeth hurt. Expert. So he's a top expert. Thank God I didn't make a move just now. It's all Lu Matzi's fault. If it wasn't for him, I would be the one in trouble. I have to thank Lu Matzi. The other 5 young men secretly rejoiced, their palms sweating. Now, hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming looked down at Lu Matzi and said indifferently, I'll pay. Lu Matzi shrieked in pain and handed the storage ring to Lu Ming while trembling. He simply wanted to die. He originally thought that he had picked up a bargain, but in the end, he suffered a double loss. What a terrible loss. I won't come and occupy the secret room anymore. It's too much. Lu Matzi screamed in his heart. Lu Ming took the storage ring and moved his feet away. Get lost. Yes. Lu Matzi rolled and crawled, struggling to get up, and was about to go up. Gotcha. At this moment, the door of a secret room opened. Buzz! With a flash, a figure came out of it. It was a man in his 20s. He was wearing a black robe and had a cold expression. The moment he came out, he scanned the surroundings. By law, it's by law. The other young men's expressions changed drastically when they saw the black-robed young man. Who has the inscription stone? Hand it over now. My time in the secret room is up. I need to continue cultivating and break through a martial technique. Bai Long shouted, his eyes like lightning, and he didn't hide his powerful aura at all. A 5th grade Great Martial Master. This young man was actually a fifth-grade great martial master. Suddenly, Bai Long's gaze landed on the secret room behind Lu Ming. Ah, the secret room that just opened is perfect for me to use. Then, he strode towards the secret room. Lu Ming moved his feet slightly and stood in front of Bai Long. This secret chamber is mine. Bai Long was stunned. He sized Lu Ming up and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yours? Then let me have it now. Although he said his tone was strong and domineering. It was a direct command. I'm sorry, I won't let you win, Lu Ming said indifferently. Not allowed? Kid, it seems like you don't know who I am. I'll say it again, I'm going to cultivate my martial skill in the secret room now. If I'm delayed by you and my martial skill can't break through, can you bear the responsibility? Bai Long said coldly. If you need a secret chamber, open it yourself. Don't grumble here. What does it have to do with me if you need to practice martial arts? Get out of here, I still need to practice. Lu Ming waved his hands as if he was chasing away flies. Chapter 207. Chapter 207. Chapter 207 crippled with one move. Bai Long's face instantly darkened. Haha, this kid, although he has some strength, he's really a hothead. He actually dares to speak to Bai Long like that. He's finished. Lu Mozi was about to leave, but he stopped at that moment. He laughed in his heart when he saw Lu Ming talking to Bai Long in such a manner, gloating over his misfortune. He would be lying if he said that he did not resent Lu Ming for what he did to him just now. It was just that he was not as powerful as Lu Ming and could only swallow his anger. Now that he saw that Lu Ming had actually offended Bai Long, he was naturally overjoyed. He hoped that Bai Long would teach Lu Ming a harsh lesson. The others were the same, gloating at his misfortune. Kid, what did you say? Bai Long's face was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Ha ha ha. Bai Long laughed out of extreme anger, and a cold, killing intent exploded from his body. He glared at Lu Ming and said, Brat, it has been a long time since anyone has dared to talk to me like this in the Outer Palace. You're the first one. It seems like some ants are going to turn the sky upside down after I haven't fought for a long time. Today, I will give you an unforgettable lesson. With that, he took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Boom! Bai Long's fist rumbled out, and a terrifying whistling sound instantly rang out. This punch was extremely shocking. The fist force was so powerful that it could even shatter a mountain. Bai Long's lips curled into a sinister smile. He wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body with one punch. In the world of martial artists, no matter where one was, strength spoke the loudest. It was extremely normal for one to draw a sword and kill someone if they did not agree with one another. I originally didn't want to make a move today, but there's a group of people who are looking for death. Lu Ming muttered and waved his palm at Bai Long. The moment he waved his hand, a long spear was formed. Buzz! The tip of the spear pierced through everything, and Bai Long's terrifying fist energy was pierced through like tofu. Ah! Bai Long screamed and quickly retreated. Lu Mozi and the others were shocked. They quickly looked at Bai Long and gasped. A hole appeared on Bai Long's fist, from which white bones could be seen and blood was flowing out. The hole went straight through his arm, as if it had been blasted open. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Long's body trembled nonstop. His face was pale, and cold sweat was flowing down his face. He let out a low roar. With that little ability of yours, you still have that expression of blowing the sky up. I'm really speechless. Now you better get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Brat, you're ruthless, but today's matter isn't over yet. Just you wait. Bai Long roared and fled the place in a sorry state. You're still here? Do you want to be like Bai Long? Lu Ming looked at Lu Mozi and the rest with a faint smile. The expressions of Lu Mozi and the others changed drastically, and they were almost scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had crippled Bai Long's hand with one move. How could they afford to offend such a ruthless person? Go. I'll leave immediately. Lu Mozi shouted and quickly walked towards the stone stairs. The others followed closely behind. When they reached the second floor, Lu Matzi stopped. Lu Pozi, what's wrong? Haven't you been taught a lesson enough? You still want to stay and get abused? One of the young men sneered and gloated. Shut up, Lu Matzi shouted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy as he said, that kid is strong, but he's brainless. He even dared to hurt Bai Long. Now that Bai Long is injured, he'll definitely go back and ask his big brother Bai Qi. Once Bai Qi comes, this kid is dead for sure. Of course I'll stay and watch the show. As soon as he said that, the other young men's expressions changed. That's right. Bai Qi is one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace. With him here, that kid is finished. I also want to stay and watch the show. The young men spoke one after another. They then sat down cross-legged on the second floor, waiting for Bai Qi to arrive. The third floor. Big brother Tianyuan, you're really too amazing. When will I be as amazing as you? No, it'll be good if I'm only half as amazing as you. Ming Feng looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Now, Lu Ming was already his idol. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, you'll be able to catch up to me very soon. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the secret room. He sensed it carefully and shook his head. Although the fire-type spiritual energy in the secret room was rich, it did not meet Lu Ming's requirements. He needed to continue down. Ming Feng, you can use this secret room for your cultivation, Lu Ming said. For me? Big brother Tianyuan, what about you? Ming Feng asked. I want to continue going down. This place isn't very effective for me. Lu Ming said. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Feng's eyes lit up with excitement as he walked into the secret room. Big brother Tianyuan, I'll be closing my door to cultivate then. Ming Feng shouted. Seeing Lu Ming nod, he pressed a button and the stone door of the secret room closed. As for Lu Ming, he continued to go down. Soon, they arrived at the fourth floor. The fourth floor required 27 inscription stones to open a secret room. In the middle of the fourth floor, there were two people sitting cross-legged. The moment Lu Ming came down, the two of them looked at him with ill intentions. It was obvious that they were also people who wanted to occupy the secret cultivation room. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and shook his head. Then, he continued down and walked to the fifth level. The two young men's expressions changed. They watched as Lu Ming walked down to the fifth level. Their eyes flickered, but they did not follow him in the end. There were no weaklings who could cultivate on the fifth floor. In fact, many of them were students from the General Star Hall Inner Hall and were experts at the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm or above. Lu Ming walked down the stairs. When he was close to the fifth level, the power of an inscription acted on him, preventing him from going any further. Lu Ming's body trembled, and this force was destroyed. It seems like without a certain cultivation, I can't even cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. When he set foot on the fifth level, Lu Ming felt waves of scorching, violent fire-type spiritual energy surging in his surroundings, making his skin feel numb and itchy. No wonder there are inscriptions here. The fire spiritual chi here is too hot and violent. Ordinary people would die if they would be hit by this spiritual chi. Weaker martial artists who cultivate here for a long time would even have their meridians burned. However, this spiritual chi is just right for me. Lu Ming pondered secretly. There were more than a dozen secret chambers around the fifth floor, and about half of them were occupied with people cultivating. There was no one in the open space. No one had occupied the secret cultivation room. Lu Ming walked to the front of his secret room and took out 81 inscription stones. That's right, the fifth floor required 81 inscription stones to open a secret room and cultivate for a month. Embed the rune stone on the stone door, and the stone door will release. Lu Ming opened the door and walked in. After he entered, he closed the stone door. When the stone door was closed, the walls of the secret room glowed with inscriptions, and the fire-attributed spiritual chi in the secret room became more and more intense. The inscription formation in the secret room helped to absorb and gather the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. The fire-attributed spiritual qi here seems to be surging up from deep underground. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. Chapter 208. Chapter 208. The top 10 experts of the Outer Palace. There were 13 levels in the Earth Cave. The lower the level, the denser the fire element's spiritual qi. It was said that the further down one went, the more spiritual qi there was, the deeper it would be. These 13 floors were not natural. The Burning Sun royal family had spent a lot of manpower to excavate them. However, even after exhausting all his efforts, he could only dig out the 13th layer. It was impossible to continue down. It was because no one could go down. It was said that the last 2 levels were opened up by a peerless martial king of the ancient Burning Sun Empire's royal family. No one else could even go down. Lu Ming had heard this from Ming Feng. What was below the 13th floor? Countless people in the Burning Sun Empire were wondering, but no one knew the answer. Lu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He sat cross-legged, activated the true war dragon technique, and began cultivating. The surrounding fire-type spiritual energy was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. The hot fire property spiritual qi was constantly being transformed into genuine qi. The hot aura could also refine the genuine qi, making it more condensed. Lu Ming realized that the cultivation speed here was more than 20 times faster than the outside. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to more than 20 days of cultivation outside. Although the cost of 80 runes was terrifying, which was more than 2,400 spiritual crystals, the effect was worth it. This was especially so for martial artists who needed to break through their bottlenecks. If they came here, they would have a higher chance of breaking through their bottlenecks. Although Lu Ming's blood meridian was at the 6th level, the speed at which it devoured and absorbed spiritual energy was not inferior to that of a 9th level blood meridian. It was at a terrifying speed. Lu Ming circulated his spirit-devouring bloodline, and his body was like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the spirit qi of heaven and earth around him. Ho-ho! Circulating his essential qi, the essential qi in Lu Ming's meridians transformed into tangible little dragons that swam in his meridians. The vortex in his dantian was spinning continuously like a nebula. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation. A few hours later, on the 2nd level of the Earth Cave. They're here. Suddenly, Lu Mozi's eyes lit up and he shouted. The others all looked towards the entrance. 2 figures walked in. One of them was Bai Long. At this moment, one of Bai Long's hands was wrapped in a thick layer of bandages. Next to Bai Long was a young man with a cold expression and a 50 to 60% resemblance to Bai Long. Bai Qi really came. Lu Mozi and the others looked at the young man with deep respect. Bai Qi, one of the top 10 experts of the Outer Hall, was a peak 6th grade great martial master. However, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He could easily kill a 7th grade great martial master, and many Inner Hall students were no match for him. He was a top genius. They simply couldn't compare to him. Bai Qi glanced at Lu Mozi and the others, then went to the 3rd floor. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Mozi gritted his teeth and followed him down to the 3rd floor. The others also followed. When Bai Qi and the others arrived at the 3rd floor, they saw that there was no one there. Speak, where's that little bastard? Bai Long's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Mozi and the others. Fuck, we didn't know. We were also chased away by that kid. Lu Mozi's face changed. Looks like he's already in a secret room to train. Second brother, do you still remember which secret room it was? Bai Qi's voice was calm, but there was a hidden killing intent in it, causing Lu Mozi and the others to shiver. That room, that's right. Bai Long pointed at the room that Lu Ming had opened earlier. It was also the room that Ming Feng was cultivating in. Good. Does that kid think that hiding in the secret room will help? Even if he's hiding inside, I'll blast him out. Bai Qi sneered. Boom! Then, he struck the stone door of the secret room with his palm. A violent tremor was heard. In the secret chamber, Ming Feng was cultivating. Suddenly, an earth-shaking boom sounded. His body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Who is it? Who's bombarding the stone door? Damn it! Ming Feng roared. Boom! Outside, Bai Qi struck out with his palm again, causing the stone door to shake. Lu Motzi and the others were shocked. Bai Qi was really bold. There was a rule in the General Star Hall that no one was allowed to bombard the door of the secret room, because doing so would easily cause the person inside to go berserk. But now, Bai Qi completely ignored this rule. This was the confidence that came with being powerful. In the secret room, Ming Feng gritted his teeth. However, the sounds of the attacks continued to ring out as if they were endless. An hour later, Ming Feng couldn't take it anymore. I like to see who it is. I'm going to report him to the elder. Ming Feng growled, opened the stone door, and walked out. Bai Long, you again. The moment he opened the stone door, Ming Feng saw Bai Long. You're finally out. Why are you here? Where's that kid? Which secret room? Bai Long said coldly as he stared at Ming Feng. Why should I tell you? Also, you attacked the stone door, which is against the rules of the General Star Hall. I'm going to sue you guys. Ming Feng shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a strong gust of wind coming at him. The speed of this gust of wind was far beyond his imagination, and he could not dodge it at all. Pa! Ming Feng's face received a heavy slap. Ming Feng's body flew out. You talk too much. Tell me, which secret room is that kid in? Bai Qi asked coldly as he withdrew his palm. Fuck, I don't know. Ming Feng struggled to get up and shouted. You don't know? You still dare to be stubborn? Bai Qi's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. His body moved, and he appeared beside Ming Feng. He stepped on Ming Feng's face, causing his face to collide with the stone slab. Do you know now? Bai Qi asked indifferently. Roar. Ming Feng roared like a wild beast and struggled in anger, shouting, I said I don't know, so I really don't know. If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I'll definitely take revenge. Big brother, looks like you didn't lie. I've checked the secret chamber that was open here, and it wasn't open for long. I guess that kid went down. Bai Long said. He went down? Bai Qi frowned. It would be troublesome if they went further down because they did not know which secret room Lu Ming had entered. Without knowing which secret room it was, he didn't dare to randomly attack. This was especially true from the 4th level onwards, where everyone was an expert. If he made a mistake and provoked other experts, things would become troublesome. Bang! Bai Qi kicked Ming Feng away and said in disdain, A master realm ant wants to seek revenge from me? Fine, I'll be waiting for you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Motzi and the others and ordered, You guys stay here and guard. When you see the kid come out, report to me immediately. This M.O. Lu Motzi and the others hesitated. What's wrong? You want to refuse? Bai Qi stared at Lu Motzi and the others with an unfriendly look, and his voice turned cold. No, we'll definitely stay here. As soon as that kid comes out, we'll report to you immediately. Lu Motzi hurriedly nodded in agreement. And Bai Qi nodded and left with Bai Long. Chapter 209. Chapter 209. Coming out of seclusion, anger. After Bai Qi left, Ming Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Giggle. Ming Feng clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood oozed out. Bai Qi, if I don't get my revenge, I'm not a human. Ming Feng's eyes were red. He roared and staggered up, leaving the Earth Yuan cave. Meanwhile, Lu Motzi and the others were waiting there. 3 days later, in Ming Feng's dormitory, Mingzhu and Ming Feng sat opposite each other. Bang! Mingzhu slammed the table heavily. Her face was dark as she said, Bai Qi, you've gone too far. Sister, I must take revenge for this. Ming Feng gritted his teeth. After 3 days, his injuries were much better, but a few of his bones were broken, and it was not something that could be healed in a few days. "Little brother, do you really want Big Brother to take action?" Mingzhu asked. "Not bad. Only Big Brother can take revenge for me," Ming Feng said. "Big Brother has been focusing on his cultivation and has been keeping a low profile. That's why he's not listed in the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace. But you and I both know his combat strength. He should be able to deal with Bai Qi. But Big Brother is in closed-door cultivation now. I'm afraid he has to wait for a while." Mingzhu pondered for a while and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll wait. Wait for Big Brother to come out of seclusion. Big Brother will definitely make a decision for me," Ming Feng said. That's good." Mingzhu nodded. Lu Ming had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He was focused on cultivation. Every day, other than cultivating the true war dragon technique, he would be comprehending the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had gained a lot in a month's time. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for more than a year. In nearly 2 years, Lu Ming had condensed his essential qi properly. Not only did he eliminate all the hidden dangers left behind by his rapid improvement in the past, but his cultivation also progressed steadily and steadily. Step by step, he reached the peak of the 4th grade Great Master Realm. It cannot be helped. Lu Ming needed too much energy to increase his cultivation level. Lu Ming's main purpose was to lay a solid foundation. Hence, the progress was very slow. However, his essential qi was full and smooth as one. He had already reached the limit of the 4th grade Great Martial Master and was only 1 step away from the 5th grade Great Martial Master. Lu Ming was still very satisfied. His Force of Fire had also made great progress. Although it was still far from the great completion, it had been moving forward steadily, taking a big step forward from the foundation of the small completion. If you have time in the future, you should come here more often to cultivate. This is only the 5th level. The effects of the lower levels will definitely be greater. Lu Ming pondered. Then, the stone door opened. It was time, and Lu Ming walked out. Then he went up. When he reached the 3rd level, Lu Ming was slightly stunned because Lu Matzi and the rest were still there. "It's that kid. He's out." The eyes of Lu Matzi and the rest lit up when they saw Lu Ming. "You really haven't changed," Lu Ming muttered and looked at the secret room at Bright Peak. The stone door was dim, and it was obvious that no one was cultivating inside. He should have arrived at Ming Feng's secret room just a few minutes earlier than me. If he came out, he should have waited for me. Could it be that he came out early? Lu Ming was thinking in his heart. Something's wrong. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw some faint palm prints on the stone door of the secret chamber. Although the palm print was very faint, it could not escape Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming remembered that there was definitely no such thing before. Did something happen to Ming Feng? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Matzi and the rest. "Stop right there." At this moment, Lu Matzi and the rest were about to slip away. Lu Ming shouted loudly. Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale and they could only stop. "Let me ask you, where are the people in this secret chamber?" "The young man who came with me?" Lu Ming asked coldly. We don't know about that." Lu Matzi's eyes flickered as he stuttered. "There's definitely something going on." The expressions of Lu Matzi and the rest made Lu Ming even more certain. "Tell me what happened. If you don't tell me, you can't leave." A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and a murderous aura burst out. Lu Matzi and the others shivered and were scared to death. Finally, they told him everything. Boom! An extremely powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. His violent essential qi was wreaking havoc in the cave. "Bai Long, Bai Qi, damn you," Lu Ming said in a low voice. His voice was extremely cold. Speaking of which, Ming Feng was still implicated by him. This debt, he definitely had to get it back from Ming Feng. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. We are here because of Bai Qi," Lu Matzi said, trembling. "Cut the crap. Lead the way to Bai Qi's residence," Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Matzi and the rest were stunned. Then they looked shocked. Lu Ming was going to find trouble with Bai Qi directly. Good, this kid is really arrogant. Bring him to Bai Qi and let Bai Qi teach him a lesson. It will also help me vent my anger. Lu Matzi thought to himself, and then quickly nodded in agreement. Then, Lu Matzi and the rest brought Lu Ming to Bai Qi's residence. More than 10 minutes before Lu Ming ended his cultivation, a tall young man with a saber on his back walked into Ming Feng's dormitory. Ha! Little brother, you've finally joined the General Star Hall. Big brother has been busy cultivating and didn't come to see you. Don't blame Big brother. The young man burst into laughter as soon as he entered Ming Feng's room. Mingzhu was beside the young man. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion. When Ming Feng saw the young man, he shouted in joy. I've come out of seclusion. Long time no see. Let me see if your cultivation has improved. The young man had a smile on his face as he sized up Ming Feng. With one look, his expression changed slightly, and he said, Little brother, you were injured some time ago. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. A month ago, Ming Feng had many of his bones broken. Even if his cultivation was not weak, a month's time was not enough for him to recover to his peak. Naturally, the young man could tell a glance. Big brother, you have to help me. Ming Feng immediately shouted. What's going on? The young man frowned. It's like this. Ming Feng then explained everything. Bai Qi, you're good. You're only ranked 10th among the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace, yet you're so arrogant. It seems that it's wrong for my Ming city to blindly cultivate during this period of time. It's time for me to move my bones and let people know how powerful I am. Ming Cheng's face darkened, and he said coldly, Let's go. Take me to Bai Qi's residence. I'll take revenge for this. Ming Cheng waved his hand. Big brother, I know Bai Qi's residence. Mingzhu said. The three siblings of the Ming family headed toward Bai Qi's residence. As one of the top 10 masters of the Outer Palace, Bai Qi's residence was completely different from the other students. He had his own courtyard, which was right behind the pavilions where the other students lived. Soon, Ming Cheng, Ming Feng, and Mingzhu arrived at Bai Qi's residence. Bai Qi, get out here, Ming Cheng roared. His voice rolled like the tide and spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire dormitory area. Chapter 210. Chapter 210, Top Battle. His voice rolled and spread throughout the entire dormitory area, causing the entire dormitory area to shake. What? Someone told Bai Qi to come out. Who is this person? Why are you so arrogant? Don't tell me he's one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace? Bai Qi is ranked 10th in the top 10. Only the other top 10 warriors would dare to call him that. There's something interesting to see. Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, from the dormitory's pavilion, figures flickered and headed towards Bai Qi's courtyard. Soon, a circle of people appeared outside Bai Qi's courtyard, and the number of people was still increasing. Where did this blind dog come from? Are you looking for death? A loud roar came from Bai Qi's courtyard. Then, the gate of the courtyard opened, and 4 or 5 figures walked out. The one leading them was Bai Qi, and Bai Long was at his side. It had been a month, but Bai Long's arm had not recovered yet, and it was still wrapped in thick bandages. At this moment, Bai Long's gaze swept across the surroundings. It was obvious that he was the one who had let out the roar. Then his eyes fell on Ming Feng. Little bastard, it's you. Why? The lesson last time wasn't enough, and now you're looking for death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Long laughed savagely. Buzz! Slap his mouth. Suddenly, Ming Cheng's body moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Bai Long and swung his palm. They were so fast that even Bai Qi could not save them in time. Bai Long was sent flying by a slap. The scene suddenly fell silent. Isn't that the martial arts fanatic from Ming City? How dare you slap Bai Long in front of Bai Qi? Yeah, Ming Cheng is a martial arts fanatic. He cultivated into a demon before. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Bai Qi is going to lose his temper. I wonder if Ming City can deal with him? The surroundings were filled with the sound of discussion. Ming City, right? Do you know the consequences of this? Bai Qi's face was extremely gloomy as he looked at Ming Chen coldly. Why didn't you think about the consequences of hurting my brother? Now, I'm giving him a slap, which is considered light. Now it's your turn. Let me see what tricks you, one of the top 10 masters, have up your sleeve. Ming Chen stared at Bai Qi, his eyes flashing with a crazy desire to fight. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out of his body. The aura of a peak 6th grade Great Master. Bai Qi's pupils slightly shrank, and then he sneered, "So, you're a peak 6th grade Great Martial Master. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in front of my door. But today, I'll tell you that even though we're both peak 6th grade Great Martial Masters, there's a huge difference in our combat strength. You'll regret what you've done today." Boom! A powerful aura also burst out from Bai Qi's body. It was also the aura of a peak 6th grade Great Martial Master. The two auras collided, stirring up a gust of wind. "Haha, then let's fight." Ming Chen laughed maniacally. He unsheathed his saber with a terrifying saber radiance. The blade light turned black and rose into the sky, stirring the wind and clouds. 8 Desolation's Warblade. Die! Ming Chen roared and slashed out with his saber. A terrifying saber radiance slashed towards Bai Qi. As soon as the saber was used, a terrifying saber intent filled the entire area, and everyone felt a terrifying pressure. "So strong. He's too strong," someone shouted. Bai Qi's pupils suddenly contracted and he shouted, "White Snake Dragon Palm." He struck out with his palm and the space trembled. A huge white snake formed and hissed towards the sky, charging towards Ming Chen's blade light. An earth-shaking sound was heard, and Bai Qi's body was shaken and he was pushed back. Ming City, on the other hand, did not move. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This martial arts fanatic Ming Chen is actually so strong. Even Bai Qi was forced to retreat in one move. It seems that we have underestimated Ming City. Some people just don't like reputation, but they are not necessarily weak. Now it seems that the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace are not necessarily the strongest. Not bad. Of course, there were also people who opposed it. Bai Qi was just careless just now. He might not lose. It's too early to say this. Someone retorted. The crowd was in a heated discussion, but Bai Qi's face was extremely gloomy. "Bai Qi, so this is all you've got. It's really disappointing. From now on, you can give me your title as one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace." Ming Chen laughed. "The battle has just begun. It's too early for you to be happy. You're not qualified to defeat me." Dragon White Snake Palm, Dragon Transformation. Bai Qi let out a long roar, and his genuine chi surged. His hands were filled with a thick white light. He struck out with his palm, and a huge white snake appeared. Once it appeared, it changed rapidly and finally turned into a white giant dragon, pouncing towards Ming City. Dragon. He really turned into a dragon. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw this. Bai Qi's battle power was truly shocking. Even a 7th grade Great Martial Master wouldn't be able to withstand such a combat strength, let alone a peak 6th grade Great Martial Master. "I'll defeat you in 30 moves with just a small trick," Ming Chen sneered. He held the saber with both hands and slowly raised it. At this moment, a huge blade was formed. The huge blade was dark, like the scythe of the death god, and it slowly slashed towards Bai Qi. The huge blade and the white dragon clashed. The white dragon let out a long roar, opened its mouth, and bit down on the huge blade. However, the giant saber shook violently, and the terrifying saber radiance shook the sky. Boom! In the end, the white dragon was defeated, turning into a wave of energy and dissipating. The giant blade did not stop. White Snake Dragon Palm, one palm turning into 10 dragons. Bai Qi roared and clapped his hands. Roar! Roar! At that moment, 10 white giant dragons appeared and roared as they charged toward Ming City. 8 Desolation's War Saber Fight. Battle! Battle! Ming Chen's fighting spirit was shocking. He slashed wildly with his saber, showing the overbearing and powerful strength of a swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming, Lu Mozi, and the rest had just arrived. Someone is fighting against Bai Qi. Who is it? It's actually so powerful. Lu Mozi gasped. That's Ming Cheng, the martial madman Ming Cheng. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's amazing. Fortunately, I didn't offend him before. Another youth said, Ming City? His surname is Ming? Lu Ming's expression changed. He swept his gaze, and indeed, he saw Ming Zhu and Ming Feng. I wonder what is the relationship between Ming City and Pearl Mountain. Lu Ming thought. At the same time, he walked forward and essential qi gushed out of his body. The people in front of him made way for him subconsciously. Lu Ming walked forward and stood in the crowd to watch. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbles continued. Ming Cheng and Bai Qi had exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. However, Ming Cheng became more and more courageous as the battle progressed, and Bai Qi gradually lost. Bai Qi roared in anger, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed by Ming Cheng. 8 Desolations War Saber. Break the heavens and destroy the earth. Ming Cheng made the last strike. This strike contained all of Ming Cheng's fighting spirit. This blade seemed to be able to destroy everything. As the saber slashed down, Bai Qi roared and retreated rapidly. Everyone saw a wound appear on Bai Qi's body, and blood was flowing out. Bai Qi's face was pale. He had lost. Chapter 211. Chapter 211. A Soft Persimmon. Ming Cheng, the martial madman who was usually low-key and only knew how to cultivate, actually had such strong strength. If he said he would defeat Bai Qi in 30 moves, then he really meant it. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Bai Qi, is this your true strength? You're really disappointing. From now on, you'll be removed from the top 10 experts, and your ranking will be inherited by me. Ming Cheng shouted. Bai Qi gritted his teeth, his face ashen, but he could not refute. He was originally ranked 10th in the top 10 experts. Now that he was defeated, he naturally should withdraw from the top 10 experts, ranking and be replaced by Ming Cheng. Also, you don't have the right to stay in this courtyard anymore. I'll give you 3 days to move out. Ming Cheng laughed. What? Don't you go too far. Bai Qi roared. Bullying? Why didn't you think that way when you hit my brother? You just think that you're strong enough to bully others, but now that I'm stronger than you, what's wrong with that? Ming Cheng was very domineering and sneered. You? Bai Qi was furious, but he had nothing to say. Second sister, little brother, let's go. Ming Cheng laughed and turned to leave. Why aren't you cocky now? You're just a piece of trash. Ming Feng pouted and looked at Bai Qi and Bai Long with disdain. Bai Qi and Bai Long were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 3 Ming siblings passed through the crowd. The people around them gloated at Bai Qi's misfortune when they saw him in such a sorry state. The Bai brothers had offended many people. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. Bai Long roared as he scanned the crowd. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but lower their heads, but their hearts were filled with disdain. Why weren't they arrogant in front of Ming Cheng just now? Now that Ming Cheng had left, they began to be arrogant. Bai Long's gaze swept across the entire scene. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. He pointed in Lu Ming's direction and shouted, It's you, you little bastard. It's all your fault. Big brother, the one who injured me that day was this bastard. Bai Long pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. The people around Lu Ming were shocked. They hurriedly took a few steps back to distance them slaviers from Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming was exposed. Is this the kid? Bai Qi's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming. Yes, at this moment, his killing intent towards Lu Ming was extremely strong. He felt that the reason why he ended up in this state, being defeated by Ming Cheng in public and being humiliated ruthlessly, was all because of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not injured Bai Long, he would not have gone to the Earth Aeon cave to cause trouble for Lu Ming. He would not have injured Ming Peak and attracted Ming City here. At this moment, he blamed everything on Lu Ming. His desire to kill Lu Ming was stronger than Ming Cheng. Damn it, this brat should die, Bai Qi roared. Senior Bai, we brought you the kid you wanted. At this time, Lu Posey squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward Bai Qi. Little bastard, come here, kneel down, kowtow to me 100 times in front of everyone, and admit your mistake. Hurry up. Bai Qi pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He wanted to get back at Lu Ming for the humiliation he had suffered today. He also wanted to let others know that he, Bai Qi, was still a strong person that everyone respected. Lu Ming's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile. How could he not see through Bai Qi's thoughts? He was treating him as a soft persimmon. However, was Lu Ming a pushover? Lu Ming took a step forward casually and looked at Bai Long. What's wrong? Wasn't it enough to be taught a lesson back then? Now you want to be abused again? A sinister expression appeared on Bai Long's face, and he said, Kid, what you did to me, I will take it back 10 times. 10 times? With just you, or with you, the big brother who was easily defeated just now? Lu Ming smiled faintly and cast a glance at Bai Qi. In an instant, Bai Qi's expression changed. It became extremely ugly. The muscles on his face trembled, and his eyes revealed an extremely cold, killing intent. He regarded the matter earlier as a great humiliation, but Lu Ming still brought it up now. This was the scar of receiving him in public. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Lu Ming is too bold. How dare he say that to Bai Qi in public? It's over. Everyone thought, Lu Ming is finished. Bai Qi will never let him off. As expected, Bai Qi's expression was ferocious. He looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, Little bastard, if I don't break all the bones in your body today, I won't be called Bai Qi. Just call me an idiot. It's easy to say, isn't it? It's also a good match for you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ah, you're looking for death. Bai Qi could not hold it in any longer. He roared and pounced at Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm. Bai Qi used his ultimate move as soon as he attacked. A huge white dragon roared and pounced at Lu Ming. A sharp aura gushed out and filled the entire area. Many people felt the terrifying pressure and retreated with a change in expression. Although Bai Qi had been defeated by Ming Cheng, he was not seriously injured. His strength had not weakened, and he was still extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that the reason Bai Qi was easily defeated by Ming Cheng was not because Bai Qi was weak, but because Ming Cheng was too strong. That brat wouldn't be turned into a meat pie with a single palm strike, right? Many people had the same thought. Small tricks. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, Lu Ming's hand glowed and a long spear was condensed. He swept the spear. Bang! The long spear swept across the white dragon, directly shattering it into pieces. Bai Qi let out a muffled groan, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. This. The crowd was dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they watched this scene. He retreated. The White Scarlet residents retreated after Lu Ming's one move. How is this possible? Some of them even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrong. What dragon transformation palm? I think it's more like insect transformation palm. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ew, take my move. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm, one palm turning into 10 dragons. Bai Qi's palms were sent out continuously, using the strongest move he had used in the fierce battle with Ming Cheng. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Lu Ming let out a long howl, and with a move of his hand, the demon's subduing spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, and the demon's subduing spear turned into 10 spear shadows. It was so fast that it was as if 10 bolts of lightning had appeared in the sky. After that, there were 10 loud explosions in the sky. The 10 white, giant dragons that Bai Qi had blasted out were all defeated by Lu Ming. This is the first move. Next, the second move. Before the crowd could be shocked, Lu Ming immediately executed his second move. Whoosh! The pitch-black demon's subduing spear pierced through the air and instantly stabbed toward Bai Qi. So fast! It's too fast! Bai Qi shouted in fear. He used all of his strength and struck out dozens of palm strikes in an instant. The terrifying power covered the area in front of him. Chapter 212. Chapter 212. Chapter 212. 3 moves. But dash! Lu Ming's long spear pierced through and the palm force collapsed. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically as he frantically kicked his back leg. Buzz! Buzz! Outside of the crowd, Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng returned and flew over at top speed. It was obvious that they had heard the commotion and returned. That's Big Brother Tianyun. Big Brother Tianyun is too strong. He actually forced Bai Qi to retreat. Ming Feng shouted in surprise. Ming Zhu also looked on in surprise. Ming Cheng's eyes were filled with shock. The third move, a faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth again. Whoosh! The third spear thrust out. The tip of the spear glowed with a faint green light. It was agile, ethereal, and extremely sharp. The space seemed to have been pierced through, and a blue mark appeared. Only traces could be seen, no gun could be seen. It was too fast. Pucci! Before Bai Qi could even react, the tip of Lu Ming's spear had pierced through his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground. Everyone was stunned. He didn't even have time to react. Arg! Ah! It was not until Bai Qi let out a shrill scream that everyone came to their senses. CSI. Immediately, gasps of shock could be heard. 3 moves. It was really 3 moves. Lu Ming nailed Bai Qi to the ground. Too strong. He was simply too strong. Everyone was roaring in their hearts. Even an idiot could tell that Bai Qi had no way of fighting back in Lu Ming's hands. Where did this young man come from? Wasn't his strength too terrifying? Today, they had defeated Bai Qi in 30 moves in Ming City, to let everyone know that the so-called top 10 experts of the Outer Palace were not invincible. There were many hidden experts in the Outer Palace. Then, Lu Ming's next move was even more exaggerated. He nailed Bai Qi to the ground in 3 moves. It made people even more convinced that there were many experts hidden in the Outer Palace. Force, that's force. He just used the force of wind. Suddenly, someone shouted. There was no lack of experts in the outer hall. Naturally, there were people who recognized the force of the wind that Lu Ming had displayed. Lu Ming had indeed cast the force of the wind just now. Lu Ming cast the force of the wind, and the speed of his spear was extremely fast. What? It was actually the force of the wind? He's so young, and his cultivation is only at the great martial master realm, but he's already comprehended force. Terrifying. Genius, a peerless genius. Even the 5 great sects, he's a rare, peerless genius. There was a heated discussion in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wind force was only something he had comprehended some time ago. If everyone knew that he had also comprehended fire force, and that it had already reached small success, who knew how shocked they would be? Force? Big Brother Tianyun has actually comprehended force? In the crowd, Ming Feng's mouth was wide open in shock. Second sister, little brother, is he the Tianyun you're talking about? He's indeed a top genius. Haha, I'll definitely find him to spar with in the future. Ming Cheng grinned, his eyes shining with excitement. How could this be? How did this happen? It's impossible, impossible. Bai Long looked at this scene in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he kept muttering to himself as if he couldn't accept this. Nothing is impossible. There are so many geniuses and experts. What can you and your brother do? Lu Ming said indifferently. He really didn't put a genius like Bai Qi in his eyes. He estimated that Bai Qi's level of talent would be about the same as the top 10 on the bronze list if he were in the mystical sword sect. With his current combat strength It was not difficult for him to fight a genius of this level who was several levels higher than him. Ah! Baichi roared and struggled with all his might, his eyes showing a humiliated expression. What are you shouting for? I forgot to tell you that I have a strong point, and that is that I like to return everything that others want to do to me. Just now, you threatened to break all the bones in my body, hee. Lu Ming chuckled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was cold enough to make people shiver. Baichi's eyes were filled with fear, and he shouted, "No, don't. Buzz." Lu Ming's palm shook and the long spear trembled. A powerful force gushed out of the long spear and rushed into Baichi's body. And NBSB, ka. The sound of beans being fried came from Baichi's body. Baichi let out a shrill scream. All the bones in his body were crushed by Lu Ming in an instant. Everyone was shocked, and then a bone-piercing chill spread from their backs. Ruthless, he was too ruthless. Lu Ming had actually broken Baichi's bones. However, a large number of people were very pleased and completely acknowledged Lu Ming. This was how martial artists should be. Lu Ming's eyes were calm, and he did not look like he could not bear to do it. If he were to lose today and fall into Baichi's hands, Baichi would definitely break his bones. If he wasn't ruthless, others would be ruthless to him. In this world, the weak were prey to the strong. Big brother. On the side, Bai Long's body was trembling nonstop. His face was pale and bloodless, and even his voice was trembling. Lu Ming's gaze swept across him. Bai Long shouted, "No," and fell limply to the ground. "Get lost," Lu Ming shouted coldly. Bai Long's body trembled, and he struggled to his feet, trying to run out. "Get back here and take your big brother away," Lu Ming berated. Bai Long hurriedly ran back, supported by Qi, and staggered away. Big brother Tianyun, you're really too amazing. I really admire you." At this moment, Ming Feng shouted and squeezed through the crowd. He ran towards Lu Ming, followed by Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng. "Ming Feng, it's all my fault that you were injured by Baichi," Lu Ming said. "How can you blame Big Brother Tianyun for this? It's just that my cultivation base is too weak. Besides, didn't Big Brother Tianyun teach Baichi a harsh lesson today and stand up for me?" Ming Feng said. Cough, cough. Behind Ming Feng, Ming Cheng coughed a few times. Of course, my beloved big brother also taught Baichi a lesson and helped me vent my anger. I thank you, big brother." Ming Feng's eyes turned, and he quickly smiled. "You bastard." Ming Cheng laughed and scolded him. He then looked at Lu Ming, cupped his fists, and said, "I am Ming Cheng, the big brother of Ming Zhu and Ming Feng. I've just heard the two of them talk about you. I didn't expect Brother Tianyun to be such a peerless genius. I truly admire you. Brother Ming is too kind. I was just lucky," Lu Ming said with a smile. "There's no need for Brother Tianyun to be so modest. How about this? Let's have a sparring match some other day. How about that?" Ming Cheng looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Ming Zhu and Ming Feng revealed an expression that said as expected, "Sure." Lu Ming did not refuse. "Good, that's great." "Huh?" Ming Cheng laughed. "Let's go. It's fate that we're able to meet Brother Tianyun today. Let's have a good drink. It's my treat." Ming Cheng laughed. Lu Ming did not reject her. It was always good to make more friends in the imperial capital. The few of them found a restaurant and had a good drink. When they returned, it was already late at night. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, an old man came to Lu Ming's dormitory. "Tianyun, my young master would like to see you," the old man said. Chapter 213. Chapter 213, The Eighth Prince. "Your young master?" Lu Ming was stunned. Who would invite him? Could it be another student from the General Stars Hall? Lu Ming frowned and wanted to refuse. "Young Master Tianyun, you don't have to reject him so quickly. My young master said that he's an old friend of yours," the old man said with a smile. An old friend? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. He didn't have any old friends in the capital. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of a person, Huaqi. However, he was currently in disguise and had changed his name to Tianyun. How could he possibly be Hua Qi? Lu Ming was very curious. All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Please. The old man smiled. Lu Ming and the elder left the General Star Hall. There was already a luxurious carriage waiting at the entrance. The horse in the carriage was not an ordinary horse, but a flood dragon horse. It had a strong body, a single horn on its head, and its entire body was covered in scales. Legend had it that the flood dragon horse had the bloodline of a flood dragon and could travel 100,000 li in a day. It was an extremely precious mount. But this carriage was pulled by 3 WIRM horses. The owner of the carriage was definitely not an ordinary person. After boarding the carriage, the coachman shouted, and the carriage rushed out like a whirlwind. Lu Ming sat in the carriage. It was very stable, and he did not feel any bumps at all. The old man sat opposite Lu Ming and did not say a word. He closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the carriage stopped. We're here. Young Master Tianyan, please. The old man opened his eyes and smiled. Lu Ming nodded and got off the carriage. However, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. They stopped in a wide square. There were many carriages parked in the square. Each carriage was very luxurious, and most of them were pulled by rare beasts. In front of the square was a very majestic building with high walls that were resplendent. Rows of armored soldiers patrolled on the high wall and the gate. Each soldier gave off a strong aura. This is the Imperial Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he was slightly shocked. Young Master Tianyan, please. The old man raised his hand and said, Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned and asked again. The old man smiled gently. I won't hide it from young Master Tianyan. My young master is the 8th prince. The 8th prince? Lu Ming was stunned. He did not know any 8th prince. Young Master Tianyan, please. The old man said again. All right. Lu Ming had an idea and then said. Regardless of whether he was the 8th prince or not, Lu Ming was not a timid person. He followed the old man and easily walked through the palace gate. The imperial palace was simply too large, and there were countless pavilions and pagodas. The guards in iron armor patrolled back and forth, keeping a tight watch. Lu Ming could also vaguely sense that there were many powerful auras hidden within. They were like sleeping true dragons. Once they erupted, it would be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that the royal family was not as weak as the rumors said. They were still very powerful and should not be underestimated. Following the old man, they made many turns, and after a long while, they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was very large, with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, and the fragrance of the flowers assailed the nose. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small lake. The water was as clear as a mirror. There was a pavilion beside the lake. At this moment, there were a few exquisite dishes and wine on the jade table in the pavilion. In the pavilion, a slender figure wearing a purple dragon robe and a jade belt stood there. He placed his hands behind his back and turned his back to Lu Ming and the rest. He looked at the small lake and seemed to be deep in thought. The old man came to this figure and bowed. Your Highness, young Master Tianyan has arrived. The figure moved slightly, as if it had reacted, and then slowly turned around. Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw the person's appearance. Hua Qi, this person was actually Hua Qi. Hua Qi was the 8th prince. Wasn't the surname Hua in the current royal family? However, there were so many people with the surname Hua in the world. He had never thought that Hua Qi would be a member of the imperial family, and the 8th prince at that. Lu Ming, long time no see, the 8th prince said with a smile. Lu Ming was stunned. He then cupped his fists and said, 8th prince, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. My name is Tianyan, not Lu Ming. I was there when you fought with Bai Qi yesterday. Lu Ming, you may be able to fool others, but you can't fool me, Hua Qi said with a smile. Especially your temperament during the battle. How can others imitate it? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Although he had changed his appearance, Hua Qi was all too familiar with his expression and voice, so it was naturally difficult to hide. Kachachi. Lu Ming's body wriggled and the bone armor moved. His body returned to its original shape. Then, he reached out and wiped his face, revealing his handsome face. Hua Qi, I didn't expect you to be the 8th prince of the Burning Sun Empire, Lu Ming said with a smile. So what if he's the 8th prince? Hua Qi sighed. He then waved his hand and said, Lu Ming, come, please have a seat. Let's have a drink. The two of them sat opposite each other. Hua Qi poured wine for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and finished the drink in one gulp. Lu Ming, I've heard about your situation. The mystical sword sect is really disappointing. Hua Qi downed his cup and sighed. Haha, what's there to be disappointed about? I'll annihilate the Duanmu family sooner or later. As for you, you're the 8th prince. I really don't understand why you've come to the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming laughed and asked. Hua Qi was silent. After a long time, he sighed. Lu Ming, I'm sure you know a little about the history of the royal family and the current situation, right? Hua Qi said. Lu Ming nodded. The Burning Sun royal family used to be so powerful that even the 5 great sects had to tremble in front of the royal family. It's a pity that there was internal strife in the royal family, and their strength was greatly reduced. The sects rose up, especially the 10 Directions Sword School, who had rapacious ambitions. They took control of the former emperor and used the emperor to command the vassals. In the name of the orthodox lineage, they commanded the world. That's why they were able to rise so quickly and become stronger and stronger. In the past 800 years, they dominated the Burning Sun Empire and became the strongest sect. However, the royal family is the legitimate one. We can't be controlled by a lowly sect like the 10 Directions Sword School. When he said this, Hua Qi's eyes flashed with an astonishing light. It was a sort of stubbornness and conviction. But soon after, he sighed and said, It's a pity that the citizens of the Blazing Sun Empire only know of the 5 major sections. Almost all the geniuses have been recruited by the 5 major sections. So the royal family established the General Stars Hall with the purpose of cultivating their own power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he asked. Not bad, Hua Qi replied. It's so obvious. Doesn't the 10 Direction Sword School know? Lu Ming asked. Of course the 10 Directions Sword School knows, but maybe they don't care and think it's useless. There's another reason. The royal family isn't to be trifled with. The 10 Directions Sword sect doesn't dare to go too far. Hua Qi said, You don't dare to go too far? With the current strength of the 10 Directions Sword School, it shouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the imperial family, right? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 214. Chapter 214. The Secret of the Royal Family. Ever since he had come to the imperial city, he had felt that the relationship between the royal family and the 10 Directions Sword School was very subtle, unlike the legendary 10 Directions Sword School that completely controlled the royal family. The 10 Directions Sword School has the power, but they don't dare to. Although the royal family has declined, we are still orthodox. If the 10 Directions Sword School annihilates the royal family, the other 4 great sects will join forces and attack us. It's sad to say that the 10 Directions Sword School is not afraid of the royal family, but the other 4 great sections. Hua Qi sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So that was the case. However, the 10 Directions Sword School has the ambition of a wolf. They've been supporting their own people in the royal family, trying to slowly erode the resistance of the royal family. In the end, they'll achieve their goal of completely controlling the royal family. By then, everything in the royal family will really belong to the 10 Directions Sword School. Now, the royal family is divided into 2 factions. One faction is determined to resist, but the other faction wants to rely on the 10 Directions Sword School. This is especially true for the Heavenly King Suppression. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming listened quietly. He did not expect that there were so many secrets in between. Hua Qi clearly trusted him, which was why he had told him so many secrets. I originally wanted to join the mystical sword sect and see if I could borrow their strength to fight against the 10 Directions Sword sect. Now, It seems that this method is not feasible at all. I might as well stay in the Imperial City and accumulate my own strength. Lu Ming, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Hua Qi suddenly bowed to Lu Ming. What are you doing? Lu Ming waved his hand, and a surge of energy gushed out, lifting the pool. You're my friend. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I hope that you can help me. Help me destroy the omnipresent sword school. Hua Qi's eyes flickered with astonishing killing intent. Help you destroy the 10-direction sword school. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Lu Ming, I know that you're extremely talented and that you're a dragon among men. I'm sure you won't be trapped in a small place like the Burning Sun Empire in the future. You have a bigger stage to go on. I want to ask you to join the royal family. I only hope that you can give me a hand when you're strong in the future. Hua Qi said. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. First of all, Hua Qi was his friend. Moreover, his father, Lu Yintian, was most likely in the hands of the 10-direction sword sect. If that was true, he and the 10-direction sword sect would become mortal enemies. They would have to face each other sooner or later, so there was no harm in agreeing to Hua Qi's request. Good, that's great. Hua Qi was ecstatic. He was well aware of Lu Ming's talent. As long as Lu Ming grew stronger, it was possible for him to become a martial king in the future. With Lu Ming's help, great things were in sight. Naturally, he was excited. Hua Qi moved his hand, and a gold medal appeared in his hand. He passed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're now a member of the Star Cluster Hall. With this token, you can enter and leave the 7 cultivation sanctuaries of the Star Cluster Hall as you wish without paying any fees. I can enter and leave the 7 cultivation sanctuaries as I please? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he took the golden token without any hesitation. Also, what is Star Cluster Hall? Lu Ming asked. Hua Qi had a smile on his face, and he was clearly much happier. Lu Ming, the General Stars Hall recruits just about anyone. Their requirements are so low. Of course, they won't do it for no reason. When a person enters the General Star Hall, the Imperial family will send people to observe him and determine if he is from the 5 great sects and if he can be used by the Imperial family. After a series of observations, we will confirm that this person can be used by the Imperial family and has great talent. Then, we will recruit him into the Star Cluster Hall. The Star Cluster Hall is the core of the General Stars Hall, and it will also be fully nurtured by the royal family. Many of the great generals guarding the border now came from the Star Cluster Hall, and they're also the trump card of the royal family against the 10-direction sword school. At this point, Hua Qi pursed his lips and continued. Of course, the General Star Hall also has a core, and that is the Dark Star Hall. What? The Dark Star Hall belongs to the royal family? Lu Ming was shocked. The Dark Star Hall was as famous as the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, and was also one of the 4 major assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming had never expected that the Dark Star Hall actually belonged to the royal family. Lu Ming, very few people know about this. You must not tell anyone. Otherwise, the omnipresent sword sect might make a big move. Hua Qi said. Naturally, I won't say anything. Lu Ming said. In fact, 2 of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Blazing Sun Empire were trained by the 10-direction sword sect. They're the Blood Rain Tower and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The most mysterious underworld king mansion is also trained by the 10-direction sword sect. I don't even know who is behind them. Hua Qi said. What? The Shadow Wolf Pavilion belongs to the 10-direction sword school? Lu Ming was shocked. The Duanmu family had sent assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to kill him. He had thought that the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was the support of the mystical sword sect. He didn't expect it to be the Shifang Sword School support. How could the Duanmu family move someone who belonged to the 10-direction sword school? Perhaps the Shadow Wolf Pavilion would do anything as long as they were paid, or perhaps the Duanmu family had an unclear relationship with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, or perhaps the 10-direction sword sect. Lu Ming, have you discovered anything? Hua Qi asked. It's nothing. Lu Ming shook his head and did not share his guess. Hua Qi, I also have a matter that I need your help with. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he suddenly said, What is it? As long as I can help, I will do my best to help. Hua Qi said, I need you to help me investigate a person. This person is my father. Lu Ming did not hide anything and explained that Lu Yuntian might be in the imperial capital and in the hands of the omnipresent sword sect. I can't believe there's such a hidden story. Don't worry, Lu Ming. I'll use all my power to help you investigate. As long as Uncle Lu is still in the imperial city, I'll help you find him even if I have to turn the imperial city upside down. Hua Qi said firmly. Many thanks. With Hua Qi's help, Lu Ming heaved a huge sigh of relief. He finally felt more at ease. Hua Qi was the imperial family's 8th prince, and he definitely had quite a bit of power in the imperial capital. With his help, it would be 1,000 times better than him investigating like a headless fly. Then, the two of them drank and chatted. Very quickly, after 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Ming bade Hua Qi farewell. Lu Ming, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. In 2 months, the royal family and the omnipresent sword sect will open a plane together to harvest the treasures and resources inside. In there, you can find treasures that are of great help to the awakening of a second bloodline. Hua Qi suddenly said, A treasure that can help you awaken your second bloodline? Of course, we're going. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The awakening of the second bloodline was of utmost importance. Any treasure that could help with the awakening of the second bloodline could not be missed. Okay, actually, you've defeated Bai Qi, so you'll definitely have a spot, Hua Qi said with a smile. Lu Ming took his leave and returned to Tianyun's appearance before returning to the General Star's Hall. I hope I can get news of father as soon as possible. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. He had a vague feeling that although the blazing sun empire seemed to be calm right now, there were undercurrents surging in the dark. There were disputes between various parties, and he did not know when they would erupt. He had to find Lu Yuntian as soon as possible. He also had to increase his strength. Chapter 215. Chapter 215, Borrowing the Wind to Cultivate. The next morning, Lu Ming walked out of the room. This time, his target was Godwind Valley. If he were to enter the dimension 2 months later, he would definitely encounter the top geniuses of the Omnipresent Sword School. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. But now, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the profound level of Fire Force. 2 months was far from enough, even if he cultivated in the Earth Cave. It was better to fully comprehend Wind Force. If Wind Force could reach small success, then his battle strength would increase sharply in a short time. Godwind Valley was a huge valley in the north of General Star Hall. That's right, this wasn't a valley, but a stretch of valleys. Among them, the valleys were densely packed and crisscrossed, and there were many of them. If one were to look down from the sky, one would be able to see that these valleys seemed to have been created by a peerless expert with a flurry of slashes. In these valleys, the wind whistled and tornadoes rolled. Some of the tornadoes could even tear steel into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was also the best place to cultivate wind, attribute martial techniques, and even comprehend the force of the wind. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Divine Wind Valley, he could hear the whistling sound of the strong wind. Lu Ming was not the only one who came. At the same time, a few other young men were there as well. It's 10 spiritual crystals a day to cultivate in the Godwind Valley. You'll have to go in for a few days. At the entrance of Godwind Valley, a brawny man looked at one of the young men and said coldly, 10 spiritual crystals for a day? Isn't that too expensive? The young man shouted, If you think it's expensive, then leave quickly. No one begged you to come here to cultivate. The brawny man glanced at the young man coldly, then ignored him and looked at the others. The others had no choice but to take out their spiritual crystals. I need to cultivate for 10 days. A young man took out 100 spiritual crystals and handed them to the brawny man. I'll take half a month, no. I'll take 10 days. The other young man took out 100 spiritual crystals with a pained expression. The brawny man's face darkened. He kept them one by one and registered them. How about you? How many days do you need? The strong man looked at Lu Ming. Look at this. Lu Ming moved his hand, and the golden token that Hua Qi had given him appeared. The brawny man's expression changed as soon as he saw the golden token. He revealed a gentle smile and said, "Please come in. You don't need to pay any spiritual crystals. You can cultivate as long as you want." Lu Ming kept the token and smiled. It seemed that this token was really useful. Wait a minute, I'm not convinced. Why can he enter without using spiritual crystals? And he can cultivate as long as he wants. It's not fair, a young man shouted. Shut up. The brawny man coldly snorted as a vast aura rose from his body. He stared at the young man and said, "Didn't you see his token? With this token alone, his status is 10 times or even 100 times higher than yours. Also, don't talk about fairness in front of me. This world has never been fair. Everything depends on strength. If you don't have strength, then shut up." The brawny man shouted coldly, causing the expressions of the few young men to change drastically. They shut their mouths and dared not speak. They looked at Lu Ming with envy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He strode into the Holy Wind Valley. And NBSB, boo-hoo. As soon as he entered the Divine Wind Valley, he could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Gusts of strong wind blew against his face, and Lu Ming's body was almost blown away. Lu Ming circulated his essential qi and a light flashed on his body. His body was as still as a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not move him at all. We've only just entered the valley, yet there's already such a strong wind. This place is indeed a good place to cultivate wind, attribute martial skills, and comprehend wind force. He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. Soon, they reached the end of the valley. On the left and right, there were 2 valleys and the wind was even more violent. Without thinking, Lu Ming chose the side where the wind was the strongest and walked. Just like that, Lu Ming turned left and right and walked through 7 to 8 valleys. Here, the wind was so strong that it was already very terrifying. Strong gales swept through the air, even forming wind blades in the air. The wind blades were like knives, constantly hitting Lu Ming's protective true qi, causing waves of ripples. What a terrifying wind blade. The wind blade here is equivalent to a full force attack of a first-grade master realm. The many wind blades were like a large group of first-grade master realm martial artists that kept attacking Lu Ming. The essential qi in Lu Ming's body was being consumed rapidly. Not only can I comprehend wind force here, but I can also practice the ancient shield technique with half the effort. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then 2 ancient shields were formed in front of him. Clang! Clang! The wind blades kept bombarding the shield, but the shield didn't move at all. It's not powerful enough. Go deeper. Lu Ming continued to move forward, and the power of the wind blades grew stronger. It was equivalent to a full-powered strike from a 2nd-grade master realm, followed by a 3rd-grade master realm, a 4th-grade master realm. After Lu Ming had walked through more than 10 valleys, the power of the wind blades here was already equivalent to a full force attack of a 1st-grade grandmaster. An attack equivalent to a 1st-grade great martial master realm was terrifying. Even steel would be torn into pieces in an instant. Most importantly, there weren't just 1 or 2 wind blades here. They were densely packed and constantly bombarding the area. Clang, clang. The wind blades struck the ancient shield, creating a series of metal-striking sounds and sparks. The ancient shield in front of Lu Ming started to shake. In particular, 2 ancient shields were not enough to defend against the wind blades from all directions. Lu Ming was completely immersed in it. He kept controlling the ancient shield to fly up and down to block the wind blades, while carefully sensing the changes in the surrounding wind. This meant that Lu Ming was cultivating the ancient shield art while comprehending the force of the wind at the same time. Cultivating like this, the speed of improvement was terrifying. However, the consumption of Lu Ming's essential qi was extremely huge. Lu Ming's essential qi was much more condensed than ordinary people. However, he had no choice but to leave after cultivating for an hour. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to cultivate like this. After leaving the place, Lu Ming comprehended the 3 palm strikes while recovering his essential qi. After his essential qi had recovered, Lu Ming entered the valley again and continued with his high-intensity cultivation. 1 month later, the ancient shield art broke through to the 3rd level. As for wind force, it was also improving rapidly. Although it hadn't reached the minor completion, it wasn't far away. As for the 3 palms, he had not cultivated it successfully, but Lu Ming felt that he would be able to do it soon. I've been cultivating for a month. I'm going out to rest for 2 days. After that, Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley. Not long after he returned to his residence, Ming Feng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Cheng found Lu Ming. Tianyun, everyone says that I'm a martial arts fanatic, but I think you're even crazier than me. You've been cultivating all day long, and I can't even see your shadow. Ming Cheng shouted at Lu Ming when he saw him. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Big brother Tianyun, you're definitely going to enter the Blood Ant's secret realm this time, right? Ming Feng said. The Blood Ant's secret realm. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then, he had a flash of inspiration. Could it be the plane that Hua Qi said he entered with the omnidirectional sword sect? Chapter 216. Chapter 216. The Blood Ant's secret realm. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know? He's really a cultivation maniac. Ming Feng pouted his lips speechlessly and continued. The Blood Ant's secret realm is a plane jointly controlled by the royal family and the 10-Direction Sword School. It opens once every 3 years, and the 3-year period will be in a month's time. The General Star Hall has already issued an order that anyone above the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm must participate. Anyone below the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm can also participate if their combat strength has reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm. Many 2nd grade Great Martial Master realm martial artists are cultivating with all their might, hoping to reach the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm and enter the Blood Ant's secret realm. After all, this is a great opportunity that no one wants to miss. Big brother Tianyun, how could you not know about it? After Ming Feng finished speaking, he pouted. As expected, it is the same thing as Hua Qi said. Lu Ming thought to himself. Of course I've heard of it. I'm going to participate. Lu Ming said with a smile. No martial artist above the 7th grade Grandmaster realm can enter the Blood Ant's secret realm. With Brother Tianyun's combat strength, you'll definitely have a great harvest. However, you still have to be careful of the people from the Shifeng Sword School, because every time, the disciples of the Shifeng Sword School will wantonly hunt the geniuses of the General Star Hall. Mingzhu said in a deep voice. The people from the 10-Direction Sword School better not mess with me. Otherwise, I'll kill every one of them who comes. Ming Cheng snorted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he asked, are 7th grade Great Martial Masters and above really not allowed to participate? Yes, I've only heard about it. It said that the secret realm is a newly born plane, probably around 10,000 years old. The laws of heaven and earth are not perfect. The higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection. 7th grade Great Martial Master and above will be rejected as soon as they enter. Mingzhu explained. I see. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. If 7th grade Great Martial Master realm and above couldn't enter, he wouldn't be afraid no matter how talented and strong the disciples of the 10-Direction Sword School were. Tianyun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, let's exchange some pointers. At this moment, Ming Cheng shouted. He stared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. All right, Lu Ming said with a smile. Then they found a wide space. A few minutes later, Tianyin, you pervert. I'm not going to fight with you anymore. I'm not going to spar with you anymore. You pervert. Ming Chung screamed in pain. His face was bruised and purple. He looked at Lu Ming with a bitter expression. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself, you are the one who insisted on sparring with me. Ming Feng and Ming Zhu were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen their big brother being beaten up so badly and screaming so miserably. He even shouted that he would not look for Lu Ming to spar in the future. This was really one of a kind. Don't, Brother Mingsheng. I've learned a lot from sparring with you. We'll continue another day. At most, I'll go easy on you. Lu Ming said. I have a stomachache, so I'm going to leave first. Ming Chung almost burst into tears. He held his stomach and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Behind them, Lu Ming, Ming Feng, and Ming Zhu were dumbfounded. Is this still my big brother? I didn't get the wrong person, right? Ming Feng muttered. It's not that you got the wrong person, or someone's too abnormal. The Pearl rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the General Star Hall was extremely intense. Everyone who had a chance of entering the Blood Ant's secret realm was cultivating hard in the hopes of increasing their combat strength and obtaining greater gains in the Blood Ant's secret realm. After resting for 2 days, Lu Ming returned to the Godwind Valley. He realized that there were many more people cultivating in the Godwind Valley. In the crisscrossing valleys of the Godwind Valley, one could see a figure every once in a while. Lu Ming went to the place where he had cultivated previously. There was no one there. No one could cultivate here. This was what Lu Ming wanted. No one would disturb him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the Blood Ant's secret realm to open. Lu Ming left the Holy Wind Valley a day earlier. The next day, he and Ming Chung arrived at the General Star Hall's martial arts field. All the students from the General Stars Hall who wanted to enter the Blood Ant realm had to gather here. Soon, more than 120 people had gathered on the field. This was the total number of people from the General Stars Hall who had entered the Blood Ant secret realm. Each of them had a cultivation between the 3rd and 6th grade Great Martial Master realm. Whoosh! A few old men appeared in the air. I believe everyone knows a little about the rules this time, so I won't go into detail. I'll mainly talk about the most important points. One of the red-haired old men spoke. His aura was turbulent, and his voice was like a great bell. First, the Blood Ant secret realm opens once every 3 years. This time, it's time for the Blood Ant eggs again. The Blood Ant eggs are the best materials for refining the blood refining pill. For every 3 Blood Ant eggs, 1 blood refining pill can be refined. As for you, as long as you hand over the Blood Ant eggs you obtain to the royal family, you will get half of them. In other words, as long as you hand over 6 Blood Ant eggs, the royal family will give you a blood refinement pill. Blood refinement pill? It's actually a blood refinement pill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes glowed with passion. Before a martial artist awakens his second bloodline, he would go through a process of accumulation. What would he accumulate? It was to accumulate the qi of the bloodline. The more concentrated the bloodline energy was, the higher the level of the second bloodline that could be awakened. The blood refinement pill was a treasure that could accumulate the qi of bloodline. Lu Ming finally understood. The treasure that Hua Qi had mentioned that could help him awaken his second bloodline was the blood refinement pill. It was not just Lu Ming. Everyone else present, including those geniuses who thought they could break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, had a burning glow in their eyes. As long as he obtained 6 Blood Ant eggs, he could exchange them for a blood refinement pill. Second, I want to warn you that you must be careful of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Every time the secret realm opens, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School will hunt down the General Stars Hall. Killing and plundering are not forbidden in the secret realm, so you must be careful. The red-haired old man's voice sounded again. He warned with a serious expression. So what if they're geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School? Why would I be afraid of them? Some of the students were full of confidence, as they said. All right, that's all I have to say. The rest will be up to you. Let's go to the Blood Ant's secret realm now. As soon as the red-haired old man's voice fell, a few screeches were heard in the sky, and 8 huge gale eagles descended. These 8 windwalk eagles were much larger than the ones Lu Ming had seen in East Lacking City. As the gale eagle landed, everyone leaped into the air and jumped onto its back. With 8 long howls, the gale eagle soared straight up, heading north. The Blood Ant's secret realm was located to the north of the imperial capital, about 20,000 miles away. It was said that the Blood Ant's secret realm originally belonged to the royal family, but the 10 Directions Sword sect took over a part of the power and demanded an equal share of the Blood Ant's secret realm with the royal family. Every 3 years, both sides would send their disciples into the Blood Ant realm to harvest the Blood Ant eggs. Whoever obtained them would get them. This condition seemed fair, but it was not fair at all. Chapter 217. Chapter 217. Chapter 217 Xianxia. The omnipresent sword sect was extremely powerful, with countless geniuses and experts. Even the mystical sword sect paled in comparison, let alone the imperial family. Therefore, every time the Blood Ant's secret realm opened, most of the Blood Ant eggs would be taken by the 10 Directions Sword sect, while the royal family would only get a small portion. The Gale Eagle's speed was extremely fast, and it only took half a day to cover the distance of 20,000 li. This was a rather desolate wild forest. There were bare rocks everywhere. Only a few trees and weeds grew sparsely. The Gale Eagle landed on a slightly flat area. The red-haired old man and the others were the first to jump down. The others followed suit. The people from the 10 Directions Sword School haven't arrived yet. Let's wait here for a while, the red-haired old man said. Everyone nodded. Woo-woo-woo. At this time, more than a dozen figures jumped high up and onto 10 stone pillars on the side. He jumped onto the stone pillar and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming could see at a glance that the person on the outermost stone pillar was Bai Qi. It's the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace. Could this be the border-observing pillar? It must be him, but that Bai Qi still has the face to jump up. Ming Cheng and Tianyun are much stronger than him. You're so thick-skinned. A wave of discussion broke out in the surroundings. The clairvoyant pillar. Lu Ming was puzzled. Brother Tianyun, there's actually nothing special about it. It's just an ordinary stone pillar. It's just that it's better to be able to see the mystic realm from above, so it's called the realm-observing pillar. Every time, only the strongest can ascend it, and it's a symbol of strength. Ming Cheng explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded and then looked across. There were more than 10 stone pillars, but no one had jumped on them. That's the territory reserved by the 10 Directions Sword School. Those 10 or so overlooking pillars belong to the 10 Directions Sword School. Ming Cheng said. Lu Ming came to a realization. No one jumped on it. Then he looked at the person on the stone pillar. These people were the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall's outer hall. Bai Qi, you're really shameless. You actually have the face to occupy one of the observing pillars? Get down here immediately. Ming Cheng looked at Bai Qi and shouted. His voice spread far and wide, causing Bai Qi's face to turn red. Ming City. Bai Qi was filled with hatred and gritted his teeth, but he did not come down. Ha ha ha. Bai Qi, do you think that you're an expert just because you have it? You're really shameless. Forget it. I won't fight with you. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Ming Cheng waved his hand casually and laughed. Ha ha ha. Everyone else in the audience burst into laughter. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming smiled. He had no interest in such a battle for fame. He shook his head and found a place to sit cross-legged and wait. 10 minutes later, a few chirps resounded through the barren mountain. 3 giant golden birds appeared in the sky. The three golden birds spread their wings and covered the sky. They were more than 100 meters long and were extremely terrifying. Their wings were golden in color, as if they were made of gold. A powerful aura spread out from them, as heavy as a mountain. A martial ancestor realm, demonic beast. Lu Ming's expression changed. This is the little golden ROC. It's said that it has the bloodline of the divine beast, the golden-winged ROC. The Ten Direction Sword sect actually has such a strange beast, and there are 3 of them. The number 1 sect of the Burning Sun Empire is truly terrifying. Some of the academies in the General Star Hall cried out in shock. Caw! The little golden ROC cried out loudly, his voice piercing through the clouds as he descended. Ha! Hua Feixiong, you're early. A burst of laughter came from the little golden ROC in the middle. Then, a few old men stepped down from the sky. Then, a young man carrying a sword jumped down from the 3 little golden ROCs. There were both men and women among these young men, and all of them had dignified appearances and extraordinary auras. Each of them was like a divine sword, and the sword chi that came out of their bodies soared into the sky. There were more than 360 people. So many people, everyone in the General Star Hall had a change in expression. The red-haired old man's expression was somewhat grave as he said, "I'm just a few minutes early." The leader of the Ten Direction Sword sect was a skinny old man. He glanced at the people in the Star Hall and laughed. There seems to be a bit more people this time. Be careful not to let all of them die inside. Otherwise, your General Stars Hall will suffer heavy losses after recruiting these people with great difficulty. The red-haired old man's face was gloomy as he coldly said, "Qiu Wuji, you don't have to worry about this matter." "Hee, is that so? Then let's go and prepare together." Qiu Wuji laughed coldly. "Let's go." The red-haired old man waved his hand, and the other 2 old men followed him, flying into the depths of the barren mountain. Qiu Wuji and a few elders of the Shifeng Sword School also headed into the depths of the mountain. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Buzz! Woo-woo! After the elders left, the figures from the Ten Direction Sword sect flashed, and more than a dozen figures jumped up the observing pillar. It was obvious that these people were the top experts of the Ten Direction Sword School. Although they were all 6th grade great martial masters, the aura they gave off was extremely terrifying. "Brother Tianyun, did you see the person on the first stone pillar?" Ming Cheng said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked over. It was a handsome and cold-looking young man in his early 20s. He was dressed in a white swordsman's robe and carried a huge sword that was as wide as a palm on his back. He was just sitting there casually, but he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Yes, even Lu Ming felt threatened. "Is this person very famous?" Lu Ming asked. "His name is Yang Zitian, a terrifying, peerless genius of the Ten Direction Sword School. He ranked first on the bronze ranking when he was only in the Master Realm. He successfully comprehended the control force when he was in the 9th grade Master Realm and killed many Grandmaster Realm experts when he was in the 9th grade Master Realm. You must be careful when you meet him." Ming Cheng's expression was extremely serious. There were very few people who could make Ming's city so serious. "The first place on the bronze ranking of the omnidirectional sword sect?" Lu Ming muttered. As the number 1 sect in the Burning Sun Empire, the Ten Direction Sword sect was ranked first on the bronze ranking, which was no small matter. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with fighting spirit. Of course, other than this person, there are a few other extremely terrifying people in the Ten Direction Sword School. Ming Cheng said, "Ha! There are quite a lot of people from the General Stars Hall this time. 3 years ago, there were less than 100 people, but this time, there are actually 120 people." At this moment, an ear-piercing sound rang out in the Ten Direction Sword sect. "Junior brother, you're wrong. What do you mean by 120 people? In my opinion, it's just 120 pieces of trash." Another voice followed. "Ha ha ha, senior brother is right. It's 120 pieces of trash. That's right. You're absolutely correct. The people from the 10 Directions sword sect immediately burst into laughter. What did you say? Who's the good-for-nothing? Someone in the General Star Hall was furious and shouted. I know you're angry. Am I not right? 3 years ago, 98 people entered the General Star Hall, and only 23 came out. Were they if not trash? A crooked-mouthed young man from the 10 Directions sword sect walked out and looked coldly at the people from the General Star Hall. This time, you have more than 120 people. Don't all die in there. The crooked-mouthed young man continued to sneer. Chapter 218. Chapter 218. I'll support you spiritually. The crooked-mouthed young man from the 10 Direction sword sect looked at the people from the General Star Hall with disdain. Detestable. You actually look down on us. Everyone in the General Star Hall gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. What are you looking at? If you want to fight, then come. The crooked-mouthed young man's gaze shifted, and he looked at the people from the General Star Hall provocatively. Contempt, blatant contempt. The eyes of the people from the General Star's Hall were spitting fire, but no one stepped forward. After all, the reputation of the 10 Direction sword sect was not just for show. What a bunch of trash. The crooked-mouthed young man continued to provoke, full of ridicule. Damn it, I'm going to fight. Ming Qing couldn't help but get up. Brother Ming, wait a minute. The other party is deliberately provoking us and trying to test our strength. Why should we fall for their trap? Lu Ming patted Ming Cheng and said. Ming Cheng sat down. Junior brother, I think you don't have to say anything. They're clearly a bunch of weaklings and trash. No matter what you say, no one will dare to make a move. A youth from the 10 Directions sword sect called out. A bunch of trash. The crooked-mouthed youth clamored. You've gone too far. Today, I'll experience the skills of the 10 Directions sword sect. Finally, someone from the General Star's Hall couldn't take it anymore. He shouted angrily and strode out. It's Mo Gang. He's about to make his move. Mo Gang's cultivation is at the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm, and he's ranked in the top 20 in the General Star Hall's outer hall. With him taking action, it's enough to see the strength of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Mo Gang walked out and began to discuss among the Star Hall disciples. Finally, someone with some guts has appeared. How about this? I'll give you 3 moves, and I won't fight back within 3 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man looked at Mo Gang in disdain. There's no need for you to move. Take this. Mo Gang roared as a mountain-splitting axe appeared in his hand. Mo Gang swung his mountain-splitting axe at the crooked-mouthed young man. The mountain-splitting axe slashed through the void, causing the space to tremble like waves. Even a mountain peak would be split in half if the axe were to land. All right, the people of the General Star's Hall cheered in their hearts. With such power, let's see how the crooked-mouthed young man will let me have 3 moves. But the next moment, their faces froze. The crooked-mouthed young man spun the sword in his hand and drew a circle in the air. An invisible force of attraction was generated, and Mo Gang's battle axe was repelled when it came into contact with the circle. Bang! 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 At the same time, Mo Gang was forced to take 3 steps back. How is that possible? Everyone in the General Star's Hall was shocked. What a powerful defensive martial skill, Ming Cheng said with a serious expression. Black grade high-level martial arts technique, 2nd stage. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He could tell the level and maturity of the other party's martial arts technique. 2 more moves. I said before, I won't fight back within 3 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered, his voice filled with contempt. I don't believe it. Mo Gang bellowed furiously as he swung his axe again. This axe was even more powerful, but it was useless. It was still deflected by the crooked-mouthed youth's sword. How could this be? Is this crooked-mouthed young man the top genius of the 10 Directions Sword School? The people from a General Star Hall called out in disbelief. They suspected that the 10 Directions Sword sect had deliberately sent geniuses to attack them. You're thinking too much. Let me tell you, I'm nothing in the 10-direction sword school. There are countless people stronger than me. The crooked-mouthed young man said indifferently. Impossible. Take my third move. Die. Mo Gang roared as his blood vessels erupted. The muscles on his majestic body bulged as he swung his axe toward the crooked-mouthed young man. Mo Gang had used all his strength in this strike, his strongest move. Break! Mo Gang's eyes were bloodshot. Break? Can you break it? The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. He rotated his sword, and his body was covered with circles of sword light. Clang! Sparks flew as Mo Gang's battle axe collided with the sword, and his body staggered backward once more. How could this be? How did this happen? Mo Gang roared. He found it difficult to accept. You piece of trash, die. Buzz. The sword light flashed like lightning. Quickly retreat. Someone from the General Star Hall shouted. However, Mo Gang's mind had been distracted earlier, and it was already too late for him to react. Pucci. The sword light pierced through Mo Gang's throat. Mo Gang roared before falling to the ground. Mo Gang had been killed. The General Star Hall's people fell silent, their faces grave. And you said you're not trash. Now, the truth is right in front of you. If you're not convinced, you can come up and fight me. The crooked-mouthed young man's eyes swept around Benny. The people of the General Stars Hall were extremely humiliated. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect looked at the people from the General Star Hall with disdain. What a bunch of trash! The crooked-mouthed young man's gaze swept around and finally landed on the 10 observation pillars. You get down here. The crooked-mouthed young man suddenly pointed at the white-red image on the 10th viewing pillar. Bai Chi's face suddenly stiffened. He squeezed out an ugly smile and cupped his fists. Senior brother, what are your instructions? His attitude was humble, hoping to win the other party's favor. This caused the others to feel a burst of displeasure. Unfortunately, the crooked-mouthed youth did not buy it and shouted, Who do you think you are? Are you even allowed to call me senior brother? Get down here immediately. I'm taking your clairvoyant pillar. What? You want the boundary-observing pillar? Bai Chi was shocked and his face turned ugly. Don't go too far. Since ancient times, the imperial family and the 10-direction sword school have distributed the gazing at the horizon pillars. This represents the glory of the imperial family. I can't give it to you. On another observation pillar, a young man in a yellow robe roared. This young man was a member of the imperial family. What kind of bullshit glory is this? Today, you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. If you don't, I'll beat you up until you give it to me. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Bai Chi almost cried out. He was in a dilemma. If he didn't give it to them, it was obvious that he would have to face the disciples of the 10-direction sword school. However, if he gave it to them, he would be destroying the honor of the royal family. Everyone in the General Star Hall would cast him aside, and he would never be able to raise his head in the General Star Hall in the future. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to snatch this observing pillar. Bai Chi, if you give it up, you will be a sinner of the General Stars Hall. There is no one in the General Stars Hall who is afraid of death. At worst, we will fight. If we can't win, we will just die. I will support you in spirit. Ming Chung yelled unkindly, pushing Bai Chi into the fire pit. Ming Chung grinned and almost laughed out loud. I also support you in spirit. Lu Ming followed suit and shouted. Support your sister. Who needs spiritual support? Bai Chi roared in his heart. Lu Ming and Ming Chung were clearly gloating. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Left with no choice, Bai Chi could only brace himself and cupped his fists at the crooked-mouthed young man. It seems like you're going to have a fight. Let me see what you're capable of. I know you're one of the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Suddenly, his body moved, and he pounced toward Bai Chi. Dragon White Snake Palm. Dragon Transformation. Bai Chi roared and struck out with his palm. Chapter 219. Chapter 219. Dragging Lu Ming into the water. A giant white dragon roared and pounced at the crooked-mouthed youth. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. The crooked-mouthed young man's sword chi was extremely sharp. With a slash of his sword, he directly cut off the head of the white dragon. Bai Chi's expression changed drastically, and he kept waving his palms. White snake dragon palm. One palm can transform into 10 dragons. 10 giant dragons danced in the air. 9 heavens howling sword. The crooked-mouthed young man slashed out with his sword, and the sword chi whistled as it collided with the white dragon. Boom! Boom! With 10 consecutive explosions, the white dragons were defeated one by one. Kill! The crooked-mouthed young man waved his sword, and a series of crystal-clear sword chi shot toward Bai Chi. White dragon, snake transformation palm, double the palm force. Bai Chi roared and waved his palms again. Roar! The giant white dragon roared and suddenly condensed into 20 giant white dragons. They roared and pounced on the crooked-mouthed young man. After a period of hard work, Bai Chi's martial arts technique had improved, and he could now shoot out 20 white giant dragons. He had wanted to take revenge on Ming Cheng and Lu Ming, but he was forced to use it now. Is this your limit? What a disappointment. The crooked-mouthed young man let out a long howl. He became one with his sword and soared into the sky. Wherever the sword chi passed, the white dragons collapsed one by one. Arg! Bai Chi screamed, and his body was thrown back. He fell heavily on the ground and coughed up blood. Buzz! The crooked-mouthed young man's figure moved and landed on the observing pillar where Bai Chi was. Ha! From now on, this gazing upon pillar belongs to the 10 Directions Sword sect. The crooked-mouthed young man laughed. Damn it, get down. The royal disciple from before shouted. He. Then you should also give up your clairvoyant pillar. At this moment, another disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School rushed out and pounced on the disciple of the royal family. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in an intense battle. This royal disciple was stronger than Bai Chi, but the disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School was also very terrifying. In just a dozen moves, the royal disciple was sent flying while vomiting blood. Another viewing pillar was seized by the 10 Direction Sword sect. How can he be so strong? Is this the genius of the 10 Direction Sword School? Everyone in the General Star Hall thought in despair. On the side of the 10 Direction Sword School, the geniuses standing on the gazing upon pillars had yet to make a move. Just a few geniuses with unknown rankings had defeated 2 of the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall's outer hall in a row, and it had been a one-sided battle. This caused everyone in the General Stars Hall to be dumbstruck and lose all morale. The difference was too great. If he entered the Blood Ant secret realm, how could he fight against the other party? Moreover, the other party had 3 times the number of people from the General Star Hall. What top 10 experts? They're all trash. I think I'll just sweep them all the way. The crooked-mouthed youth was extremely arrogant as he looked at the other 8 of the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall with disdain. The 8 people's faces changed slightly. Even the strongest few people had grave expressions. Even if they were confident that they could defeat the crooked-mouthed young man, they were afraid that the 10 Direction Sword sect would send someone stronger. That would be troublesome. Therefore, none of them made a move. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side, watching indifferently. He had just joined the General Stars Hall and did not have much sense of belonging to it. No matter how much the Shifeng Sword sect looked down on the General Stars Hall, he was not interested in taking action. His main purpose here was to obtain the blood ant eggs in exchange for the blood refinement pills. He didn't want to get into trouble for no reason. Don't be so arrogant. There's someone in my General Stars Hall who can definitely sweep you all away. Bai Chi suddenly shouted from his side. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bai Chi. He didn't understand why Bai Chi suddenly became so strong and dared to speak to the people of the 10 Directions Sword School like this. Brat, are you looking for a beating? The crooked-mouthed young man looked at Bai Chi. I'm telling the truth, Bai Chi said through gritted teeth. No matter how strong your school is, you can't defeat this man. Who are you talking about? Tell him to get out here. The crooked-mouthed young man shouted coldly. It's him. Bai Chi suddenly pointed at Lu Ming. And NBSB whoosh. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. This Bai Chi actually wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He deserved to be killed. It's him. His name is Tianyun, a peerless genius of the General Star Hall. He can definitely kill you within 10 moves. Bai Chi shouted at the crooked-mouthed young man. Killing me in 10 moves? What a joke. I think you're crazy. Fine. Open your dog eyes and watch carefully. Let's see how he can kill me in 10 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. He then looked at Lu Ming and pointed his sword at him. Brat, come out and fight me. The corners of Bai Chi's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes flashed with pride. He secretly admired himself for pulling Lu Ming into the water with just a few words. Let's see how you're going to die against the 10-direction sword school. Bai Chi sneered. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he slowly got up. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was not afraid of trouble. Idiot. This was the first sentence that Lu Ming said to the crooked-mouthed youth. What? What did you just say? The crooked-mouthed young man thought he had heard wrong. Idiot. That idiot is obviously using you to deal with me. It's so obvious, and you can see it. What you if not an idiot? Lu Ming chided, as if he was chiding a child. The crooked-mouthed young man's face suddenly turned ashen. His already crooked mouth became even more crooked as he roared. You're looking for death, kid. You're dead, you piece of shit. I don't care what the reason is, but you're dead because of what you said. That idiot was right about one thing. I only need 10 moves to kill you. No, 3 moves is enough. Lu Ming said coldly. Not far away, Bai Chi was gritting his teeth. Lu Ming kept calling him an idiot. He was so used to it that he almost vomited blood. Tianyun, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the 10-direction sword school? Let's see how you die. Bai Chi roared in his heart. Kill. The crooked-mouthed young man roared. His killing in 10 exploded. He could no longer bear it and charged at Lu Ming. Sword howl. The crooked-mouthed young man's first move was a killing move. The dazzling and crystal-like sword chi slashed violently at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The demon's subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept the spear forward. Boom! As the spear swept past, the space trembled violently. The air exploded with a terrifying sound. Due to the spear's speed being too fast, the friction with the air brought about scorching flames. Before the long spear arrived, the terrifying force of the chi explosion had already destroyed the crooked-mouthed youth's sword chi. How did this happen? The crooked-mouthed young man's pupils contracted sharply, revealing a sense of fear. His body moved back frantically, and at the same time his battle sword rotated rapidly, displaying that kind of defensive sword technique. At this moment, the faces of the geniuses of the 10-direction sword school who were standing on the observing pillars all changed. What a powerful force, someone muttered. I didn't expect the General Stars Hall to have a decent genius. Yang Zietian's eyes showed a trace of interest, but it was just a little bit. Thump. Lu Ming's long spear struck the sword circle formed by the crooked-mouthed youth. In an instant, a shrill and unpleasant rumbling sound was heard. Then, the crooked-mouthed young man's eyes popped out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated rapidly. Chapter 220. Chapter 220, Shattered. Tianyun is going to win. Someone from the General Star Hall shouted in excitement. No one had expected Lu Ming to be so powerful. With just one move, he had sent the crooked-mouthed young man flying in a brutal manner, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The second move, a cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming did not stop his attack, and the second shot followed. Boom, boom, boom. As the spear swept past, the space trembled violently. It was extremely terrifying. The power of this spear was even stronger than the previous one. The crooked-mouthed young man was horrified. He roared and exploded with all his strength, using that defensive martial skill with all his might. The battle sword spun, and sword circles appeared one after another, floating in front of the crooked-mouthed young man. "Block it!" The crooked-mouthed young man's eyes were red as he roared. Thump! However, as the long spear swept past, all the sword circles collapsed instantly. The long spear directly hit the crooked-mouthed young man's combat sword. A terrifying force exploded. The crooked-mouthed young man's combat sword actually exploded into pieces with a bang. The crooked-mouthed young man let out a blood-curdling screech. The bones in his body made a series of crackling sounds, and it was unknown how many bones had been broken. The third move. "I'll kill you." The cold voice was heard again. "Don't!" The crooked-mouthed youth shouted. "How dare you? Stop!" A young man on one of the 10 Direction Sword Sect's observing pillars shouted. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop. It turned into a flash of lightning and pierced through the heart of the crooked-mouthed young man. With a thump, it was nailed to the ground. "What the fuck? You actually dare to kill me?" The crooked-mouthed young man let out a roar of unwillingness and disbelief. "I said I'll kill you in 3 moves. There won't be a 4th move," Lu Ming said coldly. The crooked-mouthed young man's eyes revealed an extremely frightened expression. He let out a loud roar of unwillingness and stopped breathing. "Junior brother, how dare you kill the geniuses of my 10 Direction Sword School? You're courting death. I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces." The surrounding disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect roared, their eyes filled with killing intent. "Let's attack. First, we'll cripple his cultivation. Then, I'll break all his bones and hang him at the gate of the General Stars Hall. We'll let everyone know the consequences of offending the 10 Direction Sword School." It was still the young man on the observing pillar. This young man had long blue hair and was extremely evil. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, of course, the other geniuses on the clairvoyant pillars were also looking at Lu Ming coldly. They just did not say anything. Buzz, buzz. As soon as the green-haired young man finished speaking, at least 20 or so disciples of the omnipresent sword sect unsheathed their long swords around Lu Ming, and streams of sword chi flashed out. Kill. More than 20 disciples of the omnidirectional sword school attacked at the same time. The violent sword chi, more than 20 violent sword chi, instantly drowned Lu Ming. Lan Yu. The long spear swept across and let out a terrifying howl. More than 20 sword chi were instantly destroyed. Get lost, Lu Ming bellowed. Like an unparalleled demonic god, he charged forward with the spear in his hand. Boom, boom. More than 20 explosions rang out in succession, and more than 20 disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School were sent flying, coughing up blood. Everyone was shocked. He was too powerful. Lu Ming was too powerful. It was a crushing defeat. The other party had no way to resist. In front of Lu Ming, the 20-odd people were as weak as babies. A green sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it. A huge green bear pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. The green bear's palms were as big as a table, and it continuously smacked Lu Ming. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the green bear collapsed. The spear continued to smash down. Why would I? The green-haired youth's eyes flashed with disbelief. He was a top genius and was famous even in the 10 Direction Sword School. He was not someone other disciples could compare to. Being qualified to occupy one of the observing pillars was enough to explain everything. He initially thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would be able to fight him. However, the moment they fought, he realized that he was wrong. He was terribly wrong. He was no match for them. He was directly sent flying by the surging power. Boom! Lu Ming's spear hit the observing pillar directly. In an instant, the observing pillar was shattered into pieces. Silence. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. It was as if the space had frozen. After a long while, he let out an earth-shaking roar. How dare you? How dare you destroy the 10-direction sword sex clairvoyant pillar? You're dead. Kill, we must kill him. Grind his bones and scatter his ashes. Almost all the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Although the gazing horizon pillar was useless, it represented the face of the omnidirectional sword sect. Lu Ming's shattering of the gazing horizon pillar was equivalent to slapping the faces of all the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect in public. How could they not be angry? Even Yang Zaijian and a few other young men from the omnipresent sword sect who had been very calm all this while were looking at Lu Ming with gloomy expressions. Boom, boom. 5 to 6 powerful auras pressed down on Lu Ming. Force. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. These 5 to 6 youths had actually all comprehended force. There were indeed many geniuses in the Shifang sword sect. There were actually 5 or 6 people below the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm who had comprehended force. Those who could comprehend force at the Martial Master realm were 1 in 10,000, extremely few. However, even a Great Martial Master comprehending force was no small matter. They were definitely rare geniuses. Heavens, there are actually so many people from the 10 Direction Sword School who have comprehended force. Tianyun is finished. No matter how strong he is, he's not a match for these monsters. Someone from the General Stars Hall shouted. Boom! The aura of the 6 geniuses from the omnidirectional sword sect who had comprehended force pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he was about to release his aura to resist. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. In the sky, the red-haired old man flew over quickly. He emitted a terrifying aura and blocked the aura of the 6 young geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School. What are you doing, eccentric Red? Do you want to attack the disciples of my 10 Directions Sword School? I'll exchange a few moves with you. Following closely behind, Qiu Wuji also arrived at the scene. Qiu Wuji's eyes scanned the surroundings, and when he saw the broken observation pillar, his expression changed and he shouted, Who is it? He broke the observing pillar? Elder, it's that kid. He also killed junior brother Hu. A disciple from the omnipresent sword sect pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, Brat, you dare to shatter my 10 Direction sword sect's boundary observing pillar? You even killed the heroes of my Shifang sword school. You're courting death. Qiu Wuji bellowed and sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. The powerful strength of a martial arts grandmaster was undoubtedly on display. His palm was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! The red-haired old man moved as well. He threw out a punch and blocked Qiu Wuji's palm energy. Eccentric Red, do you want to start a war? Qiu Wuji bellowed. Qiu Wuji, your Shifang sword school also killed one of my General Stars Hall's disciples, so we're even now. As for the destruction of the gazing at pillar, swords have no eyes in a great battle. You can't blame anyone for this. The red-haired elder was very domineering. He stood in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 221. Chapter 221. Let's see who kills who. How can the lives of the people of the General Stars Hall be compared to the lives of the 10 Direction Sword School? Get lost. Qiu Wuji roared. Qiu Wuji, don't go too far. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. At most, we'll fight. The red-haired old man roared like a mad lion. You fuck. Qiu Wuji's face darkened. If it was someone else, they might be afraid of the 10 Direction Sword sect, but this red-haired elder was a wild beast. He was lawless and feared no one when he went crazy. This was also the reason why the imperial family sent the red-haired old man to lead the team. Qiu Wuji, if you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity to enter the Blood Ant realm. The red-haired old man said. Good, very good. Eccentric Red, what's the point of you protecting this kid now? This time, I'll give you a new mission. Kill this man with all your might in the blood ant secret realm. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded. Xiao Wuxia pointed at Lu Ming. All right, Elder, don't worry. I'll definitely kill this person with my own hands. This kid's life is mine. Instantly, all the disciples of the omnipresent sword sect looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Also, this time, if you encounter people from the General Star Hall, kill them without mercy. Don't hold back. Anyone who dares to kill people from my General Star Hall will not only have to die, but everyone else will also have to die. Xiao Wuxia ordered. Don't worry, Elder. This time, we'll make sure that no one can leave the General Star Hall. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect said one after another. At this moment, all the disciples of the General Star's Hall had extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, Tianyun, it's all Tianyun's fault. He's the one who started this mess. Why should we be the ones to take the blame? Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. Lu Ming looked over. It was Bai Qi again. That's right. This matter started because of Tianyun. It's all his fault. Originally, we had a way out with the 10 Direction Sword School and could have reconciled. It's all his fault. He's pushing all of us into the fire pit. A green-robed young man on the observing pillar also shouted. This person was originally Bai Qi's good friend, so he was naturally on Bai Qi's side. As soon as he said that, many people in the General Star's Hall looked at Lu Ming in a different light. They felt that what Bai Qi and the young man in green said made sense. How about this? Let's enter the blood ant secret realm and work together to take down Tianyun. We'll hand him over to the 10 Direction Sword School and make peace with them. Bai Qi shouted. Nonsense. Bai Qi, what the hell are you talking about? Ming Qing couldn't help but cry out. He was so angry that his chest hurt. Bai Qi and the green-robed young man were too shameless. Just now, who was it that had been humiliated by the people of the 10 Direction Sword School, and the entire General Star's Hall had been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads? If not for Lu Ming's intervention, the General Star Hall would have lost a great deal of face. Now, they actually made a false countercharge and blamed everything on Lu Ming. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? I'm not talking nonsense. That's the truth. If not for Tianyun, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Bai Qi clamored. Shut up. At this moment, the red-haired elder rebuked and looked at Bai Qi coldly. What are you afraid of? At worst, we'll just have a battle. Tianyun isn't wrong in this matter. Elder, the blood and eggs are important. Bai Qi called out. Then what's Bai Qi's name? If that's the case, we can consider showing mercy. Someone from the 10 Direction Sword Sect laughed. The others also looked at the people from the General Star Hall with a mocking expression. They had not even set off yet, and there was already internal strife. What a joke. Bai Qi. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. His voice was calm and indifferent, without any emotion. Everyone could not help but look at Lu Ming. Bai Qi, everything you've done today has already determined your fate. I will kill you in the blood ant realm. If I don't, Tianyun, will destroy my own cultivation. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely cold. There was a terrifying killing intent and determination to kill Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face turned pale, and he felt a chill in his heart. Elder, look at this. We're all from the General Star Hall, but Tianyun actually threatened to kill me. How can such a vicious person remain in the General Star Hall? I suggest that we expel him from the General Star Hall and disqualify him from the blood ant mystic realm. Bai Qi looked at the red-haired elder and shouted. He was afraid, so afraid that he could die. Shut up. I don't care about what happens in the blood ant secret realm. You guys deal with it yourselves. The red-haired elder chided. He was clearly unhappy with Bai Qi's actions. And you guys, Lu Ming pointed the long spear in his hand at the people from the omnidirectional sword sect. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was demonic. All of you from the 10 Direction sword sect want to kill me. Fine, Tianyun will accept it. When the time comes, let's see who will kill who. See who will kill who. These 4 short words swept out like a storm, shaking everyone's hearts. Everyone was shocked. Such strong self-confidence, such strong spirit. These words, is it going to fight a sect alone? All right, that's how a martial artist should be. The red-haired elder roared, his eyes glowing. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he liked him. Arrogant, ignorant. If you have some combat power, you can't tell north from south. There are quite a few people in the 10 Direction Sword sect who can kill him. Kill him. When we reach the Blood Ant secret realm, we must kill him. The disciples of the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted one by one. Their gazes were penetrating like tigers, eyeing their prey. Buzz! A loud and clear sword cry resounded through the entire area. A beam of sword chi shot up into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was Xianxia. His black hair was dancing in the wind, and his eyes were like stars. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "He's my prey. If I encounter him, I'll definitely kill him." Everyone from the 10 Direction Sword sect was shocked. Yang Zitian has the intention to kill him. He's dead for sure. There's no chance for him to live. It's a rare thing to attract the attention of senior brother Yang Zitian. It's his honor. The disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect laughed. "If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he glared at Yang Zitian. "A confrontation. You don't know what's good for you." The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect sneered. "All right, let's go." The red-haired old man suddenly let out a loud roar and led the way into the depths of the barren mountain. "Let's go too." Xiao Wuxia shouted coldly and brought the people from the 10 Direction Sword School to follow. The group ran for thousands of meters and stopped in a pile of stones. However, these rocks were all engraved with inscriptions. "Eccentric Red, let's start." Xiao Wuxia looked at the red-haired elder. The red-haired elder nodded and walked to one side of the rocks with the other elders. Xiao Wuxia, on the other hand, walked to the other side of the rocks with the elders of the 10 Directions Sword sect. The two sides shouted at the same time and waved their hands. A strong, true chi gushed out and poured into the stones. Buzz! The inscriptions glowed, and a door of light appeared in the pile of rocks. This was the entrance to the Blood Ant realm. "Enter." On the General Star Hall side, someone impatiently rushed towards the light door. His figure rushed into the light door and disappeared. "We have 10 days to enter this time. What's the use of being so impatient?" Some of the disciples from the 10 Direction Sword sect sneered. Chapter 222. Chapter 222, Blood and Eggs. After that, most of the disciples from the omnidirectional sword sect cast a murderous look at Lu Ming before they rushed toward the light door. "Brother Tianyun, you must be careful," Ming Qing warned with a serious expression. "Brother Ming, don't worry. I'm not afraid of anyone below the 7th grade, Great Master Realm." Lu Ming smiled and was very confident. During this period of time, he had been cultivating in the Godwind Valley and had gained a lot. His combat power had increased greatly, and he was naturally confident. "I believe in Brother Tianyun. Those people from the 10 Direction Sword School will definitely not be able to do anything to you," Ming Chung said. The scene of him sparring with Lu Ming a month ago was still vivid in his mind. "Let's go in," Ming Chung said. Lu Ming nodded and rushed into the light door with Ming Chung. When the disciples from both sides rushed into the light door, the red-haired old man pondered for a while and whispered a few words to the old man next to him. The old man nodded, turned into a rainbow light, and disappeared into the sky. Xiao Wuxi's eyes flashed, and he also said a few words to an elder of the 10 Direction Sword sect. The elder also turned into a ray of light and disappeared. On the other side, the world spun, and Lu Ming felt his body falling. There was a damp atmosphere in the surroundings. Lu Ming took a closer look and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was in the air, and below him was a huge river that was constantly flowing. The river was at least 100 meters wide, and the water was turbulent, flowing to an unknown place. Lu Ming was falling toward the river. "Sky step." Lu Ming took a deep breath and stepped into the void. His body became as light as a feather, and he slowly descended. Voila! All of a sudden, the water below churned and a blood-red ant rushed out of the river. It waved its sharp claws and clawed at Lu Ming. This blood-red ant was extremely huge. It was the size of a small dog and was many times bigger than the other ants. Blood ant. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a long spear was formed, and he thrust it forward. Puchi! The long spear pierced through the blood ant's mouth, and its head exploded. With a pull of his palm, he caught the corpse of the blood ant in his hand. Blood ant eggs. Lu Ming discovered a blood-red ball the size of a longan on the abdomen of the blood ant. The round ball emitted a dense blood chi. It was their target this time, the blood ant egg. With a wave of his hand, his essential chi was like a blade as he took the blood ant's egg in his hand. Then he stepped on the river with the tip of his foot, and his body floated forward, landing on the riverbank. I didn't expect there to be blood ants in the river. Lu Ming smiled. This blood ant is equivalent to a first-grade grandmaster martial artist. It's a class 1 level 3 demonic beast. It's said that a blood ant of class 1 level 3 demonic beast will have 1 blood ant egg in its abdomen. A blood ant of class 2 level 3 will have 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen, and a blood ant of class 3 will have 4 blood ant eggs. The higher the level, the higher the level. The number of blood ant eggs that a blood ant can have is twice that of the previous level. I can only obtain blood ant eggs quickly if I find blood ants of higher levels. Lu Ming pondered and followed the river to see if he could encounter blood ants. Voila! Soon, a blood ant emerged from the river and pounced at Lu Ming. This blood ant was even bigger than the previous one, and there were 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. Blood ants of 2nd grade 3rd level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He thrust his spear forward and killed the blood ant. In that case, Lu Ming would have 3 blood ant eggs. I'm quite lucky. I've only just entered and I've already obtained 3 blood ant eggs. With 3 more, I can exchange them for a blood refinement pill. At the thought of the blood refinement pill, Lu Ming was full of motivation. He continued to move forward along the river. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a mound beside the river. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he dashed toward the mound. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There was a cave on the mound, and a few blood ants were going in and out. Could it be an ant nest? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was about to rush out. Not far away, the sound of air being torn rang out. 7 figures were rapidly approaching. An ant's nest? It's an ant's nest. Haha, we're so lucky. We've only just entered, and we've already encountered an ant's nest. A burst of laughter rang out. There from the 10 direction, Sword School. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Tianyun, the 7 disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect also saw Lu Ming, and their expressions changed. Good, we're so lucky. Not only did we encounter an ant nest the moment we entered the blood ant realm, but we also encountered Tianyun. As long as we kill him, Elder Qiu Wuji will reward us handsomely. The eyes of the 7 young men began to shine. Good luck. The sneer at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth became more intense. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. The 7 young men moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. The 7 of them were all 6th grade Great Martial Masters, and 4 of them were even at the peak of the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm. Tianyun, you're unlucky to have encountered my He clan's 7 swords. Today will be the day you die. The oldest young man sneered. Although Lu Ming had displayed his powerful combat strength earlier, they were not afraid and were very confident that they could kill him. They were quite famous geniuses in the Shifang sword sect. The 7 of them came from the same clan and were known as the He clan's 7 swords. They were good at joint attacks, and when the 7 of them joined forces, not many 6th grade Great Martial Masters could defeat them. In the school, other than the 6 geniuses who had comprehended the control force, no other 6th grade Great Martial Master was a match for them. Therefore, They were very confident. Shifang's sword school, this time, I'll start with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He's still so arrogant even when he's about to die. Brothers, send him on his way. Clang, clang. 7 sword hums were heard. 7 people and 7 long swords formed an impenetrable net of swords and charged at Lu Ming. Landslide, the long spear swept out and collided with the sword net. Thump! Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that when the long spear and the sword net collided, the powerful force of the long spear disappeared without a trace, like mud entering the sea. He barely managed to push back the sword net, but it didn't scatter. What a wondrous joint attack technique. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In the last month at the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's cultivation had progressed smoothly, and he had broken through to the 5th grade Great Master realm. With Lu Ming's rich essential qi and his 5th grade Grandmaster cultivation, a casual sweep of the spear was extremely powerful. An ordinary 7th grade Grandmaster martial artist would be whipped to death. Even an 8th grade Great Martial Master would be severely injured, but was blocked by the He clan's 7 swords. Ha ha ha. Tianyun, your attacks are useless against us. Prepare to die. One of the He clan's 7 swords laughed. Chi. The sword Qi flickered and the dense sword Qi charged toward Lu Ming again. Again, Lu Ming smiled faintly and his essential Qi increased by another 2 points. Boom! This spear attack was even stronger than the previous one. It struck the sword net, causing it to shake violently. What's going on? How can he be so powerful? Is this still the strength of a 7th grade Great Master? The He clan's 7 swords were extremely shocked. Attack with all your might and kill him. Kill! All 7 of their bloodlines erupted. All of them had 5th level bloodlines. The power of their bloodlines exploded, greatly increasing their combat power. Go to hell. The 7 swords of the He clan roared. Oh, really? You're the ones who will die. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom! Lu Ming's body erupted with a fiery aura, like a volcano. The power of fire. Chapter 223. Chapter 223. Chapter 223, Flood Dragon Fruit. The power of fire erupted, and the aura soared to the sky. It was extremely hot. The expressions of the He clan's 7 swords changed drastically. Force. This is force, the force of fire. What a terrifying fire force. What kind of fire force is this? It's too terrifying. Not good. The He clan's 7 swords all roared, their faces filled with shock. Boom! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his long hair dancing in the wind. He looked like a god of fire. Kill! Go! Lu Ming suddenly shouted, and a terrifying spear's gleam burst out. The sword net set up by the He clan's 7 swords instantly collapsed like paper. Not good. Quickly retreat. What the He clan's 7 swords shouted. Retreat? You want to retreat now? It's too late. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Chi. Then, several spear lights were shot out. A few shrieks were heard. 4 of the He clan's 7 swords were pierced by Lu Ming's spear ray. Run. The remaining 3 of the He clan's 7 swords were scared out of their wits, and they desperately ran away. The 3 of them had scattered. However, Lu Ming stepped on the void and caught up with one of them in an instant. I'll fight you to the death. The young man roared and charged at Lu Ming with all his might. However, when faced with Lu Ming, who had cast the force of fire, he was far from being able to do so. He was directly pierced by the spear. Then, he chased after the other 2. Tianyun, you'll die a horrible death. The 10 Direction Sword School will not let you off. You'll die without a burial ground. There was no doubt about the result. The remaining 2 were killed by Lu Ming one by one, leaving only howls of despair. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He did not mind at all. In a flash, he devoured all the blood essence of the 7 people. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the 5th grade Grandmaster realm. The blood essence of a 6th grade Grandmaster was of limited help to him. It did not take long for him to refine all of it, and Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved slightly. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming headed toward the ant nest. Chi. At that moment, a few blood ants pounced at Lu Ming. He killed them easily and took the blood ant eggs. However, at this moment, more blood ants crawled out of the ant nest. There were more than 10 of them. A few of them were at second grade, third level. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. He charged at the blood ants, and before long, he had 20 blood ant eggs in his hands. In addition to the previous blood ant eggs, Lu Ming had enough to exchange for 4 blood refinement pills. Kill our way in. Lu Ming was extremely excited as he charged into the ant nest. However, the number of blood ants in the ant nest was not as high as he had imagined. There were only about 50 blood ants in total. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had killed all of them. Among them, the strongest blood ant was a class 4 level 3. It had 8 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. This ant nest had given Lu Ming a total of 82 blood ant eggs. Haha, I'm so lucky. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He left the ant nest and continued his search in the vicinity. This small plain was very large. It was even larger than the small plain left behind by the Dongyi tribe's ancestors that Lu Ming had previously entered. Lu Ming had searched a radius of 100 miles, but he felt that he had only occupied a small corner of this small plain. He did not even meet many other people. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming seemed to have run out of luck. He did not encounter many blood ants that were alone, let alone ant nests. In 2 days, he only obtained 18 blood ant eggs. It is said that the depths of this small plain are the nests of blood ants. There are mother ants in there. It is said that there are a large number of blood ant eggs in there, all shed by blood ants. However, that place is extremely dangerous. Every time, a large number of experts will die there. If we don't get much in a few days, we'll go to the blood ant nest. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and continued to search for traces of the blood ants. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he stopped, because he smelled a fragrance, the fragrance of spirit herbs. There are spirit herbs nearby. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes shone with a fiery glow. The blood ant's secret realm was a small plain that had just been created. Although this kind of plain was not very stable, it was the easiest to breed some very rare natural treasures. It was like the birth of a treasure at the beginning of the world. In such an environment, once a spiritual medicine was nurtured, it would definitely not be an ordinary item. Lu Ming's nose twitched as he noted it down. He found the right direction and left at top speed. What? Not long after, he discovered that there were a few figures in front of him, and they were also heading in that direction. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that they were from the Omnipresent Sword sect. It seems that this spiritual medicine is no small matter. It has attracted a lot of people. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he dashed forward. In front of them, a wide lake appeared. The lake was very large, with a radius of more than 1,000 meters. The water was as clear as a mirror. At this moment, there were no less than 50 people around the lake. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. There were so many people here. Then, Lu Ming looked at the lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a spiritual herb. It was a dark green spirit herb with 9 leaves. The leaves were crystal clear, as if they were made of green jade. In the middle of the 9 leaves, there was a spirit fruit. This spirit fruit looked like a flood dragon, and it was extremely lifelike. Flood dragon spirit fruit. This is the flood dragon spirit fruit. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly, and his eyes shone with a strong light. The flood dragon fruit was an extremely rare spirit herb that was rarely found in the world. Legend had it that if a grandmaster martial artist swallowed it, his cultivation would definitely break through to the next level. Even a martial grandmaster had a high chance of breaking through to the next level. The medicinal effects were extremely amazing. However, to Lu Ming, this was not the most attractive thing. What attracted Lu Ming the most was the flood dragon fruit's help to the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming had been cultivating the true war dragon technique to the third stage for a very long time. However, if one wanted to cultivate it to the fourth level, they would need 6 types of precious materials. However, nothing was set in stone. It didn't mean that these 6 materials were necessary. There were also some very precious natural treasures that could be worth 6 kinds of materials. The flood dragon fruit was such a rare treasure. A single flood dragon spirit fruit could help Lu Ming cultivate to the 4th stage of the true war dragon technique. How could he not be tempted? Once he cultivated to the 4th level, Lu Ming's essential qi would be 5 times that of ordinary essential qi. Lu Ming's combat strength would definitely increase tremendously. I must get the flood dragon fruit, Lu Ming thought to himself. He looked at the flood dragon fruit carefully. At this moment, there was a faint layer of light on the flood dragon fruit. Within the light, one could vaguely see a small flood dragon dancing. An extremely dense medicinal fragrance continuously spread out, provoking one's nerves. It was obvious that the flood dragon fruit had not fully ripened yet, but it was approaching its full ripeness. This was also the reason why there were so many people gathered here, but no one had made a move yet. The flood dragon fruit wasn't fully ripe yet. If it was picked, its effects would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't even have 1/10 of the medicinal effects of a fully ripe fruit. It wouldn't be able to break through to the next realm at all. Tianyun, it's you. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Chapter 224. Chapter 224, Fight For. A cold shout came from nearby. A few young men from the 10 Directions Sword School had noticed him. His voice shook the entire area. More than 50 young men turned their heads and looked at Lu Ming. It really is Tianyun. There are so many of us here, and he still dares to appear? Haha, he's courting death. Let's join forces and kill him. The disciples of the omnipresent sword sect looked at Lu Ming with murderous eyes. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and was very clear about the situation. There were more than 30 young men from the 10 Direction Sword School. There were nearly 20 young men from the General Star Hall, and 3 of them were from the top 10 experts of the Outer Hall. Tianyun, he's mine. An eerie voice came from the 10 Direction Sword School. A young man in a blue robe strode out and looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Senior Brother Water Trace. Could it be that Senior Brother Shui Luhan is going to personally make a move? Tianyun is dead for sure. When this young man walked out, there were exclamations from the 10 Directions Sword Sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that this young man was one of the 6 geniuses in the omnipresent sword school who had comprehended the control force. Tianyun, you've really been blinded by greed. To think that you'd still dare to appear here. You're really looking for death. Fine, I'll finish you off and complete one of Elder Chio's missions. Shui Shuihen looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. His tone was full of confidence, as if Lu Ming was already a piece of fat meat in his mouth. A few disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School told me the same thing before, but they're already on their way. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. What? Tianyun, you've actually killed a disciple of my 10 Directions Sword School. How dare you? Do you know that this is a heinous crime? A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Laughable. Lu Ming only said 2 words indifferently. There would always be some people who felt good about them Slaviers, as if they were the only ones who could kill others. If others resisted, they would be guilty of great crimes. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense to such a person. Tianyun, no matter what, if you encounter me, you'll definitely die. Shui Shuihen's face turned even gloomier, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Force, the force of water. Cut the crap. Didn't I say before that we'll see who kills who? Lu Ming pointed the long spear in his hand, and his killing intent burst forth. At this moment, an even more intense fragrance wafted out. Everyone was shocked. The flood dragon fruit was about to ripen. Tianyun, I'll let you live a little longer for now. I'll kill you after I get the flood dragon spirit fruit. Shui Luhen said coldly. He looked at the serpent spirit fruit with a burning gaze. As long as he could obtain the flood dragon spirit fruit, he would be able to break through to the 7th grade Great Master Realm. At that time, he would not fear anyone in the Blood Ant Secret Realm, not even Xianxia. At that time, he would kill his way into the Blood Ant nest. How many Blood Ant eggs could he get? Thinking of this, his heart was burning. The Blood Ant Secret Realm would not reject those who broke through to the 7th grade Grandmaster Realm in it. People of the General Star Hall, if you dare to make a move, I will make sure that none of you can leave this place alive. Shui Hen looked at the people from the General Star Hall coldly. Shui Hen, the Blood Ant Realm doesn't belong to your family. Anyone who sees it will have a share. A young man from the General Stars Hall said. He was one of the top 10 experts of the General Stars Hall's outer hall. As long as he got the Flood Dragon fruit, he would be able to break through to the 7th grade Great Martial Master Realm. At that time, he would no longer have to fear the people of the Shi Fang Sword School. Therefore, he was very aggressive and didn't want to back down. You're looking for death. When I get the Serpent Spirit fruit and break through, I'll definitely kill all these trash from the General Stars Hall. Shui Lihen's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar seemed to come from the Flood Dragon fruit. The Flood Dragon fruit shone brightly, and the fragrance of medicine spread throughout the area. After a few breaths, the light dimmed, and the medicinal fragrance also faded, becoming more restrained. The Flood Dragon fruit had ripened. The Flood Dragon fruit is mine. Go! Shui Lihen roared and leaped out like an arrow, shooting towards the Flood Dragon fruit. Buzz! And NBSB, whoosh! The people from the General Stars Hall and the other people from the 10 Direction Sword School also pounced toward the Flood Dragon fruit. Get lost! Shui Hen roared and threw a punch. The surface of the lake exploded and water pillars formed, shooting towards the people from the General Star Hall. Damn it! Several experts from the General Star Hall joined forces to block the water pillar. However, their bodies were obstructed and they could not help but fall towards the surface of the lake. The tips of their feet stepped on the surface of the lake to stop them slaveers, but the water current had already run a long distance. A few pieces of trash want to stop me? The Flood Dragon fruit is mine. Shui Lihen sneered in his heart. But the next moment, he was stunned. A figure stepped in the air and leaped over his head, heading straight for the Flood Dragon spirit fruit. Tianyun, stop right there. You're looking for death. Water Current Scar roared. He stomped on the surface of the water and ran forward at top speed. At the same time, he waved his palms, and the nearby lake water was driven by him. It condensed into a water sword and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look and swept his long spear out. Bang! Bang! A loud boom was heard. The water swords were not shattered, but Lu Ming's body was affected by a huge force, and he floated down. The force of water is indeed amazing, especially on the surface of this lake. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Haha, Lu Ming, you're still trash if you haven't comprehended force. You're dead for sure today. Shui Hen laughed out loud. A combat sword as clear as autumn water appeared in his hand. As he swung the combat sword, the water on the lake was naturally driven, forming water pillars. Together with the sword chi, they blasted toward Lu Ming. What's so great about comprehending force? A cold smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he spoke indifferently. What's so great about it? Haha, you're just jealous, huh? Oh, Shui Hen's voice trailed off. That was because at that moment, Lu Ming's body suddenly exploded with a light and sharp aura. Force, the force of the wind. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook, and there seemed to be a gust of strong wind whistling out. As the spear swept out, a tornado seemed to have formed on the lake. Bang bang! The water pillar that Shui Hen had shot out was instantly dispersed, and the powerful spear momentum blasted towards Shui Hen. Shui Hen exerted all his strength and slashed with his sword, clashing with Lu Ming's long spear. Bang! Shui Liuhen's body was sent flying, and he crashed into the lake, causing a huge splash. Shui Liuhen was sent flying into the lake. Behind him, the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School and the General Stars Hall all gasped and widened their eyes. For a moment, their figures slowed down. Voila! The lake water splashed everywhere, and traces of water rushed out of the lake, letting out an unbelievable roar. Wind force initial success. How could you possibly cultivate wind force to the initial success? He could sense that Lu Ming's wind force had reached the initial success stage and was shockingly powerful. As for his force of water, he had only just started. He did not know how far away he was from the initial success stage. Isn't it just momentum? What's so great about it? Is there a need to keep talking about it? Lu Ming said indifferently. Chapter 225. Chapter 225. Chapter 225. Anchovy. Lu Ming's wind force had been improving rapidly during the 2 months in the Divine Wind Valley. Just a few days before he entered the Blood Ant's secret realm, his wind force finally broke through and reached the realm of small success. Force was a completely different matter from force, which had not reached the initial success stage. The difference was huge. Shuihen's face turned red. Previously, he was extremely proud and looked down on Lu Ming with the attitude that he had comprehended the control force. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming gave him a tight slap in the face with an even stronger force. The things that he was proud of were not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. This dealt a serious blow to his self-confidence. Kill him. Let's kill him together. Lu Ming. Shuihen roared in anger. He had to kill Lu Ming. Kill. More than 30 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School roared and ran on the lake, charging toward Lu Ming. It wasn't difficult for a third-grade Great Martial Master or above to walk on water. More than 30 people attacked at the same time. Their power was extremely terrifying. The surface of the lake was suddenly filled with violent waves that swept across like a tsunami. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he shook the demon-subduing spear. Suddenly dash. Chi, dozens of spear lights shot out. These spear lights, under the support of wind force, were shockingly fast and had a terrifying penetrative ability. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams rang out. In an instant, more than 10 young men from the 10 Directions Sword School were assassinated. Blood dyed the lake red. Kill! Lu Ming stepped into the air and rushed into the crowd like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He was invincible and took the lives of the disciples of the 10 Direction Sword sect without restraint. Not far away, the student from the General Star Hall stopped and looked at this scene with pale faces. Isn't this dude Tian Yin-Tu ruthless? You really dare to kill the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School? Ruthless. This is a truly ruthless man. The throat of the students from the General Star Hall squirmed as they cried out in shock. Shui Liuhen's face turned pale as he shouted, Kill! Kill him! His figure, on the other hand, was rushing towards the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit. Shui Liuhen, you're despicable. A disciple from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. Within the same sect, there was originally a lot of competition. Of course, they cannot be so united. At this moment, Shui Liuhen was the first to escape. He wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch the Flood Dragon Fruit, but they naturally wouldn't allow it. Let's go and snatch the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit. The Flood Dragon Fruit is mine. The remaining 10 Direction Sword sect disciples immediately abandoned Lu Ming and ran towards the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit. How can it be so easy to come and kill and leave as you please? Lu Ming sneered. He pounced like an eagle and drew his long spear. 2 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School screamed in pain as they were killed on the lake. The others were shocked. Lu Ming's feet touched the surface of the lake, and his figure quickly chased after Shuihen. At this moment, The stream of water was already approaching the flood dragon fruit. Huh, the flood dragon spirit fruit is mine. As long as I pluck the flood dragon spirit fruit, hide at the bottom of the lake, and refine the flood dragon spirit fruit, then that will be the day of Tianyun's death. A cold glint flickered in Shui Lihan's eyes. At the same time, he was excited. He reached out his hand, and genuine qi gushed out. He was about to pick the serpent spirit fruit. Voila! At this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly churned, and a giant claw covered in sharp thorns reached out from the lake and grabbed at the water trace. What the hell is this thing? Shui Shuihan's expression changed. He slashed out his sword and hit the giant claw. Sparks flew, and he was sent flying by the claw. Detestable! Shui Shuihan roared in anger. He almost spat out blood when he saw the fat meat in his mouth disappear just like that. Walala! The surface of the lake churned, and another giant claw slapped out. The two disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were caught off guard and were instantly smashed into meat patties. From then on, only 10 or so of the 30 or so disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were left. They had suffered heavy losses. Whoosh! The lake water surged, and the thing under the lake was finally revealed. It was a monster that was dozens of meters long, covered in spikes, and had a long and sharp mouth. Anteater? Could this be an anteater? Someone shouted. This guy looked very similar to the anteater, and it was very likely. The blood ant secret realm bred a large number of blood ants, so it was normal for anteaters to feed on blood ants. However, this anteater was a little too big. The anteater appeared and let out a sharp cry. It paddled the lake water and pounced toward Shui Hin and the others. The shocking thing was that the lake water behind Lu Ming and the rest was surging, and another anteater appeared. The two anteaters formed an encirclement and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Whoa! More than a dozen spikes shot out from the anteater's body. The sharp spikes pierced through the air, making a terrifying whistling sound. A sharp spike shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his spear and flicked the spike away. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. The anteater's strength was extremely shocking. It's at least a Class 9, Level 3 demonic beast. Lu Ming made a judgment. He was able to strike away the spikes of the anteaters, but the others were not so lucky. The screams rose and fell. Tulavir people from both the General Stars Hall and the 10 Directions Sword School were killed in an instant, and blood dyed the lake. Go, quickly go! The remaining people from the General Stars Hall and the 10 Directions Sword Sect turned pale with fright. They didn't care about the flood dragon spirit fruit and ran for their lives towards the shore. However, how could he escape so easily when two powerful demonic beasts, which were equivalent to 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm, joined forces? A few more corpses were left behind. In the end, only 8 people from both sides managed to escape to the shore. Once they reached the shore, the anteaters stopped their pursuit. However, there was an exception, and that was Lu Ming. He didn't rush to the shore, but to the flood dragon's spirit fruit. As soon as he charged at the flood dragon's spirit fruit, the two anteaters became even more violent. They shrieked continuously and charged at Lu Ming in a frenzy. The giant claws covered in sharp spikes clawed at Lu Ming continuously. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming pushed his midair step to its maximum. He seemed to be weightless and was constantly flashing. One moment he was on the lake, the next moment he was in the air. Although the two anteaters tried their best to stop him, they could not stop Lu Ming from advancing. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the water below the flood dragon's spirit fruit. He grabbed the fruit and plucked it. This figure was actually Water Current Mark. He didn't rush to the shore just now, but took the opportunity to dive into the water. The cultivation technique he cultivated, in addition to the force of water, had a great advantage underwater. Ha! The flood dragon spirit fruit is mine. Shui Lihan laughed wildly in his heart, but his face was filled with excitement. With a thought, he kept the flood dragon spirit fruit into his storage ring. Just as he was about to dive into the water to escape, over a dozen extremely sharp spear lights stabbed at him. You want to take the flood dragon spirit fruit? You wish. Lu Ming sneered. His body flashed, and he closed in on Shui Luan. Tianyun, you deserve to die. Water current scar bellowed. The two anteaters became furious when the flood dragon spirit fruit was plucked. They twisted their bodies and shot out dozens of sharp spikes. The water current Mark's body moved and was about to enter the water. However, at this moment, a tail covered in spikes was pulled up from below him. It was the tail of an anteater. Tianyun, get lost. The water current had no way to retreat. It could only rush up and slash out with its combat sword. Many swords of water condensed and slashed at Lu Ming's spear radiance. Chapter 226. Chapter 226. The fourth stage of the true war dragon technique. Although the water current trace was powerful, it could not be compared to Lu Ming. The sword of water that he had conjured and the sword chi that he had slashed out were shattered by Lu Ming's spear gleam. A few wounds appeared on Shui Liuhan's body and blood flowed out. Arg! Shui Shuihan screamed as he tried his best to avoid the anteater's attack. However, Lu Ming's long spear arrived in an instant. Bang! The water current was like a leather ball as it was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood along the surface of the lake. He let out a shrill scream. Half of his body had almost exploded, and one of his arms was missing. Lu Ming took a step forward, his eyes filled with killing intent as he chased after them. No, Tianyun, you can't kill me. I'm the top genius of the 10-Direction Sword School. If you kill me, you won't have a good end either. Shui Shuihan was almost scared out of his wits as he screamed. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm, and he was unmoved. Tianyun, let me go. I beg you to let me go. If you want the flood dragon fruit, I'll get it to you. Shui Luhan was almost in despair. If I kill you, the flood dragon fruit will also be mine. Lu Ming's voice was indifferent. The long spear turned into an electric light and shot out. I'm not afraid. Lu Ming, Shui Shuihan shouted. But just as he shouted, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his throat. Water current Mark dead. Lu Ming's essential chi gushed out, and he sucked Shui Liuhan's storage ring over, storing it in the Supreme Shrine. Of course, Shui Liuhan's blood essence was also devoured. At that moment, the two anteaters charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, avoiding the two anteaters' attacks and sprinting toward the shore. Not good, let's go. On the shore, the remaining 10-Direction Sword Sect disciples turned pale with fright and turned to run. Even Shui Luhan had been killed. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Let's go. There are also a few students from the General Star Hall, some of whom were even the top 10 experts of the Outer Hall. However, they were looking at Lu Ming with horrified gazes. They did not dare to stay any longer and turned to run away. They were afraid that Lu Ming would go crazy and kill them. Lu Ming rode on the waves. No matter how the two anteaters attacked, they could not touch a single hair on his body. It's a pity there are two of them. If there was only one, I would like to fight it. Lu Ming muttered. With his current combat strength, he really wanted to fight with them. However, since there were two of them, he decided to forget about it. He didn't want to waste time. Lu Ming leaped across the lake and collected the storage rings of the disciples of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the students of the General Star Hall. At the same time, he devoured their blood essence. I'm done playing with you guys. After he was done looting, Lu Ming let out a long laugh. His figure shot up into the sky like the wind, hundreds of meters high. He stepped on the air and arrived at the shore. The two anteaters shrieked, but they didn't give chase. After that, Lu Ming turned around and left. After traveling 50 miles, he stopped. He clenched his fist in the air, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. This storage ring was Shui Liuhan's. Lu Ming could not wait to look at it. Indeed, the flood dragon spirit fruit was lying quietly in the storage ring. With a wave of his hand, The flood dragon spirit fruit appeared in his hand, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming took a whiff and felt that the true energy in his body seemed to be running faster. What a powerful medicinal effect! Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Then, without hesitation, he swallowed the flood dragon spirit fruit and began to refine it. The serpent spirit fruit's energy was extremely terrifying. The moment it was swallowed, it turned into a huge amount of energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and cultivated it with all his might. Lu Ming was charging towards the fourth stage of the true war dragon technique with all his might. Originally, breaking through to the fourth level would require 6 extremely precious natural treasures and more than a dozen supplementary materials. However, there was no need for that now. A flood dragon fruit was enough. With the refinement of the flood dragon fruit, the true chi of the true war dragon technique was constantly condensed and rich. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body trembled and he opened his eyes. He could not help but let out a long roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. Fortunately, it was in the Supreme Shrine. If it were outside, the news would definitely spread for dozens of miles. True War Dragon Technique, 4th Stage, Breakthrough. Lu Ming slowly raised his right hand and clenched it gently. The air in his palm was grasped by Lu Ming, and a crackling explosion was heard. His true chi is rich and condensed. It's 5 times that of a normal martial artist. So strong. Feeling the surging essential chi in his body, Lu Ming had a satisfied smile on his face. Now let's look at the harvest. Lu Ming took out a pile of storage rings. He did a quick calculation and found that there were a total of 42 rings. These were all storage rings left behind by geniuses who were 3rd grade, great martial master, and above. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to the items inside. He opened them one by one and counted them. Finally, he sorted out all the items and piled them up in front of Lu Ming. There was a small pile of all kinds of spiritual herbs, but most of them were not very high grade. All kinds of elixirs were stored in jade bottles, and they were piled up in a large pile. They were definitely valuable. There were also various ores, materials from demonic beasts, spiritual weapons, etc. Lu Ming sorted them out and put them away. In addition, there were stacks of Essilivera notes, which added up to hundreds of millions of taels. This was a huge amount, and even if it was exchanged for spiritual crystals, it would be tens of thousands of pieces. What surprised Lu Ming the most was not these, but the spiritual crystals and the blood and eggs. There were more than 80,000 spiritual crystals, which filled several big boxes. He also had 536 blood and eggs. It was much more than what Lu Ming had received during this period. These resources are enough for me to use for a while. On the 3rd platform, form a figure to fight with me. As your cultivation level increases, you will need more and more spiritual crystals. I don't have to worry about it for now. Lu Ming laughed heartily. On the 3rd platform, he had to condense a figure with the same combat strength as himself. When Lu Ming was a 1st grade grandmaster, he needed 9 spiritual crystals. However, as Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the number of spirit crystals he needed also increased. He needed 18 for the 2nd grade of the Great Master Realm, 36 for the 3rd grade, and the number kept increasing. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 5th grade Grandmaster Realm, he would need 144 pieces to condense that figure. This was too extravagant. One time, only 6 hours, and he already needed 144 pieces. As his cultivation level increased, he would need even more. How could an ordinary person afford it? In the past few months, Lu Ming had used up thousands of spiritual crystals to condense the figure to fight with him. Without the replenishment this time, Lu Ming would not be able to sustain for long with the spiritual crystals he had. It's still faster to rob others. It's much faster than working hard to obtain resources. Lu Ming sighed. Rob others. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, robbery. Since the people from the 10 Directions Sword School wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? Haha, good, let's do that. I'll wait for them at the blood ant nest. After making up his mind, Lu Ming laughed and left the Supreme Shrine, heading towards the center of the blood ant's secret realm. Chapter 227. Chapter 227. I'm robbing. 3 hours later, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate plain. At a glance, not a single blade of grass grew. In the middle of the plain, there was a huge pit with a radius of more than 100 meters. Standing on the edge and looking down, he found that there were densely packed caves in the pit. Occasionally, a few blood ants could be seen crawling in and out. This was the blood ant nest. Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the big pit, waiting for the others to arrive. Only 3 days had passed, and there were still 7 days before the closing of the blood ant's secret realm. Lu Ming cultivated while he waited. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, no one came. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He knew that in the first 7 to 8 days, everyone would be in other places, looking for opportunities and killing blood ants. They would only rush to the blood ant nest in the last 2 days to try their luck. In a swamp, the corpses of blood ants lay there. The blood ant eggs in their abdomens had all disappeared. Let's go to the blood ant nest. A young man with a cold and arrogant expression rushed out of the swamp and towards the blood ant nest with more than a dozen young men behind him. A long howl came from a mountain peak. Let's go to the blood ant nest. Then, dozens of figures leaped in the direction of the blood ant nest. In a huge valley, more than 10 students from the General Stars Hall were surrounded by more than 30 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School. Shifang Sword School, do you really have to be so ruthless? A student from the General Star Hall let out a desperate roar. Nonsense. I've already said that I'll kill anyone who meets your General Star Hall. Kill. There was no suspense at all when the 30 or so young experts of the 10 Directions Sword School surrounded and killed the 10 or so students of the General Stars Hall. Not long after, there were a dozen or so more corpses in the valley. What bullshit General Stars Hall. They're just a motley crew. It's a pity that we didn't encounter that Tianyun, or we'd have been able to obtain Elder Qiu Wuji's reward. A young man with a majestic figure sneered. Senior Brother Gao, Tianyun is lucky. If he had met you, he would have been crushed by you within 10 moves. I wonder which senior brother has the luck to meet Tianyun. That's right. However, from what I can see, that Tianyun must have found a place to hide. As long as he can hide until the secret realm closes and rush out at the last moment, he'll be safe. It's safe. Even if he doesn't die in the blood ant's secret realm, we can still kill him when we get out. At the side, the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School started to flatter him. Senior brother, Gao, couldn't even close his mouth from laughing. After a while, he said, "All right, that Tianyun is pretty capable. Even I would have to spend some effort to deal with him. I'll need at least a dozen moves. Let's set off for the blood ant nest now. That's where the great opportunities lie. Let's go." After that, they also headed towards the blood ant nest. In a forest, a shocking sword chi swept across the sky. More than a dozen huge blood ants were cut in half by a single sword chi. Among them, there was even a blood ant of class 7 level 3. A figure appeared. It was Xianxia. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a large string of blood ant eggs flew into his hand. It's been so many days, and I've finally made a breakthrough. Now it's time to go to the blood ant nest. I'm going to empty it and get a lot of blood refinement pills to accumulate a lot of blood chi. In the future, I'll definitely be able to awaken a king-class bloodline and trample the 6 heroes of the scorching sun under my feet. Xianxia's eyes were full of arrogance and confidence. Then, in a flash, he headed towards the blood ant nest. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged beside the blood ant nest, suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. In the distance, more than a dozen figures were rapidly approaching. Finally, someone's here. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. There were a total of 12 people, and it was obvious that they were disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School. In a short while, the 12 of them approached the blood ant nest. "What's that?" Tianyun. When the 12 of them saw Tianyun, their expressions changed slightly and they stopped. They didn't get close. Instead, they were a little afraid. There were not many powerful people among them. They had also seen Lu Ming's combat strength. They were definitely no match for him. "Tianyun, so you've been hiding here all this time. You really know how to pick a place. No wonder so many of my 10 Directions Sword School disciples couldn't find you." A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. "Hiding here?" Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face. "I guess so. All right, enough of the nonsense. Now, hand over your storage rings." "What? You want us to hand over our storage rings?" The Tulavir disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were all stunned. "Nonsense. Don't you understand human language? I'm robbing you. Hand over your storage rings and you can live. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever," Lu Ming said coldly. "Tianyun, how dare you? We're not looking for trouble with you, and you're thinking of robbing our storage rings? How dare you?" The Tulavir disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were in disbelief. Lu Ming had been waiting here to rob them. How could he dare to do this? Bang! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He made his move immediately. His figure was like a flash of lightning, instantly appearing above the Tulavir people. With a shake of the demon subduing spear, it turned into Tulavir's spear shadows, blasting at the Tulavir people. "Tianyun, don't think that we're afraid of you. Let's join forces and kill him." The Tulavir of them roared and attacked together. Tulavir attacks were launched at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! A loud boom was heard, and the ground cracked. The Tulavir people screamed in pain. Half of their bodies were stuck in the ground. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Even though there was no one among the Tulavir who had comprehended force, they were still far superior to ordinary martial artists. However, when the Tulavir of them joined forces, they were as weak as babies in Lu Ming's hands. They could not resist at all. One move, and he was already half dead. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 5th grade Great Martial Master realm, and his true war dragon technique had broken through to the 4th stage. In addition, the demon's subduing spear weighed more than 10,000 pounds. The strength of a casual spear was shocking, and it was not something that ordinary people could block. "And now, are you going to hand over the storage ring or not?" Lu Ming looked down at the Tulavir young men from the 10 Directions Sword Sect. "We'll pay." The Tulavir young men shouted in succession. They took off the storage rings in their hands and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept it with a smile and waved his hand. "Get lost." The Tulavir of them felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They struggled to climb out of the ground and fled into the distance. Lu Ming did not really want to kill all the disciples of the Omnipresent Sword School. If it was necessary, he could kill a small portion of them to intimidate them. If he really killed all of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School, the higher-ups of the school would most likely be furious and go crazy, wanting to kill him at all costs. This was not what Lu Ming wanted right now. After all, he did not have the ability to fight against the entire Omnipresent Sword sect. After putting away the Tulavir storage rings, Lu Ming was about to continue sitting cross-legged. From another direction, 2 figures were approaching at high speed. It's really a waste of effort to find it after searching high and low for it. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. These 2 people were Bai Qi and a green-robed young man. Chapter 228. Chapter 228. Chapter 228 scared out his wits. Bai Qi and the young man in green were smiling. During this period of time, They had worked together to secretly hunt down blood ants. In addition, the two of them were originally the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall's outer hall and were very powerful, so their harvest was quite good. In the meantime, they even encountered an ant nest, which they cleared out. Moreover, as long as they encountered disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School, no matter how strong or weak they would stay far away, so they didn't encounter any danger. Haha, the blood ant eggs we've collected this time are enough to exchange for a lot of blood refinement pellets. In the future, we'll definitely be able to awaken a powerful second bloodline. At that time, the General Star Hall will be the world of the two of us. The green-robed youth laughed. That's right, that Tianyun actually wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant. He actually challenged all the experts of the 10 Direction Sword School. I think he would have been killed by the disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School long ago. Bai Chi's eyes revealed a ferocious look. We're about to reach the blood ant nest. We'll observe in secret and wait for the others to attack. There's someone in front. As the green-robed young man was speaking, he suddenly froze and looked ahead. Someone's there? Bai Chi also looked over, and his expression changed drastically. He was so scared that he almost peed himself. Tianyun, why aren't you dead yet? Bai Chi let out a sharp cry. You're not dead yet, so how could I die? Lu Ming got up and looked at Bai Chi coldly. Go quickly, go. Bai Chi's entire body trembled. He let out a low roar and ran back. However, the green-robed young man's reaction was even faster than Bai Chi's. He had already turned around and ran away. Bai Chi, I said I would kill you. Do you think you can escape? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and chased after Bai Chi like the wind. Ah! Bai Chi shouted. He felt his feet shaking and his body turning cold. He ran forward with all his strength. Wait for me, Bai Chi shouted. The green-robed young man was faster than him. Why would the green-robed young man pay attention to him? Outside the blood ant secret realm, he had also targeted Lu Ming. Now, he was also scared to death. Why would he stop? Bai Chi felt a chill down his spine and his scalp went numb. He felt as if death was approaching him. Escape! I must escape. I can't die. Bai Chi roared. However, Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to him. At this time, dozens of figures suddenly rushed over from the distance. They were all disciples of the Shi Fang Sword School. Bai Chi's eyes brightened, and he was overjoyed. His speed seemed to have increased a little, and he ran towards the people from the 10 Direction Sword Sect at full speed. He shouted, Brothers from the 10 Directions Sword Sect, Tianyun is here. Tianyun is here. He killed a disciple from your 10 Directions Sword Sect. Regardless of whether Lu Ming had killed him or not, he had to say that Lu Ming had killed him. Only then could he escape. Tianyun, there were more than 30 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School in front of them, and the one leading them was Senior Brother Gao. He was stunned for a moment, then revealed a cold, killing intent and roared, It's Tianyun. Ha ha ha, I've finally found him. Immediately, he dashed toward Lu Ming. Ha! Senior Brother Gao is so lucky. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect laughed and followed. Seeing the disciples of the omnipresent Sword Sect coming, Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He was no longer in a hurry to kill Bai Chi and slowly walk forward. Buzz! Buzz! In a flash, the disciples of the omnidirectional Sword Sect surrounded Lu Ming. Who? Bai Chi was ecstatic and let out a long breath. Brat, you may be from the General Stars Hall, but since Tianyun wants to kill you, I'll protect you. Stand still. Senior Brother Gao gave Bai Chi a glance and ordered. Yes, yes. Bai Chi nodded repeatedly, but he laughed in his heart. Tianyun, the heavens have not forsaken me. Right now, the one who will die is you. Senior Brother Gao looked away from Bai Chi and turned to Lu Ming with a cold, killing intent. Tianyun, you've been hiding from me for so many days. In the end, you're still going to die by my hands. Remember my name? I'm Gao Tianqua. Gao Tianqua, right? Very well. Now, I declare that this is a robbery. Hand over all your storage rings. Lu Ming pursed his lips. What? What did you just say? A robbery? Gao Tianqua shouted, thinking that he had misheard. Nonsense. Hand over your storage ring, or you'll stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, I think you've gone mad. I'm going to wake you up right now. Gao Tianqua laughed. Thump. Then, he took a step forward, and the earth rumbled. A powerful and heavy aura emanated from Gao Tianqua's body. It was as if a mountain was standing there. The force of a mountain. Die. A huge sword appeared in Gao Tianqua's hand. He strode toward Lu Ming like a mountain. Tianyun is dead. A disciple of the 10 Directions sword school sneered. But the next moment, they were all stunned. Boom! A scorching and destructive aura rose from Lu Ming's body. A scorching aura gushed out, and the temperature within a 100-meter radius rose rapidly. Boom! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. It was like a shooting star falling from the sky and crashing into a mountain. The mountain crumbled. Gao Tianqua let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a rubber ball. The entire place quieted down. Everyone was dumbfounded. Senior Brother Gao, you lost? He was defeated in one move? How is this possible? The disciple from the 10 Directions sword school said in a daze. Not far away, Baiqi's pupils contracted sharply and his face showed disbelief. The force of fire. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He found it hard to accept. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. The aura on his body exploded and pressed down on the disciples of the omnipresent sword sect. Not good. Let's attack together. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect shouted. Landslide, Lu Ming said softly. The demon's subduing spear glowed and condensed into a huge spear that was as thick as a water tank and 100 meters long. The huge spear pressed down, and a terrifying shock wave blasted down and exploded in all directions. Screams and roars sounded. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword school were sent flying like rubber balls and fell all over the place. Only 2 people were still standing there. Baiqi and the green-robed young man. At this moment, Baiqi's face was deathly pale. His body and lips were trembling nonstop, and his eyes were filled with fear. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? He muttered to himself in disbelief. Initially, he was overjoyed when he ran into the disciple of the omnidirectional sword school. He thought that he was saved and that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He could not kill Lu Ming at all. However, he had never dreamed that the 30-odd disciples of the 10 Directions sword school, including the top geniuses who had comprehended force, would be so easily defeated by Lu Ming. How did this happen? Now, let's see who can save you. Lu Ming walked toward Baiqi step by step, a mocking smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Don't kill me, Baiqi shouted. He didn't have the courage to fight back. Don't kill you? Hee, you're really naive. Tell me, if you can give me a reason why I won't kill you, I won't kill you. Lu Ming sneered. Chapter 229. Chapter 229. Chapter 229. Are you worthy? Baiqi only said, I, and could not continue. Previously, outside the Blood Ant secret realm, he had repeatedly targeted Lu Ming and deliberately pushed the blame of the omnidirectional sword sect hunting down the students of the General Stars Hall to Lu Ming, causing the people of the General Stars Hall to not hide the truth from Lu Ming. Just now, he had incited the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect to kill Lu Ming. The reason why Lu Ming did not kill him? He couldn't even think of one. It seems like you didn't. Then go to hell. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't kill me. Suddenly, Baiqi kneeled down and cried, Tianyun, please spare my dog life. In the future, no matter what you want me to do, I'll agree to it. From now on, I'll be your slave, and you can order me around. Be my slave? Are you even worthy? Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from his body and pressed toward Baiqi and the young man in green. Baiqi felt like he was being crushed by a mountain, and it became difficult for him to breathe. Ah, it's not that easy to kill me. At this moment, the young man in the green robe roared and burst out with all his strength, rushing toward Lu Ming. He wanted to trade his life for a chance of survival. But how was that possible? Whoosh! The dazzling spear pierced through the air and went through the green-robed youth's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere, and the red and white matter splattered all over Bai Qi's face. Bai Qi screamed in fear. At this moment, he felt hopeless and helpless. The green-robed young man was more powerful than him, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. He did not even have the courage to resist. Ah, don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I was wrong. Bai Qi shouted hysterically. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not someone he could offend. It's all Bai Long's fault. It's all his fault. Why do we have to provoke this monster? It's all his fault. Bai Qi roared in his heart. He was blaming everything on Bai Long. If not for Bai Long, how would he have offended Lu Ming? What trash! You've really dirtied my hands. Lu Ming muttered. Yes. Killing me would be dirtying your hands. Yes, you're right. Bai Qi seemed to have grabbed onto the last life-saving straw as he yelled out. But if I don't kill you, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming muttered again, his voice exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Don't. Just as Bai Qi was about to shout, a ray of spear light flashed and disappeared into Bai Qi's forehead. Bai Qi dead. Now, it's time for you to hand over your storage rings, right? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect. The faces of the disciples from the omnipresent sword sect turned pale. They had witnessed Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength and ruthlessness with their own eyes. However, they were disciples of the Ten Direction Sword School and were usually high and mighty. Now, they were actually going to hand over their storage rings. This was simply a great humiliation. Tianyun, if you do this, the Ten Direction Sword Sect will not let you off. Someone shouted. Looks like I'm not going to hand it over. Then I'll come and take it myself. Lu Ming sneered, and his figure flickered like a ghost. The disciple from the omnipresent sword sect was already severely injured by Lu Ming. He had no way of resisting and had his storage ring removed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming casually grabbed and threw the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect. They were thrown up and fell heavily to the ground. Then the second one was stacked on top, and it got higher and higher like a human pyramid. The last one was Gao Tianqua. After Lu Ming removed his storage ring, Lu Ming gave him a kick and he flew high into the air, landing on top of more than 30 Shifang sword sect disciples. More than 30 disciples of the Ten Direction Sword School were stacked up to a height of more than 10 meters. Lu Ming moved his body and appeared at the highest point. He stepped on Gao Tianqua's body and waited. The 30 or so disciples of the Ten Directions Sword School roared in anger, but it was of no use. A moment later, Lu Ming raised his head and looked into the distance. Finally, it's here, Lu Ming muttered. In the distance, many figures were leaping and approaching in extreme speed. There were more than 200 people. The Ten Direction Sword Sect had sent all the remaining people from the Star Hall to the Blood Ant Nest. The figure flickered, and soon he was nearby. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. That's my Shifang Sword Sect's junior brother. Damn it. How did they lose to Tianyun? Damn it. How could Tianyun treat them like this? Damn it. The eyes of nearly 200 disciples from the Omnipresent Sword School turned red when they saw this scene. Cold killing intent emanated from their bodies as they glared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. In another direction, more than 20 students from the General Star Hall were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Isn't this Tianyun a little too overbearing? Tyrannical. I think he's looking for death. We'd better stay away from him. The students of the General Stars Hall were discussing. Brother Tianyun, Ming Cheng, was among them. He shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. Brother Ming, stay away from me and just watch the show. Lu Ming smiled at Ming Cheng and waved his hand. Ming Cheng could not help but stop in his tracks. It was as if Lu Ming's words had a magical power that he could not reject. Even he did not realize it. Tianyun, move your stinky feet and let go of my Shifeng sword sect senior brothers. Tell me, what despicable method did you use to sneak attack an expert from my 10 Directions sword school? Damn it. You'll die 10,000 times for your behavior, you know? The disciples of the 10 Directions sword school continued to shout. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He called out for a while and slowly stopped. I told them to hand over their storage rings, but they didn't. That's why they ended up like this. Now, hand over all your storage rings, or else you'll end up like this. At this moment, Lu Ming's calm voice spread throughout the entire venue. What? The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect were stunned. The students of the General Stars Hall were also stunned. Tianyun was robbing the disciples of the 10 Directions sword school. Crazy, crazy, Tianyun had gone crazy. Everyone roared in their hearts. Tianyun actually wanted to rob nearly 200 people from the 10 Directions sword sect by himself. If he wasn't crazy, what was? Tianyu, it seems like you've been hiding for a few days. You've really gone mad. But no matter what, you're dead for sure today. A thin and tall figure walked out from the crowd of people from the 10 Directions sword sect. He exuded a powerful aura. Lu Ming recognized this person. He was one of the 6 people from the 10 Directions sword sect who had comprehended force. Buzz, buzz. With a flash, another 2 young men walked out. Their auras were no weaker than the thin and tall young man's. The 2 of them had also comprehended force. The 3 of them glared at Lu Ming with killing intent, ready to attack at any moment. Don't be careless. This person's combat strength is not to be underestimated. You'd better join forces and kill him. Gao Tianqua, who was at Lu Ming's feet, shouted. The expressions of the people from the 10 Directions sword sect changed. They initially thought that Lu Ming had used some despicable means to hurt Gao Tianqua and the rest. However, it seemed that things were not that simple. Could Lu Ming really be that powerful? The 3 leaders hesitated. Chapter 230. Chapter 230. Fighting 200 people alone. Tianyun is despicable and shameless. He deserves to die 1,000 times. He's the person that Elder Qiu Wuji wants to kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The tall and thin youth waved his hand and shouted. All right, let's attack together. The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword school shouted. More than 200 people unsheathed their swords, and terrifying sword qi gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was extremely terrifying. The ground made a series of cracking sounds as sword marks appeared. In the distance, the faces of the people from the General Stars Hall changed drastically. The combined force of nearly 200 disciples of the 10 Directions sword school was too astonishing. Even a 9th grade great martial master would have to retreat. Tianyun is too arrogant. He's just reaping what he's sown. Someone in the General Star Hall said. Brother Tianyun. Ming Cheng roared, very worried. Ha ha. If you want to attack, then attack. Stop talking so much nonsense. Let me see if the 10 Directions sword school is a bunch of trash. Lu Ming laughed heartily. You're looking for death. Attack and kill him. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword school shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, more than 50 sword qi beams shot up into the sky and slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying power. More than 50 sword auras completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze was calm, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed. His body exuded a sense of agility and extreme speed. He took a step in the air, and instantly, a series of afterimages appeared in the air. It was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. The 50 sword qi only hit his afterimages. None of them hit the real Lu Ming. Wind force, it's the wind force. Someone from the 10 Direction sword sect shouted. So he has comprehended the force of the wind. No wonder he is so arrogant. Everyone attack together and seal off all retreat paths. Even if he has comprehended the force of the wind, he will still die. The tall and thin youth roared. However, no one noticed that the more than 30 people who had been folded into arhats by Lu Ming had widened their eyes in shock. Wind force. Just now, Lu Ming had clearly used the force of fire when he attacked them. Now he actually used the force of wind. Could he have comprehended two types of Shi? They felt that it was inconceivable. A great martial master at such a young age had actually comprehended two types of Shi. What kind of monster was this? Not good. He has not only comprehended the force of wind, but also the force of fire. Gao Tianque roared. What? The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword school were all stunned. He even comprehended the force of fire? How is that possible? Gao Tianque must have been beaten silly. At the great martial master realm, being able to comprehend a type of force was already a rare genius, 1 in 10,000. As for comprehending two types of Shi, how is that possible? There weren't many martial ancestor realm cultivators who comprehended two types of Shi, right? They were sure that Gao Tianque must have been beaten silly. However, in the next moment, they felt that they were stupid. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Lu Ming's body like a volcano. This was another kind of force, the force of fire. This. The eyes of the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect almost popped out of their sockets, and they were all tongue-tied. Lu Ming had really comprehended two types of force. How is this possible? Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice like thunder. His body moved, and he rushed towards the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect. With the combination of wind and fire, his battle strength skyrocketed. Let's attack together. Let's attack together. Even if he has comprehended two types of Shi, so what? After all, he's only one person. If we attack together, we can definitely kill him. Let's attack together. Boom, boom. Rays of sword chi rose up, and there were a total of 200 rays of sword chi. It was extremely terrifying. Landslide. Lu Ming let out a long howl and held the spear with both hands. A huge spear ray that was 100 meters long formed. The spear was so fast that it seemed to be real, like a real spear. Around the spear radiance, there were burning flames and a strong wind. The wind helped the fire burn more vigorously, like a fire spear. Boom! The huge spear light exploded down with a terrifying vibration. Kill! Kill! Nearly 200 disciples of the omnipresent sword school roared, and their dazzling sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. The spear radiance and the sword chi collided, causing a violent boom. Terrifying shock waves spread out in circles, forming gusts of strong wind. The ground looked as if it had been plowed, and deep ravines appeared, extending for hundreds of meters. The center of the collision between the spear radiance and the sword chi was blasted into a pit that was more than 10 meters deep and more than 30 meters wide. How is Tianyan? He should be killed by now, right? In the distance, the people from the General Star Hall looked at the dust-filled scene and guessed in their hearts. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, they were stunned. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stood proudly. His body exuded a strong fighting spirit, and he stood straight. What happened? There wasn't even a scar. On the other hand, some of the people from the 10 Direction Sword School with lower cultivation, such as the 3rd and 4th grade Grandmaster Realm, all had pale faces and blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Not only did Lu Ming not die, but he even had the upper hand. How is that possible? When nearly 200 people joined forces, even a 9th grade Great Master would have to retreat. Lu Ming had actually blocked it and even gained the upper hand. This was like a fantasy story. The nearly 200 people from the 10 Directions sword sect all had their eyes wide open in disbelief. Geniuses of the 10 Directions sword school, that's all you amount to. Today, leave behind your storage rings or die. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the people from the omnidirectional sword sect. join hands, don't split up, someone shouted. However, it was too late. Lu Ming was like a tiger in a pack of wallevers, charging into the crowd of disciples from the omnidirectional sword school. With a sweep of his long spear, dozens of people were sent flying. They fell to the ground and blood gushed out. They could not resist Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's current combat strength was too powerful. He had a 5th grade Great Martial Master Cultivation, the 4th stage of the True War Dragon technique, and his Wind and Fire Force had reached the initial success stage. When combined, his combat strength was terrifying. The strongest of these youths was only at the peak of the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm, and they were no match for Lu Ming. Even the few youths who had comprehended force were the same. Bang! Bang! In just a few breaths, over 100 disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect had fallen to the ground. Everyone in the Star Hall was dumbfounded. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. He's a monster, a freak. Ming Chung was also stunned, and he roared in his heart. He thought that he had already thought as highly of Lu Ming as possible. However, in the end, he realized that he had still underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's ability far exceeded his imagination. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and moved unhindered. With one whip, a large number of disciples from the 10 Directions sword school had their bone armor broken and fell to the ground. Even a genius who had comprehended force couldn't escape the fate of having his spine snapped in one strike. Run! The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword school shouted. They were simply scared out of their wits. There was no way to resist at all. Their strength was on a completely different level. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar rang out like rolling thunder. A figure was actually stepping on the void and rushing over at an extreme speed. It's Senior Brother Yang Zietian. Senior Brother Yang Zietian is here. We're saved. A disciple of the 10 Directions sword school shouted crazily. Chapter 231. Chapter 231. Battling Yang Zietian. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword school were overjoyed because Yang Zietian had arrived. However, Lu Ming only took a casual glance and continued to attack. Bang! Bang! One by one, the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect were sent flying. By the time Yang Zietian arrived, there were only a few left standing. Yang Zietian looked around gloomily. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? I heard you, but who do you think you are? Do I have to stop just because you tell me to? Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance. Yang Zietian was stunned, and his face became gloomier. Lu Ming actually said that he was a nobody. Yang Zietian was so angry that he laughed and said, Tianyun, I've said before that you are my prey. At that time, I was just saying it casually. But now you're dead. There's no way you can live. Does the Shifeng Sword School have the same strategy? You say that I'm dead the moment you see me, but you all end up lying here. You'll be the same soon. Lu Ming sneered. Don't compare me to these trash. Yang Zietian said. The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword school had unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Zietian had called them trash in public, so of course, they felt uncomfortable. In my eyes, you're the same as them. You're all trash. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Audacious. Impudent. Yang Zietian shouted angrily, his killing intent extremely cold. Yang Zietian, had been a genius since he was born. Along the way, he had defeated his peers and was almost invincible. Now, Lu Ming actually said that he was trash. This was a great humiliation. He had to kill Lu Ming. Tianyun, you've succeeded. You've successfully angered me. Today, I'll break all the bones in your body and feed you to the blood ants. Yang Zietian roared, and his aura burst out. Furthermore, it was constantly improving. Soon, he broke through the limit of the peak 6th grade Great Master Realm and entered the 7th grade Great Master Realm. 7th grade, Great Master Realm. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. 7th grade, Great Martial Master. Senior brother Yang Ziyan has broken through to the 7th grade, Great Martial Master realm. Tianyin is dead for sure. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect shouted in ecstasy. Yang Ziyan had always been a peerless genius, and he had suppressed his peers. With such a breakthrough in cultivation, his combat strength would also soar. Senior brother Yang Ziyan, don't kill Tianyin so easily. I want to torture him. Not bad. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword school shouted. Tianyin, I saw just now. To think that you've actually comprehended 2 types of sure. That's truly astonishing. However, let me tell you this. Sure, in terms of quality, not quantity. Furthermore, no matter how much sure there is, in the face of absolute power, it will still fall apart. Yang Ziyan's eyes were like lightning, and his momentum was like a tiger. He took a step forward, and the earth rumbled. You talk too much nonsense. You're just finding excuses for your own incompetence. Lu Ming berated. I'm useless. Ha ha, you're looking for death. Yang Ziyan roared and unsheathed his combat sword. A hot aura burst out. Force, it was actually the force of fire. I'll let you see the true power of fire. Yang Ziyan let out a long howl and rushed toward Lu Ming, swinging his sword. The power of the fire wrapped around the sword chi and exploded with a shocking power. So, it's the initial success of the force of fire. Lu Ming muttered. Your sure is only at the tip of the iceberg, while my sure is already at the small success stage. This is what essence is. Yang Ziyan roared with contempt. Earlier, Lu Ming's force had not been released at full force. He thought that although Lu Ming had comprehended 2 types of force, it was only a superficial understanding. How could Lu Ming be a match for him? Frog in the well. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Yang Ziyan was stunned, but the next moment, his face changed dramatically. This was because the force on Lu Ming's body was rising uncontrollably. First of all, his fire force had reached the small success in an instant, and it was still rising. Although it did not reach the great success in the end, it was still stronger than Yang Ziyan's force. Boom! A spear light shot out and collided with Yang Ziyan's sword chi. The 2 of them dissipated. How was that possible? How can your fire force be so strong? What's going on? Yang Ziyan roared in disbelief. Just now, he was still looking down on Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had too much power but was not good at it. However, he immediately realized that Lu Ming not only had more, but he was also more astute than him. It was like he was slapping himself hard in the face. This is impossible? Then let's continue. Boom! Lu Ming's aura rose again. This time, it was wind force. It went all the way up, like a hurricane sweeping through the sky. Finally, Lu Ming's wind force had also rushed to the small success stage. Wind force small success. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You're cheating. You're cheating. How could you comprehend 2 types of force to small success? Yang Ziyan was no longer calm, and he screamed hysterically. In fact, even his facial features were distorted. He had comprehended force at the 9th grade Master Realm, which was rare even in the 10 Direction Sword School. It was even rarer for a 6th grade Great Martial Master to cultivate the force of fire to the small success stage. He had always been extremely proud and regarded the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun as his goal. He did not put anyone in his eyes. But now, he suddenly realized that Lu Ming's talent was stronger than his by a large margin. This was hard for him to accept. Die. This Tianyin must die. In this world, there cannot be a genius who can surpass me. Yang Ziyan roared in his heart. Kill! Without any hesitation, he activated his blood meridian and charged at Lu Ming with all his might. Die! The sword chi was shocking and extremely hot. Yang Ziyan was definitely a peerless genius with extremely terrifying combat strength. At this time, his full-strength attack was shocking. Even an 8th grade Great Martial Master would be killed in one move, and a 9th grade Great Martial Master would have to retreat. However, he had encountered Lu Ming. The power of wind and fire combined and turned into a blazing flame spear light that shot into the sky. Boom! Lu Ming and Yang Zaiqian collided, turning into a terrifying and scorching shock wave that swept in all directions. Not good. Quickly retreat. The disciples of the 10 Directions, Sword School, all roared and retreated madly, not caring about their injuries. The people from a General Star Hall in the distance also revealed expressions of shock and retreated frantically. Boom! The huge shock waves hit the ground, creating deep pits. Kill! Kill! With 2 loud roars, the 2 figures collided again. From a distance, the 2 parties watched in shock. They saw 2 figures emitting a scorching aura, colliding in the air and on the ground like 2 ancient giant beasts. Boom! Boom! After more than a dozen collisions, more than a dozen large pits appeared on the ground. It was like the end of the world. It was a good thing that they had been some distance away from the blood ant nest during their previous battle. Otherwise, the blood ant nest would have been destroyed. Even so, the blood ant nest was still disturbed, and blood ants crawled out one by one. Boom! There was another violent explosion, and a figure retreated quickly, being struck and sent flying. It was Yang Zaiqian. At this time, he was in a very sorry state, covered in blood and his hair disheveled. He was no match for Lu Ming. Tianyan, I want you dead. I want to kill you. I want to kill all your friends and family. Yang Zaiqian roared, pretending to be crazy. Chapter 232. Chapter 232. Half satisfied. Yang Zaiqian roared crazily. His killing intent was terrifying. He had actually been injured by Lu Ming, a student from the General Stars Hall who he had regarded as a motley crew. He could not accept the humiliation. All heaven's sword, Yang Zaiqian roared, and his momentum reached its peak. A beam of sword light appeared out of thin air and suspended above Yang Zaiqian's head. It was extremely brilliant. A terrifying sword qi rippled out. The soil under Yang Zaiqian's feet was stirred up by the sword qi, like water waves. Earth-level sword technique. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was an Earth-level sword technique. Earth-level sword technique, sword from the sky. Senior brother Yang Zaiqian has actually practiced it. What? This is an Earth-grade martial skill. It's too terrifying. Tianyan's finished. Once this Earth greatsword technique is used, he's dead for sure. Senior brother Yang Zaiqian is so powerful. This is an Earth-level martial skill. The people from the omnidirectional sword sect discussed excitedly. Some even laughed out loud, thinking that Lu Ming was dead for sure. They could finally vent their anger. Everyone from the General Star Hall was filled with shock and frustration. The disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School were too strong, and they had no way of competing with them. The number 1 genius of the General Star Hall's outer hall had only just comprehended force. Compared to Yang Zaiqian, he was still far behind. Brother Tianyun, Ming Chung stared straight ahead, his eyes filled with worry. Tianyun, do you know the difference between us now? Tremble in front of me. Ha ha ha. Yang Zaiqian laughed crazily. In his mind, Lu Ming would definitely be shocked, then shocked, terrified, and finally desperate when he saw Yang Zaiqian performing the Earth-level sword technique. Thinking of this, he felt very good. Unfortunately, he was only half satisfied when he couldn't continue. This was because Lu Ming's expression was calm, indifferent, and even a little disdainful. Yes, disdain. Yang Zaiqian's heart was filled with anger. His face began to twist, and he roared, Tianyun, what's with that expression? What's with that expression? Lu Ming smiled faintly, but the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Go to hell. Sky-covering sword, kill. Yang Zaiqian roared and swung his sword. The sword light suspended above his head slashed toward Lu Ming. Before the sword reached him, the terrifying sword intent had already enveloped Lu Ming. Do you think you're the only one who knows an Earth rank martial skill? Lu Ming muttered. His essential chi burst forth, and he raised one hand to the sky and swung his palm. Human Dao, palm. Buzz. The space seemed to shake. Then, a huge palm print appeared in the air. The handprint was 10 meters wide, and its shape was no different from human's palm, but it was slightly blurry. However, its power was extremely shocking. It was as if there was a king of humanity inspecting the universe, and an extremely powerful pressure pressed down on everyone. Earth rank martial skill. Another Earth rank martial skill. How is that possible? How is that possible? The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. They couldn't believe that all this was real. They wished they were dreaming. Ha ha, Tianyin, I knew it. This guy is a freak. Ming Chung laughed. How is that possible? How can you also cultivate an Earth rank martial skill? I'll break. Yang Zaiqian let out a roar of disbelief. He controlled the sword light and slashed at the palm of humanity. Boom! The palm print and the sword light collided. Heaven and earth trembled. Then, a shock wave burst out at the place where the palm print and the sword light met. Boom! 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 The earth trembled, and a huge crater over 100 meters wide and 20 meters deep was blasted into the ground where the palm print and the sword light met. Countless pieces of rock flew everywhere. Retreat. Be careful. The people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect and General Stars Hall were in chaos. They quickly retreated and waved their weapons to block. He retreated 1,000 meters before he stopped. Bang! In the sky, the light of the palm print brightened, while the light of the sword light quickly dimmed. In the end, the sword light exploded, and a figure screamed as he was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. It was Yang Zaiqian. He had been defeated and was lying in the big pit, coughing up blood. Gu. The sound of gasps rang out. Lu Ming walked in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His aura was demonic, and his body exuded a cold, murderous intent. Tianyin, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Sensing the murderous intent from Lu Ming, Yang Zaiqian shouted in horror. I, Ping Sheng, hate it the most when people threaten me with my family. Since you did that, your fate has already been decided. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Step by step, he walked toward Yang Zaiqian. Don't you dare. I'm the peerless genius of the 10 Directions Sword School and the future pillar of the school. I'm someone who can become the overlord. If you kill me, the experts of the 10 Directions Sword School won't let you off. At that time, you'll die a miserable death. Yang Zaiqian struggled hard and shouted. That's my business. Why do you need to worry? Lu Ming was unmoved. His killing intent grew colder. Yang Zaiqian was scared. He was really scared. He could tell that Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. No, you can't kill me. You're crazy. You're crazy. Yang Zaiqian roared and rushed out of the pit, trying to escape. People Dao, Lu Ming said softly and waved his palm. A huge palm print formed in the sky and blasted toward Yang Zaiqian. No! Yang Zaiqian roared and burst out crazily. He wanted to resist, but it was to no avail. Boom! The palm print hit Yang Zaiqian directly into the ground, and another big pit appeared on the ground. The palm print dissipated, leaving only a lump of meat paste in the pit. Yang Zaiqian's body was smashed into pieces by the palm. Yang Zaiqian is dead. He was killed. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School widened their eyes in shock and stared at the scene. After a long time, someone reacted and shouted, Go! Hurry up and go! This Tianyin is a madman. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure was like the wind. He stepped on the void and appeared above everyone's heads in a few steps. Who dares to run? Yang Zaiqian will end up like that. Lu Ming's cold voice spread throughout the entire venue. The disciples of the omnipresent sword sect could not help but stop and look at Lu Ming in fear. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to kill them as well? Tianyin, what are you trying to do? If you kill so many of our people, the higher-ups of the 10 Directions Sword School will definitely go crazy. They'll do everything they can to kill you. At that time, no one will be able to save you. Someone from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. Who said I was going to kill you? I only wanted to rob you. All right, now hand over your storage rings. Lu Ming said indifferently. What, a robbery? Everyone from the 10 Direction Sword sect was stunned. What's wrong? If you don't want to hand it over, I don't mind starting a massacre. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. The expressions of the people from the 10 Direction Sword sect changed drastically. I'll pay. Finally, someone shouted and compromised. Chapter 233. Chapter 233, In the Blood Ant Nest. What a joke. Lu Ming was simply a lunatic. He was so audacious that he even dared to kill Xianxia, let alone them. If he were to be killed because of this, it would not be worth it. Someone took off his storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept it with his essential qi. Since someone took the lead, the rest could only follow suit and take off their rings, passing them to Lu Ming. However, there were also people who were reluctant to do so. They gritted their teeth in pain and were on the verge of tears. This storage ring could be said to contain all of his accumulated wealth. Who will be willing to hand it over like this? However, when Lu Ming's gaze turned to them, they were shocked. They gritted their teeth and took off their storage rings, handing them to Lu Ming with trembling hands. 185, 186. As Lu Ming kept them, he counted them. He felt so good that he could not even open his eyes. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect looked like they were about to cry. They gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Everyone in the General Star Hall looked at this scene in shock. Not long after, the last disciple from the 10 Directions Sword sect handed the storage ring to Lu Ming, who put it away with satisfaction. All right, you can get lost now. This blood ant nest is mine. I'll kill whoever I see. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect felt as if they had been granted amnesty, and they turned to run. In the blink of an eye, not a single one had run away. In the distance, countless disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School growled, Quick, let's find a place to recuperate and then hunt the blood ants. Otherwise, we'll lose everything we've invested. Damn it, that's my storage ring. Tianyun, that damn Tianyun. Once we leave the blood ant realm, I'll definitely kill him. Many disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect rushed into the distance with great resentment. They seized the time to heal their injuries and kill the blood ants. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned to the people from the General Star Hall. Brother Mingcheng, how about exploring the blood ant nest with me? Lu Ming said with a smile. I can't ask for more. Ming Cheng was overjoyed. As for you guys, get lost immediately. After that, Lu Ming looked at the other students of the General Hall. These people weren't good people either. Just now, they just wanted to sit on a mountain and watch the tigers fight. Tianyun, we're both from the General Stars Hall. You can't be so overbearing, right? He's going to occupy the blood ant nest alone. A student from the General Stars Hall said with an ugly expression. Nonsense, so what if I'm this overbearing? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Lu Ming berated. The young man was stunned. What a joke. Wasn't it courting death to exchange 2 moves with Lu Ming? Let's go. The others were helpless and could only turn around and leave. Soon, only Lu Ming and Ming Cheng were left in the place. Brother Ming, let's go. Lu Ming turned around and strode forward. When he arrived at the edge of the blood ant nest, he discovered that there were hundreds of blood ants crawling around. It was obvious that the battle just now had been too shocking and had completely alarmed the blood ants. As Lu Ming and Ming Cheng walked over, the blood ants let out a strange cry and pounced at them. However, the highest level of these blood ants was only 6th grade 3rd level. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? Soon, the ground was covered with the corpses of blood ants. The 2 of them then charged into the blood ant nest. In the blood ant nest, there were many intersecting passageways. The two of them didn't even need to identify the direction. They simply charged forward and killed as many blood ants as they could. An hour later, Lu Ming had already killed more than 200 blood ants and harvested more than 1,000 blood ant eggs. Ming City's harvest wasn't small either. They had around 200. The two of them went around and around, not knowing how far they had gone. Suddenly, the area in front of him opened up, and a huge underground cave appeared. The moment they arrived at the cave, the two of them were immediately stunned. Blood ant eggs. A large number of blood ant eggs were piled up in the cave. Each of them was red and translucent, like garbage. These were all shed by the blood ants. Blood ant eggs were not the eggs of the blood ants' offspring. Instead, they were energy crystals that contained powerful blood essence. How many of these blood ant eggs are there? Ming Chung was dumbfounded. There should be at least tens of thousands of them, right? Lu Ming was also a little stunned. A burning light flashed in the eyes of the two. Squeak! At this time, a sharp cry was heard. The two of them then realized that there was a huge creature in the middle of the cave. It was a huge blood ant that was at least 10 meters tall. Its stomach was huge, and there were strings of blood ant eggs hanging on it. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. The mother ant. This was the mother blood ant. Just now, the two of them had been attracted by the countless blood ant eggs and had almost forgotten about the existence of the mother ant. The mother ant stared at the two of them with its huge eyes and let out a sharp cry. Whoosh! From the side of the cave, a loud sound of air being torn rang out. A strong and sharp force was coming towards Lu Ming. It was a blood ant, but it was as large as a water buffalo. Its entire body was fiery red, crystal clear, and bright like red jade. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming raised his gun and swept it. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood ant was forced back, but Lu Ming felt his body go numb and took a few steps back. What a powerful force! These are blood ants of Class 9, Level 3. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. Whoosh! At this moment, another blood ant rushed out from another cave on the other side of the cave. This blood ant was no smaller than the previous one, and it exuded a powerful aura. Brother Ming, you can leave first, Lu Ming said. All right. Ming Qing nodded without any hesitation, then turned around and ran toward the tunnel behind him. He knew that he had no way of fighting back against the 9th grade 3rd level blood ants. He would only be a burden to Lu Ming if he stayed. Now, let's have a good fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He shook the demon-subduing spear and let out a buzzing sound. He rushed out and attacked the blood ants. Boom! The demon-subduing spear shot out with the power of wind and fire, its might shocking. Bang! The long spear collided with the blood ant's claws, causing a violent tremor and a loud rumbling sound to echo in the cave. After this blood ant was forced back, the next one rushed up. The two 9th grade 3rd level blood ants joined forces and launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his cultivation to the maximum and activated the power of wind and fire to fight the two blood ants. Squeak! The mother ant shrieked and dragged its huge body as it charged at Lu Ming. Its long, sharp claws were like blades as it slashed at Lu Ming. Its power was shocking and was not any weaker than the two blood ants. Obviously, the queen ant also had the combat strength of a Class 9 Level 3. 3 blood ants with the combat strength of 9th grade 3rd level attacked Lu Ming at the same time, giving him immense pressure. Ancient Shield. With a single thought, 3 ancient shields appeared around Lu Ming. After 2 months of hard work in the Godwind Valley, his ancient shield technique had reached the 3rd level, and he could now form 3 ancient shields. Clang! The blood ant's claws struck the ancient shield, making clanging sounds, but they couldn't break it. Chapter 234. Chapter 234. Chapter 234, Take Them All. The three ancient shields could be controlled and changed at will, blocking Lu Ming's entire body. With the protection of the ancient shield, Lu Ming stood in an undefeatable position. Kill! Lu Ming hollered. He focused on one blood ant and launched a storm of attacks at it. Ming Cheng, who was running through the blood ant nest, heard deafening rumbles from behind and smiled bitterly. This brother Tianyun is truly monstrous. I have to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, this blood ant nest will be destroyed. Ming Cheng ran out desperately. In the blood ant nest, Lu Ming's courage mounted as he fought. He didn't have to worry about himself at all and attacked with all his might. One blood ant was already suppressed. Puchi, the demon's subduing spear pierced through the blood ant's body, blasting a huge hole in its extremely hard shell. What a hard shell! Lu Ming sighed secretly. If he had not attacked with the power of wind and fire, he would not have been able to break through the blood ant's defense. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists below the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm to break through the defense of the blood ants. No wonder there were so many blood ant eggs in the blood ant nest all these years without being taken. Those who had entered were all martial artists below the 7th grade Great Master realm. Who could be a match for these blood ants? Even a genius like Xianxia, who had broken through to the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm, was no match for a few blood ants. At most, he would only plunder a little and then escape. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear again. It pierced through the blood ant's wound, all the way to the handle. The blood ant screeched and struggled madly. Dying! Lu Ming shook his long spear, and a powerful essential qi burst forth, rushing into the blood ant's body and crushing its internal organs. He finally killed the blood ant. Without any delay, Lu Ming charged at another one. A few minutes later, bang! As the last mother ant fell to the ground, the three powerful blood ants were all killed by Lu Ming. Collect! Following that, Lu Ming began to plunder wantonly. Rays of light enveloped the blood ant eggs in the cave and kept them into his storage ring. Lu Ming did not count, and he did not know how many he had collected. 2 minutes later, all the blood ant eggs in the cave had been collected. Haha, I'm rich now. Lu Ming could not help but grin and laugh. Then, he controlled his bloodline and devoured the blood essence of the three blood ants. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine and began to refine the blood essence. This refining process took more than a day, and all three blood ants' blood essence had been refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed from the 5th grade Great Martial Master to the early stage of the 6th grade Great Martial Master. The amount of energy required for cultivation has indeed increased. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This was the blood essence of 3 9th grade 3rd level blood ants. It was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Furthermore, the blood essence of the blood ants was 1 or 2 times richer than that of ordinary demonic beasts. 3 9th grade 3rd level blood ants had only helped Lu Ming advance by 1 level. It was clear that the amount of energy Lu Ming needed was terrifying. Now that I'm a 6th grade Grandmaster, I'll need at least 20 Class 9 Level 3 Demonic Beast blood essence before I can advance. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Moreover, the level of his bloodline had not been upgraded yet. He did not know how much blood essence he would need to upgrade it to a 7th level bloodline. We can't let go of the corpses of these 3 blood ants. The shells on their bodies are rare, refining materials. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the 3 blood ants' corpses into a storage ring. It's almost time for the mystic realm to close. Ming Cheng must be waiting anxiously outside. Let's go out quickly. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he ran outside. Soon, Lu Ming came out of the blood ant nest. As soon as he came out, he saw Ming Cheng pacing around anxiously. Brother Ming, Lu Ming shouted. Tianyun, you've finally come out. I thought that you'd been defeated by a few ants. Ming Chung heaved a long sigh of relief and grinned when he saw Lu Ming. A few ants. How can they do anything to me? Lu Ming smiled. Then, he waved his hand and a storage ring appeared. Brother Ming, there are some blood ant eggs in here. I got them from the blood ant nest. Take them. Lu Ming said. No, this is something you obtained with your own strength. How can I accept it? Furthermore, I've already gained a lot by following you into the blood ant nest. Ming Chung waved his hands and refused firmly. Lu Ming gave him more, but Ming Chung refused to accept it. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not insist. He put away the storage ring and headed to the exit of the secret realm with Ming Chung. The exit of the secret realm was on the easternmost mountain peak of the blood ant secret realm. Once the 10 days were up, the elders of the imperial family and the General Star Hall would work together to open an exit for them to leave. Outside the blood ant secret realm, a door of light appeared. Many figures appeared around the door of light, and they were all looking at it. There were people from the royal family and the 10 Direction Sword School, but there were many more people than 10 days ago. Moreover, some people were floating in the air. They were all martial arts grandmasters. On the side of the imperial family, Wuxia was among them. At the very front were the red-haired elder and Qiu Wuxi. Qiu Wuxi looked at the members of the imperial family and sneered. Eccentric Red, why did you send so many people here? Are you going to get even with us when you see that the people from the General Star Hall have been killed? Have a great battle with us? I'm just taking precautions. I'm afraid that the disciples of your 10 Directions Sword School will suffer losses in the Mystery Land and die inside. If that happens, you'll fly into a rage out of humiliation and try to harm the students of my General Stars Hall. The red-haired old man replied with a cold smile. Ha ha! Qiu Wuxi laughed and said, a disciple of my 10 Direction Sword School is at a disadvantage? Died in battle? With your General Stars Hall? Impossible. This can't be happening. Things are unpredictable, the red-haired old man said. That's impossible. And I'm telling you clearly that killing is not forbidden in the Blood Ant secret realm. If my 10 Direction Sword School disciples really die in there, it's because they're weak. What a joke. Qiu Wuxi said calmly. Remember what you said? The red-haired old man snorted. Eccentric Red, you're so confident. Don't tell me that you think that Tianyun or whatever can pose a threat to the disciples of my 10 Direction Sword sect. I'm telling you, that's impossible. Right now, that Tianyun has already died at the hands of the heroes of my 10 Direction Sword sect. Qiu Wuxi sneered. Died at the hands of your 10 Direction Sword School's disciple? I don't think so. The red-haired old man said. Not necessarily? All right, how about we make a bet? I have a piece of Heavenly Star Mithril here. I heard that you have a Cloudnet fruit. How about I use the Heavenly Star Mithril to bet on the Cloudnet fruit with you? Qiu Wuxi said. Many people were shocked. What? Heavenly Star Mithril, Cloudnet fruit? Such a big bet? A martial grandmaster expert exclaimed. Star Mithril was an extremely precious material for refining weapons. It was a top 4th level material that could be used to refine 4th level spiritual weapons. The Cloudnet fruit was also a level 4 spiritual medicine, which could be used to refine level 4 elixir pills. The 4th grade materials and spiritual herbs were all items of the martial arts grandmaster level and were extremely precious. As for the Star Mithril and Cloudnet fruit, they were considered top-tier items among the level 4 items. Its value was no less than 100,000 spiritual crystals. Chapter 235. Chapter 235. Why didn't you say so earlier? The red-haired old man muttered to himself. 100,000 spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for warriors at the Grandmaster realm, or even lower. However, it was much better for a Wuzong. A martial Grandmaster was also known as a Grandmaster. In the Blazing Sun Empire, they were definitely considered a first-class expert. They belonged to the upper echelons. Compared to them, a martial Grandmaster was far inferior, so their status was naturally extraordinary. However, 100,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount. Even a martial arts grandmaster would have to think twice. Eccentric Red, what's wrong? You don't dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, just say it. Don't be stubborn. Xiao Wuxia mocked. Who said I don't dare to bet? There are so many witnesses here. I hope you won't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Ha! You're the one I'm afraid of going back on your word. Eccentric Red, your cloud net fruit is mine. Xiao Wuxia laughed heartily. He was 100% confident that he could win because Yang Zietian was in the 10 Direction Sword School. He was very clear about Yang Zietian's strength. Yang Zietian had said that he wanted to kill Tianyun, so as long as Tianyun touched Yang Zietian, he would be dead. Everyone waited in silence. Half a beat later, someone's coming out. Someone shouted. As expected, the door of light flickered, and figures appeared one after another. Soon, dozens of young men came out. They were all disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. The elders of the 10 Directions Sword Sect, including Xiao Wuxia, had calm expressions on their faces. All of this was within their expectations. However, they didn't notice that the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School all had gloomy expressions. They continued to pay attention to the door of light. After that, the light door flickered nonstop, and people walked out of it. Soon, 200 people came out. They were all disciples of the Shi Fang Sword School. None of them were students of the General Star Hall. The faces of the red-haired elder, Hua Qi, and the other elders of the imperial family turned uglier and uglier. How is that possible? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Hua Qi clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with worry. Ha ha! Eccentric Red, I think your General Star Hall has most likely been completely annihilated. You're going to lose for sure. Hurry up and hand over the cloud net fruit. Xiao Wuxia laughed heartily. You fuck. The red-haired old man's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Wuxia, don't be too happy yet. The time is not up yet. No one knows the result until the last moment. Haha, Eccentric Red, you're really good at deceiving yourself. All right, let's wait and see. Xiao Wuxia sneered. Elder Qiao, let's go. At this moment, a disciple from the 10 Directions Sword Sect wanted to say something. However, he was interrupted by Xiao Wuxia. Xiao Wuxia waved his hand and said, All right, you've all done well this time. It's been hard on you, but not everyone is here yet. We'll talk about counting the blood and eggs later. Fuck. The young man wanted to continue, but Xiao Wuxia's face darkened and he glared at him. He swallowed his words. At this moment, the door of light shone again, and more than 20 young men appeared. These 20-odd people were all from the General Star Hall. The red-haired elder and the others were overjoyed. I'm just lucky. I don't know where I hid, but I was lucky enough to survive. However, I don't know how many blood and eggs I obtained. I don't think I can even make one blood refinement pill. Xiao Wuxia laughed coldly. The red-haired elder and the others were silent. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. As time passed, a few more people came out. They were all disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. In the end, the 10 Directions Sword Sect sent out about 280 people. This made Xiao Wuxia and the others from the 10 Direction Sword School turn pale. The time was almost up, and the door of light was about to close. Once the door of light closed, they would not be able to open it. They could only wait for 3 years before they could open it. But at this time, there were still many people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect who had not come out. More importantly, out of the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force, 2 had yet to come out. One of them was Yang Zietian. He's probably delayed while exploring the blood ant nest. Xiao Wuxia consoled himself. Lu Ming. Hua Qi's eyes were wide open as he stared at the light door. Lu Ming had not come out yet. He was really afraid that there would be an accident. Time slowly passed, and it was getting closer and closer to the time when the door of light would close. However, no one came out. What's going on? What's going on? Xiao Wuxia started to get anxious. The others were fine, but Yang Zaiqian hadn't come out yet. How could it be possible? Buzz. At this moment, the light door flashed slightly, and two figures appeared. Xiao Wuji, the red-haired elder, and the other elders of both sides stared at the scene. The outline of the two figures slowly became clear. Tianyun? How is that possible? Xiao Wuji howled in disbelief. Tianyun, it's Tianyun. The red-haired old man's eyes widened. Then, he became ecstatic and laughed out loud. The two people who came out later were naturally Lu Ming and Ming Cheng. Damn it, this Tianyun must have found a place to hide. I didn't see Yang Zaiqian or the other disciples. Damn it. Xiao Wuji growled in his heart. Haha, Xiao Wuji, Tianyun is still alive. You've lost. Hand over the mithril, and don't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Fuck. Xiao Wuji's face turned ugly. He really couldn't bear to do it, but he couldn't go back on his word in front of so many people. It's all this Tianyun's fault. Why didn't he just go and die? He roared in his heart and blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, he still had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out a fist-sized piece of Esselavera metal that was shimmering with starlight and handed it to the red-haired old man. This was the star mithril. The other martial arts grandmasters looked at the red-haired elder with envy. Haha, then I won't stand on ceremony. The red-haired old man laughed as he put it away. He then looked at Lu Ming. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Why hasn't Yang Zaiqian come out yet? Xiao Wuji stared at the light door with a dark expression. Bang! Suddenly, the light door trembled violently and exploded with a bang. It turned into a rain of light and disappeared. How could this be? What about Yang Zaiqian? Why didn't he come out? Xiao Wuji roared. What happened? Why didn't Yang Zaiqian come out? There are so many other disciples. What happened? The other elders of the 10 Directions Sword School also roared in anger. Senior brother Yang Zaiqian is dead. Suddenly, a disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. The entire place fell silent. Xiao Wuji stared at this disciple with an ugly expression and shouted, What did you just say? Yang Zaiqian was dead? How did he die? Who in the blood ant's secret realm could kill him? Even when facing the mother ant, he was able to escape unscathed. How could he have died? Xiao Wuji bellowed as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He's really dead. Most of the disciples here saw it. The disciple shouted, Yes, elder, Yang Zaiqian is really dead. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Xiao Wuji's face turned ashen and his eyes revealed a terrifying light. He stared at the disciple and shouted, Why didn't you say so earlier? Elder Xiao, I wanted to say it just now, but you didn't let me. The disciple said in an aggrieved manner. You win. Xiao Wuji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Chapter 236. Chapter 236. Shameless. Just now, this disciple was indeed about to speak, but he was stopped by him, causing the other disciples to not speak. However, just now, when he was so high-spirited and proud, thinking about giving the red-haired old man a hard blow, he had never dreamed that Yang Zaiqian would die in the blood ant's secret realm. Thinking about how she looked just now, she felt so embarrassed. Tell me, how did Yang Zaiqian die? Xiao Wuji asked through gritted teeth. It's him, Tianyun. Senior brother Yang Zaiqian was killed by Tianyun. The disciple pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. What? Everyone was shocked. Other than the young man who had entered the blood ant's secret realm, everyone turned to look at Lu Ming. Yang Zaiqian was actually killed by Tianyun? How was this possible? Was Tianyun that powerful? Even the red-haired elder, Huaqi, and company were shocked. Damn it, Xiao Wuji's body emitted a cold, killing intent. He turned around and glared at Lu Ming. Tianyun, speak. What despicable methods did you use? Did he secretly harm Yang Zaiqian? Assassination? Do you need to secretly harm Yang Zaiqian to kill him? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up. Nonsense, it's not an assassination. You can kill Yang Zaiqian. Even 10 of you won't be enough. Xiao Wuji shouted angrily. He did not believe Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming sneered and did not explain. Elder Qiu, I have something to say. The young man from the 10 Directions sword sect spoke again. Shut up, Xiao Wuji bellowed, and the disciple immediately shut up. However, his face was flushed red. If you have something to say it quickly. Xiao Wuji thought about what had happened and took a deep breath. Elder Qiu, senior brother Yang Zaiyan, was really killed by Tianyan. He was defeated by Tianyan. The young man said, How was that possible? Did you see it carefully? Xiao Wuji asked loudly. It's not just me. Most of the fellow disciples here are present as well. The young man said. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School all nodded in agreement, even though their expressions were ugly. Why would I? Xiao Wuji and the rest were still in disbelief. A motley crew of the General Stars Hall had actually killed the peerless genius of his 10 Direction Sword School. This had never happened before. Elder Qiu, you have to seek justice for us. This Tianyun is a madman, a beast. Not only did he kill senior brother Yang Zaiyan, he also took our storage rings. He took all of our senior brother's storage rings, and all of our wealth was in them. Even the blood ant eggs we got from killing blood ants were all taken away by him. A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School screamed. What? Xiao Wuji and all the elders of the 10 Directions Sword Sect were stunned. Their mouths were wide open, and they stood there in a daze. The red-haired elder, Hua Qi, and the other members of the imperial family were not much different. They stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. Damn it, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Wuji only came to his senses after a long while. His hair stood on end, and his eyes almost popped out. With a furious roar, he sent a violent wave of true energy toward Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming was already prepared. He pulled Ming Chung and moved tens of meters away in an instant, rushing toward the red-haired elder and the rest. Xiao Wuji, what are you doing? The red-haired old man shouted in anger. He rushed out and threw a punch. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as the red-haired elder exchanged a blow with Xiao Wuji, almost splitting the earth apart. Get lost. Today, I'll definitely kill that little bastard Tianyan. Xiao Wuji glared at Lu Ming and bellowed. Ha ha! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing. Little bastard, what are you laughing at? Xiao Wuji berated. Old man, do you really think that the omnipresent sword sect is the ruler of the Blazing Sun Empire? I'm a member of the royal family, and you want to kill me for no reason. Do you have no respect for the 4 great sects and the royal family? Lu Ming shouted, using the 4 major sects and the imperial family to suppress him. For no reason? You killed my 10 Directions Sword School's disciples and even stole all of our storage rings. Don't you deserve to be killed? Xiao Wuji roared. Haha, what a joke. Let me ask you, does the Blood Ant Secret Realm not prohibit killing and plundering? Lu Ming questioned loudly. Xiao Wuji's expression darkened. He was unable to answer this question. Since killing and plundering are not forbidden, it is normal for me to kill your disciples and steal their storage rings. What right do you have to kill me? Furthermore, before I entered the Blood Ant Secret Realm, all the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School declared that they wanted to kill me. I fought back and killed them. Isn't that right? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he faced Xiao Wuji fearlessly and questioned him loudly. Xiao Wuji's expression was ugly, and the others from the 10 Directions Sword Sect did not say anything. Lu Ming was right. Nothing was forbidden in the Blood Ant Secret Realm. Killing and plundering were the main theme of the Blood Ant Secret Realm. What a sharp-tongued little thing. So what? Let me tell you, even if the disciples of my Shifang Sword School want to kill you, you have to let them kill you. You can't resist. If you resist, you'll die. Xiao Wuji said coldly. He was overbearing, direct, and unreasonable. Lu Ming sneered. He cannot be bothered to say anything. This old man was simply shameless. He was extremely shameless. Xiao Wuxi, you're so fucking shameless. Only about 20 people from my General Stars Hall came out, and the rest were killed by your 10 Directions Sword School. According to what you said, you're allowed to kill my General Stars Hall's people, but I'm going to kill them. All right, then in the future, you guys can go back to the 10 Square Mountain. I will mine the blood ant secret realm alone. The red-haired old man roared. You guys want to mine alone? In your dreams. It's more like the other way around. An old man from the 10 Direction Sword Sect sneered. Eccentric Red, get lost. I'll definitely kill Tianyun today. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. When the army of my 10 Direction Sword Sect arrives, the Imperial family will be annihilated as well. Xiao Wuxi's voice was cold and overbearing. How audacious! Hua Qi shouted. Xiao Wuxi actually said that he wanted to destroy the Imperial family. Xiao Wuxi, your Shifang sword sect, is full of wild ambitions. We will kill you all. The red-haired old man roared. Xiao Wuxi's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but regret saying those words in a moment of anxiety. Even if the 10 Direction Sword Sect had such ambitions, they couldn't say it out loud. Or rather, it wasn't the time to say such things. Xiao Wuxi, come. Let's fight. We won't rest until one of us is dead. The red-haired old man strode forward like a lion. His hair and beard were all standing up, and he was obviously extremely angry. I'm going to protect Tianyun today. Whoever wants to kill him, kill me first. Hua Qi took a step forward, his voice cold and firm. Chapter 237. Chapter 237. An Amazing Harvest. Hua Qi was extremely powerful. He stepped forward, and a few martial ancestor realm elders from the royal family followed closely behind him. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies. Damn it, he's really looking for death. Xiao Wuxi roared in his heart, but he did not make a move. Right now, it was not yet time for the 10 Direction Sword Sect to fall out with the Imperial family. Hua Qi was the true prince, the 8th son of the current emperor. If he killed Hua Qi as well, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the Imperial family. At that time, the 4 great sects would join forces to attack the 10 Direction Sword Sect, and the 10 Direction Sword Sect would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were many experts from the Imperial family this time. Even if he wanted to make a move, he wasn't confident. Good, very good. 8th Prince, you're determined to go against the 10 Direction Sword School. I hope you don't regret it. Also, do you think that you can protect Tianyun like this? You're so naive, just you wait. Xiao Wuxi roared in anger. He waved his hand and left with the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. The faces of the people from the 10 Directions Sword School were all gloomy and extremely ugly. This trip to the Blood Ant Secret Realm could be said to be a complete defeat. Although they had killed a large number of students from the General Star Hall, they were just a motley crew in their eyes. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School also lost 60 to 70 people, especially since Yang Zietian had been killed. Moreover, Lu Ming had taken most of the storage rings of the disciples of the Omnipresent Sword Sect. Most of the blood and eggs had fallen into his hands. They had not gained a single thing and were extremely embarrassing. Ha ha ha! The red-haired old man laughed heartily. Tianyun thanks Elder Hong and 8th Prince. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fist to express his gratitude to the red-haired elder and Hua Qi. Tianyun, there's no need for such formalities. Hua Qi helped Lu Ming up. Tianyun, this old man should be thanking you. Not only did you help me win a piece of Sky Star Mithril, but you also severely suppressed the arrogance of the 10 Direction Sword School. It's really satisfying. The red-haired old man laughed. They wanted to kill me. I was just fighting back, Lu Ming said with a smile. Haha, let's go back to the General Star Hall. The red-haired old man laughed and waved his hand. The group immediately returned to the General Star Hall. First, count your harvest. Come here tomorrow morning to count the number of blood and eggs. The red-haired elder ordered in a large hall of the General Star Hall. The crowd nodded and dispersed. Lu Ming returned to the dormitory and hurried to the supreme shrine. He could not wait to see what he had gained. There was a pile of storage rings in front of him. There were nearly 300 of them, and they all belonged to the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Lu Ming started to count. He placed 1 blood ant egg and 1 spirit crystal. The other things were also sorted out. There were too many things. Lu Ming took a total of 6 hours to do the inventory. Looking at the item in front of him, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then he was overjoyed. The harvest was too great. The blood ant eggs had been obtained by the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. In addition to the ones he had obtained from the blood ant nest, there were more than 23,000 of them. Among them, there were more than 13,000 pills in the blood ant nest, and the nearly 300 people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect had contributed about 10,000. Over 23,000 blood ant eggs. This was a massive number. No one in history had ever obtained so many blood ant eggs. If 6 blood ant eggs could be exchanged for 1 blood refinement pill, then 23,000 blood ant eggs could be exchanged for 3,800 blood ant eggs. More than 3,800 blood refinement pills. He exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. The more he accumulated before the second bloodline was awakened, the better. Lu Ming used a storage ring to store all the blood ant eggs. Then he looked at the pile of crystals. There were a total of 620,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. In addition to his previous spiritual crystals, he had already exceeded 700,000 spiritual crystals. Robbing is still the most refreshing. Lu Ming sighed. Of course, this was just a thought. He couldn't go and rob for no reason. Apart from the blood ant eggs and spirit crystals, other things like spirit herbs, spirit medicine, spirit weapons, and all sorts of forging materials were also piled up like mountains. However, most of them weren't of high grade. A small number of them were level 3, while most of them were level 2 or level 1. However, the value of so many of them was still shocking. Just a few hundred storage rings alone were worth a lot. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to get rid of all these miscellaneous things. After packing everything, Lu Ming started to cultivate in satisfaction. The next day, Lu Ming went to the main hall. He discovered that the red-haired elder and Hua Qi had both arrived. Tianyun, Hua Qi smiled and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming also smiled. Other than them, there were also a few elders from the imperial family. Soon, more than 20 students who had participated in the blood ant secret realm had arrived. All right, now take out the blood ant eggs you obtained from the blood ant secret realm and count them. Then, hand them over to the elders of the imperial family to refine the blood refining pill. Under normal circumstances, 3 blood ant eggs can be used to refine 1 blood refinement pill. According to the rules, if you hand over 6 blood ant eggs, you can exchange them for 1 blood refinement pill. The red-haired old man explained the rules again. Everyone nodded. Immediately, a young man stepped forward and took out a storage ring. The storage ring glowed, and suddenly, many blood ant eggs appeared on the table. An elder began to count. There are a total of 62 blood ant eggs. 60 of them can be exchanged for 10 blood refinement pills. The royal family will pay 300 spiritual crystals for the remaining 2 blood ant eggs. Are you willing to buy them? The imperial family elder asked. I'm willing, the young man said. If the blood ant eggs couldn't be used to refine blood refinement pills, then it was useless to keep them and might as well be sold. 300 spiritual crystals for 1. At the side, Lu Ming gasped and his eyes were burning with excitement. He even wanted to sell all the blood ant eggs. How many spirit crystals would he get? Of course, he was just thinking about it. No matter how many spiritual crystals he had, they were not as important as the blood refinement pill. Even if you had spiritual crystals, you wouldn't be able to buy a pill like the blood refinement pill on the market. Then, he counted them one by one. Most of the students from the General Star Hall did not obtain many blood eggs. They only obtained around 100 blood eggs, and the highest number of blood eggs obtained by one of them was only slightly over 200. On the other hand, Ming Cheng surprised everyone. He had obtained more than 360 blood ant eggs and was temporarily ranked first. Ming Cheng grinned. It was all thanks to Lu Ming that he was able to obtain so many. He had followed Lu Ming to kill blood ants in the blood ant nest and obtained more than 200 pills. Including his own, he had more than 360 pills. Now, Tianyun, the red-haired old man said, "Buzz, Buzz." Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming, their faces filled with anticipation. Lu Ming had robbed most of the storage rings of the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect. How many blood ant eggs could he have obtained? Everyone was very curious. Isn't this table too small? I don't think it can fit. Lu Ming looked at the table and smiled bitterly. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 238. Chapter 238, 4,000 blood refinement pills. The table wasn't big enough. This was the first time they had heard this reason. "Hurry up and bring the table over," the red-haired old man roared, his face filled with excitement. The others immediately moved a few tables over. The tables were placed together and took up more than half of the hall's area. Lu Ming nodded slightly and took out a storage ring. Everyone fixed their eyes on it. The storage ring glowed, and a small mountain appeared on the table. It was a small mountain formed by the blood and eggs. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "There's so many goo. How many can there be?" One of the students from a General Star Hall stammered and almost bit his tongue. "Heavens, isn't this too much? Could it be that Tianyun has emptied out the entire blood ant nest?" Another young man shouted, "Start counting." The imperial family's elder reacted and began to count excitedly. Not long after, the numbers were out. 23,153. An elder of the imperial family reported the number with a trembling voice. "CC Gu." Everyone in the audience gasped. Even though he had expected this, he was still shocked by the number. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. How many blood refinement pills could he exchange for so many blood ant eggs? 23,153 blood ant eggs, which can be exchanged for 3,858 blood ant eggs. I also have 5 more blood ant eggs to support with spiritual crystals, the imperial family elder announced, but before he could finish, Hua Qi interrupted him. "Wait a minute. Tianyun has obtained such a large number of blood ant eggs, so there's no need to count them so seriously. I'll make the decision. Tianyun's blood ant eggs can be exchanged for 4,000 blood refinement pills. Make it a whole number," Hua Qi announced. "Yes, 8th Prince." The elder noted it down. "Many thanks, 8th Prince." Lu Ming cupped his fists. Of course, Lu Ming would not reject the offer of more than 100 blood refinement pills. Immediately after, the imperial family elder put away all the blood and eggs. Of course, there were no blood refinement pills at the moment. He had to wait for the blood and eggs to be refined into blood refinement pills before he could give them to Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming was not afraid that the royal family would swallow his blood and eggs. Putting aside his relationship with Hua Qi, even if they did not have this relationship, the royal family would not do so. The current situation of the imperial family required the assistance of talents. If the imperial family were to swallow even these blood ant eggs, then they would be short-sighted and digging their own grave. Therefore, Lu Ming was very assured. "Lu Ming, this time, you've completely offended the omnipresent sword school and caused them to lose face. They won't let you off. After some time, there will definitely be stronger geniuses from the omnipresent sword school coming to look for you. You must be careful." Before they left, Hua Qi reminded Lu Ming in a low voice. "Don't worry. Do you think I'm afraid?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Hua Qi was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Ever since he knew Lu Ming, he had never seen Lu Ming afraid of anyone. "All right. I'll be waiting for the good news of you killing everyone." Huaqi laughed before leaving. After Huaqi and the rest left, Lu Ming left the place and returned to the dormitory. "I'll go to the Earth Yuan cave first to consolidate my cultivation. Then, I'll buy resources and break through to the next realm." After returning, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked towards the Earth cave. This time, he flashed his Huaqi token, and the expert guarding the door gave him a pile of inscription stones, allowing him to cultivate for as long as he wanted. Lu Ming was secretly delighted. He took the inscription stone and entered the Earth cave. He didn't stop and continued down. On the 3rd and 4th levels, there were still people sitting cross-legged, trying to snatch other people's secret cultivation rooms. When Lu Ming passed by and they saw him, their expressions changed. Although it had only been a day since Lu Ming was in the blood ant mystic realm, the news had already spread throughout the General Star Hall. Many people knew of Tianyan's name. Lu Ming's methods shocked everyone. Lu Ming had another nickname, Ruthless. They looked at Lu Ming with deep respect. Lu Ming only glanced at them casually and continued to head down. When he reached the 5th level, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued down to the 6th level. The fire-based spiritual qi on the 6th floor was several times denser than the 5th floor. Lu Ming opened a secret room, walked in, and started to cultivate. Lu Ming had devoured the blood ant's blood essence, and his cultivation level had skyrocketed. His foundation was a little unstable, so he could use the fire element's spiritual energy to stabilize his foundation. 10 days later, Lu Ming's foundation was extremely stable and impregnable. There were no flaws at all. At this moment, Lu Ming walked out of the Earth cave. Anyway, he could come and cultivate at any time. Lu Ming did not care how long he would cultivate. After walking out of the Earth cave, Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and headed towards the largest market in the imperial capital. The imperial city's city square was incomparably huge and occupied an incomparably vast area. Here, shops formed a forest and chambers of commerce gathered. There were even many chambers of commerce that were not native to the Burning Sun Empire. Instead, they came from other empires and brought with them some of the specialties of other empires. There were 36 empires near the Cloud King mountain range. The Burning Sun Empire was only a low-tier empire. Therefore, the imperial city's market was filled with people at all times. Lu Ming walked on the streets of the market. His eyes dazzled, and he looked around. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a 5-story building that occupied a large area. Treasure Pavilion, 3 gold-encrusted words, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked in. "Young master, is there anything you need?" As soon as Lu Ming walked into the Treasure Pavilion, a sweet-looking young girl came up to him. Now, Lu Ming's bearing was extraordinary. Although he was dressed ordinarily, he exuded an extraordinary aura just by standing there casually. No one dared to ignore it. The young girl was naturally very attentive. "I'm here to buy some demonic beast blood essence." Lu Ming smiled. "By demonic beast blood essence." The sweet young lady was delighted. Demonic beast blood essence was usually used to refine weapons or pills. It was extremely valuable, and those who could buy it were usually big customers. "Young master, may I ask what level of demonic beast blood essence you want to buy?" the young girl asked, suppressing the excitement in her heart. "Blood essence of a Class 9, Level 3 demonic beast," Lu Ming said. If he wanted to buy something, he would buy the blood essence of Class 9, Level 3 demonic beasts. Anything below Class 9, Level 3 would not be of much help to him. "Ninth grade, 3rd level," the young girl suddenly exclaimed. It immediately attracted the attention of others, and the people around them all looked over. Lu Ming frowned slightly. This young girl's reaction was too big. "What's wrong? You don't have any?" Lu Ming asked. The young girl covered her mouth and looked around. When she heard Lu Ming's words, she hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, young master. The blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast is extremely precious. Please follow me to the guest room. I'll ask the manager to come. All right, Lu Ming nodded. It was fine as long as there were. He followed the young lady to a guest room at the back. Naturally, someone had prepared some high-quality tea. After a while, a chubby shopkeeper came in with a face full of smiles. As soon as he came in, he cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Young master, I heard that you want to buy the blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast?" "Not bad," Lu Ming said. Chapter 239. Chapter 239, Bloodline Evolution. Young master, this blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast is very valuable, the shopkeeper said with a smile. "Oh, how many crystals for one?" Lu Ming asked. "Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast blood essence, 25,000 spiritual crystals for one portion," the shopkeeper replied. Silk Banner. Although he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming still secretly gasped. The blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast cost 25,000 spiritual crystals. That was terrifying. Young master, the higher the level of the demonic beast blood essence, the harder it is to collect it. Furthermore, the cost of preserving it is very high. This price is not high, the shopkeeper explained. Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he understood this logic. "How many do you need, young master?" the innkeeper asked. "Let's start with 20 portions," Lu Ming said after thinking for a while. "What, 20 servings for two?" the shopkeeper cried out in alarm, the fat on his face jiggling rapidly. "What's wrong? Don't you have that many?" Lu Ming frowned and asked. Yes, definitely," the shopkeeper shouted excitedly. He knew that a big customer had come today. Most inscription masters would only buy a few portions of demonic beast blood essence to refine pills and weapons. Why would they buy so many? Furthermore, those who would purchase the blood essence of Class 9 Level 3 demonic beasts were usually inscription masters above the martial arts grandmaster realm. It was extremely rare to buy 20 sets of Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast blood essence at once. The shopkeeper was so excited that his heart was trembling. "I'll immediately send someone to get it," the shopkeeper called out, and then sent someone to get it. "Shopkeeper, may I know how much a Class 9 third-level demonic pill is?" Lu Ming asked. "You still want to buy Yao cores?" The shopkeeper was even more delighted. He quickly replied, "A Class 9 Level 3 demonic pill is much cheaper than the blood essence of demonic beasts. Demonic pills are easy to store and contain more impurities than blood essence. It's usually 1/5 the price of blood essence of the same level. One Class 9 Level 3 demonic pill costs about 5,000 spiritual crystals." "All right, give me 30, Lu Ming said without thinking. "All right, please wait for a moment, young master. I'll immediately send someone to bring it over." After saying that, the shopkeeper quickly got up and walked out. After a while, the shopkeeper came in with a few young girls, carrying a few jade boxes. "Young master, the blood essence and monster core that you wanted," the shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming took a look. There were 20 portions of 9th grade 3rd level demonic beast blood essence and 39th grade 3rd level demonic cores. Not a single portion was missing. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, there are 650,000 spiritual crystals here. Please count them." The shopkeeper took it and scanned through the storage ring. His smile became even more brilliant. "Young master, since you bought so many at once, we have a special discount. We will only charge you 600,000 spiritual crystals. Also, this is the VIP card of our shop. The next time you come, you'll get a 20% discount on all items." The shopkeeper took out a golden VIP card and 50,000 spirit crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. "Many thanks." Lu Ming was overjoyed and accepted it without any hesitation. Since he could save 50,000 spirit crystals, Lu Ming would not stand on ceremony. Furthermore, he would get a 20% discount when he bought things in the future. This was very tempting to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, he put away the blood essence and monster core. At the side, a few beautiful young girls looked at Lu Ming, their eyes shining. He had offered 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. In their hearts, Lu Ming was a high and mighty figure. How good would it be if I could gain the favor of such a person? The few young girls thought to themselves. However, they knew that it was impossible. How could a person like Lu Ming be interested in them? Shopkeeper, farewell. Lu Ming cupped his hands and strode away. Lu Ming did not feel any heartache at spending 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. After all, he had obtained them from the disciples of the Omnipresent Sword sect. Once he returned to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and could not wait to start cultivating. First, Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian and swallowed a portion of 9th grade 3rd level demonic beast blood essence. Then, he began to refine it with all his might. This time, Lu Ming did not use it to improve his cultivation. Instead, he used all the energy in the blood essence to improve the level of his blood meridian. The demon core was enough to improve his cultivation. 2 hours later, the blood essence was completely refined. On his bloodline, there were 6 blood-red meridian cycles that were extremely dazzling. However, a 7th meridian cycle had yet to be born. In addition to the 3 blood ants blood essence, he had devoured 4 class 9 level 3 demonic beast blood essence in total. However, his bloodline level had not increased. The difficulty of upgrading the bloodline level was evident. Then, Lu Ming took out another blood essence of a 9th grade 3rd level demonic beast and began to devour it. After devouring it, he took out another one. Just like that, he continuously devoured 15 portions of demonic beast blood essence, all of which were used to improve his bloodline. At this time, his bloodline trembled and finally, the 7th blood-red chakra was born. When the 7th blood-red chakra was born, the snake-like spirit-devouring bloodline roared towards the sky. Its whole body glowed and expanded rapidly. It became thicker and longer. In the end, it turned into a giant python that was about 10 meters long and floated above Lu Ming's head. It's evil-levered. My soul-devouring bloodline has evil-levered again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His soul-devouring bloodline had evil-levered once when he had advanced to rank 4. That time, it evil-levered from a finger-sized worm into a small snake. And now, it had evil-levered from a small snake to a giant python. Then, what would he become if he continued to evil-levere? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. The giant python roared and opened its mouth, releasing a powerful devouring power that was several times stronger than before. Continue to devour. Lu Ming took out another portion of demonic beast blood essence. However, this time, it only took half an hour for it to be completely refined. His 7th meridian cycle became brighter. Lu Ming then refined the remaining 4 portions of demonic beast blood essence in one go. I wonder how much blood essence I will have to consume if I want to raise my bloodline to level 8. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Lu Ming then took out a demonic core and began to devour it. Refining a demonic pill was much more troublesome than refining blood essence. However, now that the devouring power of the spirit-devouring bloodline had been greatly enhanced, it would not take much time to refine it. In 3 hours, he had refined one. Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved, but not by much. He continued refining. After refining 5 pills, Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced from the early stage of the 6th grade, Great Master Realm, to the middle stage. The amount of energy required to improve was greater than what Lu Ming had imagined. Continue. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming refined a total of 20 demonic cores. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th grade Great Master Realm. He was just one step away from breaking through to the 7th grade Great Master Realm. However, at this point, Lu Ming had refined a few demonic cores in a row, but it was to no avail. It was difficult for him to break through to the 7th grade Great Martial Master. Lu Ming knew that he had reached a bottleneck. During this period of time, he had improved too quickly and his realm could not keep up. He had to stop and experience tempering and fighting before he could continue improving. Chapter 240. Chapter 240, Detian Battle Arena. Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and walked out of the dormitory. Big Brother Tianyun. As soon as he left the dormitory, he ran into Ming Feng. Ming Feng, Lu Ming said with a smile. Big Brother Tianyun, my big brother has asked me to go to the Detian Battle Arena with him. Do you want to come along? Ming Feng said. Detian Battle Arena. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he looked interested. The Emperor Sky Battle Arena was extremely famous. It could be said that there was no one who did not know of it. This was because it was not established by any power in the Blazing Sun Empire. The Emperor Heaven Battle Arena was established by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was an unimaginably powerful force. Not to mention the Blazing Sun Empire. Even the 36 empires of the Yun Emperor were all trash in front of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. They could be destroyed with a snap of the finger. Even in the entire Divine Wilderness continent, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was an extremely powerful force. The Detian Battle Arena created by the Detian Divine Palace was spread all over the Divine Wilderness continent. There were countless of them, big and small. Among the 36 empires of Emperor Yun, only one empire had one Emperor Heaven Battle Arena. In the Detian Battle Arena, one could kill and fight at will. One could also earn a lot of spiritual crystals. This place was both heaven and hell for martial artists. Here, human lives were like grass, but as long as one had the strength, they could win honor and wealth. Lu Ming had wanted to gain some experience. Perhaps the Emperor Sky Battle Arena was a good place to go. Let's go. We'll go find your brother. Lu Ming smiled. Let's go. Ming Feng was overjoyed. He went to look for Ming City with Lu Ming. When Ming Chung saw that Lu Ming was with him, he was naturally overjoyed. The three of them headed towards the Detian Battle Arena. The Detian Battle Arena was located in the southern part of the imperial capital and occupied an extremely vast area. From the outside, the Detian Battle Arena was an oval-shaped building that was hundreds of meters tall. There were people standing guard at the main entrance of the Detian Battle Arena. To enter the Detian Battle Arena, everyone had to pay 10 spiritual crystals. This was the battle arena opened by the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, and no one dared to not pay. Even the people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect had to behave themselves in the Emperor Sky Battle Arena. The omnipresent sword school might seem powerful, but that was only in the Burning Sun Empire. When facing a power like the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the difference was simply too great. Perhaps a random servant from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could annihilate the 10 Direction Sword Sect with a flick of his finger. Each of them paid 10 spiritual crystals, and the three of them walked into the Detian Battle Arena. When they entered, they discovered that the Detian Battle Arena was even wider than they had imagined. The Detian Battle Arena was surrounded by densely packed stands. There were at least dozens of levels, and it would have no problem accommodating hundreds of thousands of people. In the center of the arena, there was a fighting ring that was 200 meters long and wide. At this moment, there were two figures engaged in an intense battle on the fighting ring. Shouts came from all around like a tide. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd on the grandstand. It was bustling and not very dense, but Lu Ming estimated that there were tens of thousands of people. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The Emperor Sky Battle Arena was really profitable. Even if there were only tens of thousands of people watching every day, the daily income was hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Kill. On the arena, two burly middle-aged men roared and charged at each other, their killing intense surging. Boom! Boom! Both of them were first-grade great martial masters, and they exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, the yellow-robed man won and cut off the other party's head. Haha, I've finally achieved 6 consecutive victories. The yellow-robed man laughed. 6 consecutive wins? There should be a reward of 100 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming thought in his heart. According to the rules of the DTN Battle Arena, anyone could go up to the stage to challenge, as long as they paid a handling fee of 50 spiritual crystals. In the beginning, it was a battle between equals. The first 5 matches were very casual. You could challenge anyone, and there would be no rewards. From the 6th round onwards, the DTN Battle Arena would arrange for stronger opponents. The winner would be rewarded with 100 spiritual crystals. 100 spiritual crystals for 6 consecutive wins, 200 for 7 consecutive wins, 500 for 8 consecutive wins, and 2,000 spiritual crystals for 10 consecutive wins. After 10 consecutive wins, if one wanted to continue the challenge, they could not challenge warriors of the same level, but had to challenge warriors 1 level higher than them. Challenging opponents 1 level higher. Moreover, DTN Battle Arena would not allow you to challenge as you please. They would only arrange for opponents who were stronger. For 1 win, one could get 5,000 crystals, 10,000 for 2 wins, 20,000 for 3 wins, and 10,000 for each win after that. The reward was 90,000 crystals for winning 10 consecutive battles. At this time, if he wanted to continue the challenge, he would have to cross 2 levels to fight. Of course, the rewards would be even better. He would get 100,000 crystals for winning a battle 2 levels above him, and 100,000 more for every subsequent victory. If one could win 10 times in a row, 2 levels higher, the reward would be 1,000,000 spiritual crystals, which was extremely terrifying. The higher the level, the more terrifying the reward. This would naturally attract countless geniuses to come and challenge him. Do you still want to continue the challenge? The judge of the DTN Battle Arena asked. Yes, of course I want it. The yellow-robed man was full of confidence. All right, I'll make the arrangements, the judge said. Soon, a white-haired elder walked up to the fighting ring. He was also a first-grade great martial master. Boom! Without any unnecessary words, the two of them started fighting. But this time, the old man was obviously better. After about 100 moves, he sent the yellow-robed man flying back with a punch. I admit defeat, the yellow-robed man hurriedly shouted. In the DTN Battle Arena, one could kill as they wished. If they did not admit defeat, they would only die. The yellow-robed man admitted defeat, and the white-haired old man also stopped. After that, the yellow-robed man received the reward of 100 spiritual crystals and left the fighting ring. The white-haired old man also got off the platform. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The judge roared as he swept his gaze across the entire arena. I'll do it. A young man in his 20s jumped onto the fighting ring, registered himself, and paid 50 spiritual crystals. I'm a 2nd grade great martial master. Who's going to challenge me? The young man said loudly as he scanned the crowd. I'll try. A burly man leaped onto the fighting ring and started fighting with the young man. However, he was defeated by the young man after a dozen moves. After that, more and more people went up to challenge him, but they were all defeated by the young man. It was obvious that this young man was a genius. He was extremely powerful and had defeated 5 people in a row. 5 consecutive wins. 5 consecutive wins from a young man. Who else wants to come up for a fight? The young man was in high spirits. But for a moment, no one stepped forward. After a long while, an old woman finally jumped onto the fighting ring. We want to test your strength, the judge said. The old woman nodded and followed the judge into a stone door. After the 5 consecutive victories, the Detian battle arena would not allow anyone to challenge them as they wished. They would test the strength of each opponent. Those who were not strong enough would not be qualified to challenge them. Otherwise, as long as someone colluded with a group of people, they could easily win the competition and obtain the rewards. In that case, the Detian battle arena would suffer a huge loss. Moreover, in that case, there would be nothing to see in a martial arts competition. The audience was here to see an intense battle. Chapter 241. Chapter 241. Lu Ming takes action. Therefore, only those who had passed the test and qualified could go up and challenge. Or, there were some people who had historical battle achievements in the Emperor Sky battle arena. For example, those who had obtained 6 consecutive victories. They were naturally allowed to go up and fight against the person who was about to win 6 consecutive victories. Moreover, there was no need to test. Not long after, the old lady passed the test and appeared on the fighting ring. Kill! Kill! The audience in the surrounding stands burst out in fierce roars as they looked at the fighting ring in anticipation. They needed to see a bloody battle. That would be exciting enough. Kill! On the fighting ring, the young man and the old woman were moved by the surrounding atmosphere. They roared and charged at each other. The young man was using a sword, while the old woman was using a thin and long blade. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. The old woman's saber technique was extremely sharp, and she was experienced. Her attacks were fierce, and the young man was no match for her in just 20 moves. Fuck! Just as the young man was about to admit defeat, the old woman's saber light suddenly accelerated. Pucci! The young man's head was cut off by the old woman's saber light before he could even say that he wanted to admit defeat. All right, wonderful. The surrounding stand were filled with excited screams and clamors. You've killed this person and replaced him, obtaining 6 consecutive victories. Now, do you still want to continue the challenge? The judge asked the old woman. Continue, the old woman said. This old woman was very powerful. She had obviously cultivated for many years, and her martial arts skills were very profound. She won consecutively, and then won 3 more battles, obtaining 9 consecutive victories. At this moment, the old woman shook her head, indicating that she would not continue the challenge. The more she challenged, the stronger the people below would be. She was no longer confident. The surrounding audience was greatly disappointed. They naturally wanted to continue watching, because the further down they went, the more exciting it would be. The old woman received 1,000 spiritual crystals and left the fighting ring. Who's going to challenge me next? The judge's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. I'll go have some fun. Lu Ming stood up and chuckled. Big brother Tianyan, they're going to make a move. Ming Feng's eyes shone with excitement. Ming Cheng also revealed a look of anticipation. They were not worried about Lu Ming at all. They did not believe that Lu Ming would lose in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming smiled and stepped onto the fighting ring. When the judge saw that someone had entered the arena, he smiled and said, "Little brother, please register your cultivation and pay the fee." Lu Ming nodded and took out 50 spirit crystals to register. I'm a 6th grade great martial master. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire area. What? He's a 6th grade great master. So young? Most of the audience in the stands were shocked. The audience in the stands came from all over the imperial capital. Most of them did not know Lu Ming. Could he be a top genius from the 5 great sects? Someone muttered. For a moment, no one went on stage. The younger they were, the higher their cultivation. They were usually geniuses, and their battle prowess was difficult to measure. They didn't want to die in vain. I know him. He's Tianyun, a peerless genius of the General Stars Hall. He's extremely powerful. Half a month ago, in the Blood and Secret Realm, he killed Xianxia, a peerless genius of the 10 Directions Sword School. He robbed most of the storage rings of the 10 Directions Sword School's disciples by himself. Someone shouted, "It's him? So he's Tianyun." Waves of exclamations came from the stands. In the past half a month, Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital, and the incident in the Blood Ant realm had also spread throughout the capital. How could such a genius fight someone of the same level? Yup, someone sighed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He did not expect that it was not good to be too famous. There was no one to fight now. "Who's up for a fight?" Lu Ming shouted again. But still, no one went up. After a moment, a burly man stood up and said, "Young Master Tianyun, I'll fight with you, but we'll only be sparring. What do you think?" "All right." Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly agreed. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so he didn't necessarily have to fight to the death. He would be satisfied as long as someone went up to the stage. The burly man moved and stepped onto the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. This is going to be interesting. The audience in the stands all showed an expression of anticipation. Although Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital recently, there were still very few people who had personally witnessed Lu Ming in action. Naturally, everyone was looking forward to it. A large saber appeared in the middle-aged man's hand, and he looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming held the long spear and stood calmly. Bang! The middle-aged man didn't hesitate any longer and launched an attack. As soon as he attacked, he slashed 18 times in a row, each faster than the last. The saber ray whizzed and locked Lu Ming down. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to make a move. He used the midair step and his figure flashed slightly, leaving the burly man's attack range. Again, the burly man roared and attacked like a tide. The snow-white saber light attacked Lu Ming layer by layer. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm and indifferent. His body was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. He swayed slightly, causing the burly man's saber light to miss. Whoosh! Suddenly, the long spear in Lu Ming's hands stabbed out toward the burly man's saber light. With just a casual stab, the burly man's knife light disappeared, and his body became even more like a thug. "How did this happen?" the burly man shouted. Lu Ming did not use much strength, and his saber technique was broken with just a casual thrust of the spear. He found it hard to accept. "Your saber technique is a black-grade, low-level saber technique. It should be a combination of strength and gentleness, but you've been pursuing speed and power, which has fallen into a disadvantage. Therefore, your saber technique has been stuck at the 4th level, and it's difficult to break through to the 5th level." Lu Ming said slowly, word by word. However, these words were like a bolt of lightning in the middle-aged man's ears. He was stunned. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. A moment later, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He suddenly struck out with his saber, and 27 saber lights appeared instantly. They were extremely dazzling, and their power was much stronger than before. "Ah, my saber technique has broken through." The middle-aged man laughed and looked at Lu Ming. He suddenly cupped his fists and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, young Master Tianyun, for your guidance. I've been enlightened. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken for me to make a breakthrough in my saber technique. Young Master Tianyun is a genius. I'm truly impressed." "You're welcome. You were able to break through because of your own comprehension ability. I was just throwing bricks to guide the jade." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Now, Lu Ming had even successfully cultivated an earth-level martial arts technique. His outlook was naturally different. The middle-aged man had only cultivated a black-level low-rank martial arts technique. Although Lu Ming had not cultivated any saber techniques, he had seen the world. When the middle-aged man made a few moves, Lu Ming could see the man's weakness and insufficiencies. He gave him a few casual pointers and did not expect the middle-aged man to make a breakthrough in his saber technique in one go. No matter what, young Master Tianyan's kindness is something that I cannot thank enough for. The middle-aged man saluted again, then turned around and left the fighting ring. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. The audience in the stands were dumbfounded. This works too. Immediately, a white-haired old man hurriedly jumped onto the fighting ring and cupped his fists. He said very politely, "I'm Xiang Mu. Please give me some pointers, young Master Tianyan." Chapter 242. Chapter 242. Chapter 242, Unstoppable Winning Streak. The old man looked at Lu Ming with a hopeful look. Lu Ming was young, but his understanding of martial arts was shockingly high. Just now, he had given the burly man a few words of guidance and allowed him to have a breakthrough in his martial arts technique. This made the old man's heart burn with passion. Whoa, Xiang Mu is too cunning. He's one step ahead of me. Damn it, don't fight with me. It's my turn to challenge him next. Your turn? Why? Young Master Tianyan is using a spear, and so am I. It's my turn to fight in the next round. It's my turn. On the grandstand, a few sixth-grade great martial master experts were actually fighting over it. The others were dumbfounded. These people were fighting to challenge Lu Ming, not because he was too weak, but because he was too strong. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Lu Ming was also in a daze. But this way, he was not worried that no one would accept his challenge. Please, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the old man, "Please give me some pointers." And NBSB, the old man cupped his fists, and then a long sword appeared. Whoosh! The sword light tore through the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Just like before, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to fight back. He dodged with his movement technique and observed the old man's swordsmanship at the same time. After more than 30 moves, Lu Ming's casual spear attack broke the elder's swordsmanship, and he retreated rapidly, just like the burly man earlier. However, the old man was not dejected. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with excitement and hope. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, according to what he had observed in his own understanding, he explained the flaws and shortcomings of the elder's swordsmanship. After the elder heard this, he savored it carefully and was overjoyed. His face was filled with excitement as he bowed respectfully to Lu Ming and said, "This old man thanks young Master Tianyan for his guidance." "There's no need to be so polite, senior," Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, the old man walked down the fighting ring satisfied. "Young Master Tianyan, I've come to ask for your guidance." As soon as the old man got off the stage, a burly man rushed up. "I'll do it, it's my turn." On the other side, there were also people who rushed to the fighting ring. "It's my turn. Get down. You're the one who should get lost." The two of them bellowed, their killing intent bursting forth. It looked like a great battle was about to break out. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Ming was in similar state. "Stop. If you want to challenge, then come one by one. Otherwise, I'll cancel your right to challenge," the judge shouted, his face revealing a speechless expression. He had managed the Dition battle arena for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "Judge, I was the one who challenged first," the middle-aged man shouted. "Nonsense, it's me. The other person didn't give in either." "All right, you go first. You're the last one." The judge pointed at the middle-aged man and said with a sullen face, "Thank you, senior." The middle-aged man was overjoyed. The other person was a little unwilling and stood to the side. The middle-aged man leaped onto the fighting ring and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He said respectfully, "Young Master Tianyan, I'm also a spear user. Please advise me." After saying that, a long spear appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. "Please," Lu Ming smiled faintly. At that moment, the middle-aged, burly man focused his mind and shook his long spear. More than 10 spear flowers appeared in the air, and rays of spear radiance shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did the same thing and dodged dozens of moves. He allowed the middle-aged, burly man to perform his strongest martial arts technique, and then easily defeated the other party, pointing out his weakness. The middle-aged man was naturally ecstatic and left with 1,000 thanks. Next, another person came on stage, and Lu Ming restrained him according to the law. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had achieved 5 consecutive victories. However, Lu Ming's 5-win streak was completely different from the others. Every time his opponents lost, they would leave in gratitude. It seems like anything can really happen with Tianyan. Ming Cheng sighed. Ming Feng nodded his head in agreement. After the 5 consecutive wins, it would be the 6th battle. For the 6th round, a rather famous expert went up directly. This expert had once obtained 6 consecutive victories in the Dietian battle arena. Those with historical battle records naturally didn't need to be tested and could directly attack. However, this person was still very polite to Lu Ming. He knew that he was not Lu Ming's match. He came up with the intention of seeking Lu Ming's guidance. Young Master Tianyan, please advise me. This person was also very polite. Lu Ming nodded. There was no suspense as to the result. Lu Ming easily defeated his opponent and gave him some pointers. 6 consecutive wins, 7 consecutive wins, 8 consecutive wins. Very soon, Lu Ming successfully achieved 10 consecutive victories. He won 10 consecutive victories with ease, and he didn't even injure a single person. Tianyan, you've won 10 battles in a row. If you want to continue, you'll have to challenge a 7th grade Great Martial Master. Do you still want to continue? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. Continue. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. The entire audience was filled with anticipation. How many achievements could Lu Ming achieve by challenging someone 1 level higher? How many consecutive wins could he achieve? It was impossible for the Dietian battle arena to allow an ordinary 7th grade Great Martial Master to challenge someone 1 grade higher. Those who went up were definitely experts of the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm. All right, the judge nodded and looked around. Is there any 7th grade Great Martial Master challenging Tianyan? I'll do it. As soon as the judge finished speaking, a young man in his 30s stood up and went up to the fighting ring. Yang Tai, you can attack me directly. When the judge saw this young man, he did not let him test his strength. Clearly, this person was rather famous in the Dietian battle arena and had obtained the judge's approval. Tianyan, go ahead. I'm not someone that those 6th grade Great Master Realm martial artists from before can compare to. Yang Tai looked at Lu Ming with confidence. Please. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Boom. Yang Tai unleashed his full power. The spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The body of the spear trembled, and the air emitted a terrifying fluctuation. A terrifying shock wave rushed toward Yang Tai. Bang! Yang Tai was hit by the shock wave, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball, falling heavily off the fighting ring. CSI. Everyone gasped in shock. One move, just one move, without even using any martial skills, Yang Tai was sent flying out of the fighting ring with just a shake of the spear. Strength, powerful strength. In the first 10 rounds, Lu Ming was very polite. He defeated his opponent after a few dozen moves and did not display any powerful combat strength. Some people had almost forgotten about Lu Ming's ability. Now, he finally remembered that Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Yang Tai struggled to get up. He looked at Lu Ming in horror and staggered out of the room. Then, the challenge continued. Winning streak, an unstoppable winning streak. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had already achieved 7 consecutive victories. The entire place was abuzz with excitement. Crossing 1 level, he's already won 7 times in a row. Do you guys think that Tianyan will be able to cross 1 level and win 10 times in a row? It's hard to say. At this point, DT on Battle Arena probably won't be able to sit still and will send out a true expert. Up until now, DT on Battle Arena still hasn't sent out a Death Warrior. That's right. In my opinion, DT on Battle Arena will send out Death Fighters for the next round. Chapter 243. Chapter 243. Chapter 243, 2 levels. There were two main types of challenges. The first was to choose an opponent on the spot. If there were no challengers on the spot, the DTN Battle Arena would send an expert. The DTN Battle Arena's strength was unfathomable. Naturally, it had raised a group of experts. The experts sent by the DTN Battle Arena were known as Death Fighters. Just from the name, one could tell that the Death Warriors were all-powerful and fearless people. If he attacked, he would definitely see blood. Tianyun, please wait a moment, the judge said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. In a luxurious room at the highest point of DTN Battle Arena, there was a window that allowed one to view the entire DTN Battle Arena. At this moment, there were a few old men watching. This Tianyun is extremely powerful. It's time to send out the Death Warriors. One of the black-clothed elders said. That's right. However, ordinary Death Warriors are definitely not Tianyun's match. I suggest that we let 18 go first. If 18 can't win, then we'll let 17 go. Another old man said. I agree. I also agree. The other old men nodded. Then they passed down the order. Not long after, an extremely tall and strong man covered in scars rushed into the fighting ring. The burly man's entire body was filled with a murderous aura. His eyes were like those of a wild beast as he glared at Lu Ming. The word 18 was carved on the man's face. Number 18 is DTN Battle Arena's Death Fighter. Furthermore, it's number 18. When the audience saw this big man, they all exclaimed in shock. It said that only the Death Warriors with extremely strong combat strength are qualified to have words carved on their faces. It said that there are 5 strongest 7th grade Great Martial Masters in the DTN Battle Arena, from 16 to 20. This 18 is one of them. Seems like the DTN Battle Arena really values Tianyun. Of course, if Tianyun were to win 10 consecutive victories, he would have to pay 90,000 spiritual crystals. How could the DTN Battle Arena let Tianyun win so easily? That's true. Wonderful. The 10 spiritual crystals today were so well spent. I guess those who didn't come will regret it to death. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly, and he looked at 18. Lu Ming could sense a strong, murderous aura from the other party. DT on Battle Arena's Death Warriors? It's finally getting interesting. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Tianyun, you've got to be careful. 18 won't show any mercy. The judge was kind to a genius like Lu Ming, and he reminded him. Many thanks. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, let's begin, the judge announced. Roar. With the judge's announcement, 18 let out a beast-like roar. With a move of his hand, a meteor hammer appeared. The meteor hammer let out a terrifying howl and smashed toward Lu Ming. The meteor hammer was a strange weapon. It was very difficult to master, but once it was mastered, it would be very powerful. The meteor hammer was like a shooting star, blasting toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he thrust his spear. Ding! Ding! The tip of the spear accurately pierced the meteor hammer, making a deafening sound. The long spear did not move at all, but the meteor hammer was sent flying back at a speed even faster than before. 18's ferocious expression changed drastically. He leaped up high and dodged the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer slammed onto the fighting ring, emitting a violent boom. If it wasn't for the inscription formation inscribed by the experts of the DTN Battle Arena, it would have exploded. This 18 is probably comparable to an ordinary 8th grade Great Martial Master. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, an ordinary 8th grade great martial master was nothing in front of Lu Ming. Buzz! After that, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of 18 like a ghost. He then swept his spear at 18. Boom! 18 blocked with the iron chain, but it was useless. Lu Ming's spear hit her directly. She flew more than 100 meters away with the meteor hammer before she stopped. He had won. Tianyun had won. He had won in a clean and direct manner. The entire audience looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were not surprised that Lu Ming would win. However, they were shocked that Lu Ming won so easily. At the highest point of the Detian battle arena, the few old men watched, their eyes glimmering. This Tianyun is definitely a peerless genius. He's a demonic-level peerless genius. Only other peerless geniuses who are one level higher than him can fight him. It'll be very difficult for anyone else to stop him. An old man sighed. That's right. I feel that this Tianyun hasn't even used most of his strength. Even if 16 were to go up, she wouldn't be his match. Then let him obtain 10 consecutive victories. Of course, this is a good thing. When the time comes, as long as we operate a little, we'll be the ones to make a big profit. Aha, that's right. Then, let 17 and 16 go up. Not only were the elders not unhappy, their faces were filled with joy. Next, a man with a 17-year-old carved on his face came up. He was still no match for Lu Ming. 9 consecutive wins. After 9 consecutive wins, a girl in her 20s came up. The word 16 was engraved on her face. This woman's strength was a whole lot stronger than the previous 17 and 18. She had actually comprehended force. Unfortunately, he was still a far cry from Yang Zietian. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's power of fire burst out, and he defeated his opponent easily. 10 consecutive wins. Lu Ming had challenged someone one level higher and achieved 10 consecutive wins. According to the rules, he could get 90,000 spiritual crystals as a reward. Tianyun, do you wish to continue the challenge? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. If he continued to challenge, he would have to cross 2 levels. Although it was rare to have 10 consecutive wins against someone one level higher, there would still be one every once in a while. However, there were very few people who could cross 2 levels and defeat them. For a battle that was 2 levels higher than him, he would be rewarded 100,000 spiritual crystals for 1 win, and for every victory he won, he would be rewarded with an additional 100,000 spiritual crystals. How tempting was this? However, there were too few people who could obtain it. The current 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun were all geniuses who had challenged opponents 2 levels above them and won. Among the 6 heroes, 5 of them had 4 consecutive victories across 2 levels. Only the leader of the 6 heroes, Xiao Changkong, the peerless genius of the 10 Direction Sword School, had achieved a record of 7 consecutive victories across 2 levels. It was also the Burning Sun Empire's highest achievement in the past 100 years. Would Tianyun accept it? I choose to continue the challenge. Lu Ming said without hesitation. 90,000 crystals was too little for 10 consecutive wins. Crossing 2 levels was Lu Ming's goal. He was tempted by the rewards, and he would not miss it. Whoosh! The scene was in an uproar as everyone became excited. Tianyun had agreed to continue the challenge. There was going to be a good show to watch. It was not common to see a challenge that was 2 levels higher. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the judge revealed a happy smile and said, Tianyun, we'll need to arrange for people to take on the challenge that's 2 levels above us. We can't start it immediately, and it'll take 3 days. Are you willing to do so? 3 days later, Lu Ming was stunned. He then nodded in agreement. That you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.